And here it is. Otutin Shelel, it is happening again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen, woman went to Mo. Otutin Shele, it is happening again. I am happening again. Hope you're happening with me. The session start your company required happens twice a day. The second fulfillment, righteousness being fulfilled. Come join, let's fulfill the righteousness together. One man went to Mo. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 holy. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Sunday, oh when we are. Sunday, oh when
All right, so there it is. Pardon me. So there it is. Osundio Wendy from the southeastern people, So there it is. Is it whatever will be is the literal definition of that. So whatever will be really must be. So whatever will be really must be as a line, the talking point. So on Sunday, Wendy, as guys, I bring you this. APC inauguration, manifesto unveiling, Oshibanjo Amechi, other presidential aspirants, Sean event. So it looks as though the wound, it really cut deep, the pain of it. Because you'd have thought that by now they'd have gotten, hold on. What do you mean you can see me? Of course you can see me. I'm not quite sure. Alexander Gomez is telling me you can see me. I'm hopeful that you can't see me, and I'm hopeful that I'm not doing anything untoward as you see me. So I have to scroll back now to see what is referencing. What do you mean you can see me? Oh, all right, you couldn't see me, now you can. So there it is. Well, thank you for that. So as I was saying, yes. So where was I? Yes. APC PCC inauguration, manifesto unveiling, Oshibanjo Amechi, other presidential aspirants, Sean event. So that's that space. Then the wound cuts deep, and they're still licking their wound. Why I agreed to serve in Tinubu's campaign council. Christian Association Secretary Sonia Olu. So Sonia Olu jumps ship, abandoning now the Muslim narrative that the Ipobians are still hammering in their talking hole. They don't know that events have moved on. That's really, and this is a mistake that is unique and peculiar to that space. They never know the moment in time when things evolve. Things have evolved, but they're still there. Like they shake, hand they shake. Why I agreed to serve in Tinubu's campaign council, Christian Association Assistant Secretary, Sonia Olu. So he's not gotten the memo that they are doing some Muslim thing within the Ipobian space. Why corruption still persists in many African countries today? Not in many African countries, but in many countries. Why corruption still persists in many countries today? A headline attributed to the Mala from the north, Buhari. Labour Party, New Nigeria People's Party, knocked Tinubu over Manifesto. So Tinubu, of course, has published his manifesto, much to great acclaim and equal condemnation. Much to great acclaim and equal condemnation. But then, of course, they will try to slaughter it, and that is the job of an effective opposition. So they take the knives out and cut slices out of that and slash at the manifesto presented by the looter from Lagos State. Labour Party, New Nigeria's People Party, knocked Tinubu over manifesto, but then that comes as no surprise, you would say. I will be at the forefront of Tinubu's campaign. So this is Mallam Buhari now giving the categorical guarantee that he will only be handing over to one person, which is, of course, the criminal from Lagos State, Tinubu. So there it is right there. So everything changes but remains the same. And as often always the case, it looks as though it will still be in this instance. The Nigerian electoral exercise very much a charade. A charade will be at the forefront of Tinubu's campaign. The Mallam from Daura are making that assertion. 2023 election more important to me than 2015 when I came into power. Buhari still are giving the assurance to his party that there will be no change in party, even though there will be a change in government. Yeah, 2023 election more important to me than 2015 when I came into power. The Aboki from Daura still holding court. So from the Aboki from Daura to the Baba from Abeokuta, it was tough before we got here. Obasanjo laments deplorable state of Nigerian roads after arriving late to convocation ceremony. So I mean, the audacity of this guy it really staggers me that somebody that has ruled Nigeria for longer than any living human being, responsible really for the good and bad of that country, has the effrontery done to make this complaint, that there's infrastructural mass deficit within the country. Well, we know that, and you were tasked to ensure that that wasn't the case. Just the lack of irony of it is really what rankles. It was tough before we could get here. Obasanjo laments the deplorable state of Nigerian roads after arriving late to convocation ceremony. So there it is right there, without any sense of irony whatsoever. Back to Tinubu and his manifesto, Tinubu's 10 promises to Nigerians. So it looks as though the key points of that manifesto, it looks as though the key points of that manifesto has been flashed up to be presented for discussions and approval by the Nigerian masses. Manifesto, Tinubu's 10 promises to Nigerians. So what those promises are and how achievable they are, we will find out shortly. This one somewhat tickles, because I was talking about a lack of sense of irony just a moment ago. Riddle me this. I will fight corruption like Buhari. Who is saying this? Tinubu, of course. So Mr. Bullion Van, that is, if you want to be reminded who Tinubu is, 2 billion vines on the eve of the election, and this is the fight that he's going to bring to the corruption problem the country has. I will fight corruption like Buhari, a headline attributed to the looter of Lagos State. So to the Luther of Lagos State, 2023 presidency Obi article gets clear message as Buhari takes major step for Tinubu. So a lot of people have been suggesting that Buhari would not give the full backing to Tinubu, but there is no categorization that affirms that. There is nothing that you can hinge that on solidly that is exactly the case. There is body language which is difficult to interpret, and when we get into the throes of the elections, that is when we would know what the true leanings of the Mala from the Northeast. 2023 presidency, Obi article gets clear message as Buhari takes major step for Tinubu. So major step for Tinubu. And still within that manifesto space, the last headline, or should that be the last headline? I was going to bring you the storyline of Johnson Suleiman that was ravaged by bandits just earlier on, but I'm not quite sure if that will get any traction. Let me bring it anyway and see what you're making of it. Buhari unveils Tinubu's manifesto, says Nigeria safer under APC. So Nigeria safer under APC, even though we're going through the worst state of insecurity, banditry, kidnapping, insurgency, etc., than we have ever experienced in the history of that country. So we land on this. Gunmen attack Apostle Suleiman's convoy, kill many. So there it is right there. I wonder why he didn't get, let me not go too far, but you know what I'm saying. So there it is, a rich and diverse menu as always is the case. The usual protocol, click on like button, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me. Let me just capture it to represent it so it's immediate to hand. So click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the studio. If you want to come and join me in the studio, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the talking points, let's jump to the screen and engage in a conversation around the talking points. So in lieu of the super chat, or in alternatives to the super chat, we are using this function, which is the buy the coffee function, which is the platform's preferred portal for tipping towards the sessions. So if you are inclined to tip towards the session, the preference will be, hold on. So so if you're inclined towards tipping towards the platform, the preferred choice is this buy a coffee thing. And we're pushing this with some subtle aggression, subtle but nevertheless firm, you know. So because we want people in this space rather than, the expectation in the course of this session is that at least 5 people must have used this function. That's the expectation. But then, of course, I can expect, but then it's down to you to take that on. So to all of that, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to join me in the studio. If you are inclined towards tipping towards the platform, click on that link that says buy a coffee and do the necessary. But only if you are inclined. Don't go in there and do the minimum. If you're going to do some derisory $5 thing, then maybe just hold back until you feel inclined to really do it. So be impactful if you do decide to use that function. So we come in then via what is tradition. We come in via the kegite, your calabash to be ready.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. dé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ó jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí ẹlẹ́.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o. Àrùnkárùn kò ní.
All right, hold on. All right, so there it is. Ikuko Niru Agweche may death have nothing to do with us. So there it is. Ikuko Niru Agweche. So Ikuko Niru Agweche, as guys, I bring you this. APC PCC inauguration manifesto unveiling. Obasanjo Amechi, other presidential aspirants, shun event. So just the bitterness and the twistedness of it all. Despite the assurances from the national chairman of the ruling party, Abdullahi Adamu, of the readiness of the presidential aspirants to key in. Let's take that again. Despite the assurances from the national chairman of the ruling party, Abdullahi Adamu, of the readiness of the presidential aspirants to key in into the campaign programs of the party, Obasanjo and Amechi let me take that still again. Despite the assurances from the national chairman of the ruling party, Abdullahi Adamu, of the readiness of the presidential aspirants to key in into the campaign programs of the party, and Amechi attending a program organized by Motorcycle Operators Okada in his capacity as former Minister of Transportation on Thursday. He was, however, missing at the event. Indications that Amechi will shun the inauguration emerged earlier when he sent a representative to pick the Public Service Award for him few hours before the inauguration event held at the same venue. Obasanjo's absence was, however, expected as he never participated in the ruling party's activities since coming distance third during the APC presidential primary, but his shunning the inauguration raised curiosity because it was held inside the State House. However, some of the presidential aspirants that attended the function include former governor of Zamfara, Sani Yerima, former and serving Senate Presidents Ken Namani and Ahmad Lawan, governors of Ebonyi and Kogi State Dave Umahi and Yahaya Bello, Felix Nicholas, Uju Ken Ahenehi, and many others. The event, interestingly, was a roll call of political heavyweights in the ruling party, ranging from President Muhammad Buhari, Speaker of the House of Representatives Badjabe Amila, almost all the members of the Progressive Governors Forum, members of the party's National Working Committee, Olusegun Oshoba, and many other chieftains of the party. Thrilling the gathered supporters, the presidential candidate Bola Tinubu promised that he and his running mate Kashim Shettima are more than ever ready to hit the ground running from day one if elected next year. He restated that the country needs an experienced torchbearer to guide it through the doors of security, prosperity, and greatness. The former Lagos State governor also said his experience in transforming the state to one of the leading economies in Africa places him in the best position to achieve this with Shettima. It is therefore fitting that we are unveiling the Tinubu/Shettima action plan for a better Nigeria today. This plan is not only a roadmap to a prosperous future, it serves as notice to Nigerian people that, if elected, Senator Shettima and I will work tirelessly to reach that promised future from the first moment of the first day we enter office. The doors to security, prosperity, and greatness are open to us. We must step through these portals, guided by a torchbearer with the experience and mettle to shoulder the task ahead. Nothing short of this will suffice. I seek to become the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria because I know the way. My experience and past performance assures that it will be through collective effort and national endeavor that we join hands, cross divides, and achieve our vision, he said self-assuredly. The APC presidential flag bearer also said his campaign roadmap the APC presidential flag bearer also said his campaign roadmap, not, I don't know what's going on today, but it is going on. The APC presidential flag bearer also said his campaign roadmap was not roadmark. I did go 3 times and I still landed on roadmark. The APC presidential flag bearer also said his campaign roadmap was born out of interactions with Nigerians across the country who shared their needs and aspirations with him and Senator Shettima in the course of their traveling around the country. I ask you to join Shettima and I on this journey. We have traversed every part of our nation, listening to the concerns and yearnings of Nigerians for a more prosperous and equitable society, better able to acknowledge and nurture the dreams of our people. We share the people's desire for a peaceful Nigeria where we all coexist in fairness, prosperity, and with balanced representation in positions of authority. So that is a dig at the Buhari space, a balanced representation in a position of authority. After visiting and meeting our compatriots, young and old, poor and rich, educated and uneducated, Christian and Muslim, we recognized that no Nigerian wants empty words to hard questions at this hour. The country does not need fancy promises or foreign experiments. So there it is, right? It's just digs, it's just blows after blows. If you can read between the lines, you can see where the blows are being thrown and where they are landing. The country does not need fancy promises or foreign experiments. Nigerians seek sustained progress and reform through stable governance and proven leadership. We need true and innovative solutions that address the specific challenges of each of our 36 states and our over 200 million people. We need our own miracle on the River Niger, he added. He equally promised that his administration will provide sufficient jobs with decent wages, reviving manufacturing industries, generate, transmit, and distribute sufficient and affordable electricity, manufacture, produce, and market good quantity of essential goods and services, export more and import less to strengthen the naira, make food available and affordable, modernize and expand public infrastructure. So just within that paragraph is the encapsulating. If you, apart from security, which was mentioned in an earlier stanza, just encapsulated within that paragraph is the totality of all of the malaise that afflicts the Nigerian state. So that is all of the problems of Nigeria right there, just enraptured in that little paragraph. Just in that one paragraph is all of the problems of Nigeria identified. And let me read it to you again so that you have you are clear on how I'm looking at it. Maybe not that you would agree, but you are clear on how I'm looking at it. So he promised that his administration would provide sufficient jobs and with decent wages, reviving manufacturing industries, generate, transmit, and distribute sufficient and affordable electricity, manufacture, produce, and market good quantities of the essential goods and services, export more and import less to strengthen the naira. That's the solution right there. But how to achieve it now is the task. Make food available and affordable, modernize and expand public infrastructure. So that is the solution to Nigeria's problems right there in that one paragraph. But to achieve it, a different task. Based on our unshakable faith in our people and standing on the foundations established by the administration of President Muhammad Buhari, we shall build a Nigeria where sufficient jobs with decent wages create a better life for all and a future of promise for our youths. Revive our manufacturing industries and place Nigeria back on the path of industrialization and job creation. We shall generate, transmit, and distribute sufficient and affordable electricity to give our people the necessary power to drive their businesses and brighten their homes. Power is key to unlocking the potential of our national economy. Manufacture, produce, and market increased quantity of the essential goods and services we require. Nigeria shall be known as a nation of creators, not just consumers. So that is another dig in another direction right there. Consumption to so this is what we are saying. This is essentially, and with this we did say often instances on this page that the consumption to molunction and bodunction, all this the incoherent gibberish that you hear from the Labour Party space is not vested in anything, and it's not even substantial enough of a base to build. So that is just standard fare. That is just the routinous thing. The consumption to production narrative is not sufficient enough of a foundation within to build a presidential campaign, because that is just a subset. That's just a soupçon of a greater narrative. So it doesn't yama jabba jabba jabba. No, none of that. None of the jibba jabba. This is not the time for jibba jabba. This is not the time for children. This is not the time for child's play. And this is essentially what you're hearing from the looter of Lagos. But sorry, I'm sorry if I sound a bit excitable, but I get excited when a good plan is put together and I can see that it is a plan, if followed, will unveil a greater space. So that's just what excites me. I was excited by articles roadmap. A lot of you who follow this platform know that, and I am especially excited by this. But I am completely just dismissive of just mantra chanting, consumption. No, none of that. Bring us a plan and let us interrogate it. Manufacture, produce, and market increased quantities of essential goods and services we require. Nigeria shall be known as a nation of creators, not just consumers. Export more and import less in order to earn more foreign exchange and strengthen the naira. Deliver food security and affordability by continuing to prioritize agriculture and assist farmers and other players in the agricultural value chain through enlightened policies that promote productivity and guarantee robust incomes. So that's the thing right there. And within that paragraph also, you see the solution to the Fulani headsmen right there. So, because if you create an economy really around their market space, because if you look at the economy of the Fulani herdsmen is not even achieving within the regions of 5 to 10%, 5 to 7% of its potential, because the milk industry is within that. You know, these people, they have well in excess of 50 to 70 million cattle at any point in time. So there's a milk industry right there that is both fresh off the cow milk and powderized milk. There's an economy there. They hide from that space. There's an economy there. The hoof of the cow, there's an economy there. The horn of the cow, there's an economy there. Within the body of a cow or a cattle, there are at least about 7 to 10 economic spaces. that are robust and just wealth creating within that space. So all of that. So this plan here that Tinubu is presenting to the space, even in this plan alone, is a solution, because who wants to be roaming around the forest when you can live in an American style ranch, send your daughter to Oxford to go and get herself educated, and you are living the life that has never been lived by your clan before. So this is it. Deliver food security and affordability by continuing to prioritize agriculture and assist farmers and other players in the agricultural value chain through enlightenment. And the part that got me excited, because sorry, I keep pausing and I try not to do that because there's still so many stories to go through. But anybody that follows this platform will immediately know that I have always said that the only business of government is really in policy and monitoring policies. So that is all. Government is all about policies, and it's identified within just that paragraph right there. Food security and affordability by continuing to prioritize agriculture and assist farmers and other players in the agricultural value chain through enlightened policies that promote productivity and guarantee robust income. So that was what got me excited. But there it is. Modernize and expand public infrastructure to stimulate economic growth at an optimal rate, embolden and support our young people and women to participate more in politics and governance, harness emerging sectors such as the digital economy. And by the way, they are already creating Silicon Valley in Yaba in Lagos, by the way. They forcefully chased people, the artisans, out of that space, much to the chagrin of the NGOs and the left wing, but they forcefully chased them out to create an information technology hub in Yaba. So that is already going on within Lagos State. Harness emerging sectors such as the digital economy, entertainment, tourism, and sport to build today and the Nigeria of tomorrow. Train and give economic opportunities to people with disability, the poor and vulnerable. We seek a Nigeria where no parent is compelled to send a child to bed hungry, worried whether tomorrow shall bring food. Make affordable health care, education, and housing accessible for all, he enumerated. So there it is right there. I'm not quite sure if some of you are applauding, but if you are applauding, then you're right to applaud, because that is well worthy of a round of applause. So if you're applauding, then you're quite right to be doing that. Why I agreed to serve. So let's go on to the next one, and I'll try to whiz through just as quickly as I can. Why I agreed to, let me take I got so excited I'm a bit perched. Why I agreed to serve in Tinubu's campaign council. Christian Association of Nigeria Assistant Secretary Sonyaolu. So he did not get the memo from the obedient space that they're still doing Muslim. The Assistant General Secretary, Christian Association of Nigeria, Apostle Biodun Sonyaolu, on Friday in Abuja, said his acceptance of an offer to serve as the Deputy Coordinator, Stakeholder Relations in the All Progressives Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council was a personal decision that had nothing to do with the apex Christian body. Sonyaolu also disclosed that he had been a card-carrying member of the APC since 2020 and had also contested for the Ogun Central senatorial ticket in the party's primaries in May this year. He spoke whilst reacting to the controversy that trailed the appearance of the name of about 8 Christian Association of Nigeria officers and members in a revised list of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, despite the public stance of the Christian body against the same faith ticket ahead of the 2023 elections. However, Sanyaolu urged the public to place a distinction between his personal life and position in Christian Association of Nigeria, stressing that he had been active in partisan politics in the past 3 decades and had served as a commissioner in Ogun State government between 2003 and 2007. He said, it is pertinent for me to state that as a member of the Christian Association of Nigeria and an apostle of the Eternal Sacred Order of the Cherubim and Seraphim Church, I have been in partisan politics for some over 3 decades. I have been involved in politics from the grassroots to state and national level. In the course of my political sojourn, I have had cause to be a member of several political parties and lately the All Progressives Congress, APC. My participation in partisan politics is largely known to the church, members of the congregation, and the Christian Association of Nigeria. On the return of democracy, I served in the cabinet of His Excellency Otumba Gbenga Daniel, Governor of Ogun State, as an honorable commissioner between 2003 and 2007. I was later appointed as the chairman of the Ogun State Christian Pilgrim Welfare Board based on my publicly known religious posture and involvement. Even as a director in Christian Association of Nigeria, I was the People's Democratic Party PDP senatorial flag bearer in the 2019 general election, where I contested to represent the Ogun Central Senatorial District at the National Assembly. It was shortly after losing that election to Governor Amosun that I was appointed as the Assistant General Secretary of the Christian Association of Nigeria after its General Assembly in November 2019, the tenure of which will lapse in November 2023. So on and on it goes, trying to justify himself, but really, you don't have to justify yourself. You are not just on that train of still chancing. Religion is on the ballot. Don't worry now. Don't worry. Everything is on the ballot. Why corruption still persists in many countries today? Mallam Buhari, of course, no sense of irony. At present, issues of corruption continue to affect the civil services in many countries around the world. Several reasons for this issue still exist because of deeply rooted problems like nepotism. I don't know if I'm going to have to abandon. I'm not sure that I can stomach this. Just the hypocrisy, the lack of irony. Several reasons for this still exist because of deeply rooted problems like nepotism, cronyism, political patronage, as well as lack of transparency and accountability. This is Buhari saying all this. Oh, by the way, this is Buhari. Mallam Buhari, who spoke today, October the 21st, at the Nigeria Excellence Awards in Public Service, held at the Presidential Villa Abuja, said that corruption and corrupt tendencies do distract public servants from delivering on their mandates and aspirations. The unsystematic enforcement of law and institutional mechanisms for holding civil servants and public officials accountable for their actions will always lead to a negative impression in the citizens. President Buhari insisted that public service is a no, I can't stomach it. Let me just abandon that. It's too irritating. Labour Party NMPP knocks Tinubu over Manifesto. The leadership of the Labour Party on Friday said it found the audacity of the All Progressives Congress presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu to campaign for better lives for Nigerians alarming when it was obvious he foisted a ruler. So they're still there. They're still there in that pedestrianized space. What would you find? Just listen to it. Listen to this dispassionately and without prejudice, and tell me if this coheres with rhyme or reason. The leadership of Labour Party on Friday said it found the audacity of the All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu to campaign for better lives for Nigerians alarming So let me stop there. So Tinubu, whatever your thoughts are, is the presidential flag bearer of a party contending for the presidency of Nigeria. And what the Labour Party are saying is that they find it alarming that is campaigning, basing his campaign on a better life for Nigerians. Why would you find that? What should he be campaigning then that he will make their life more traumatic? I don't know, man. Maybe it's just the use of language. The leadership of the Labour Party said it found the audacity of the All Progressives Congress presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu to campaign for better lives for Nigerians alarming when it was obvious he foisted a ruler that made life unbearable for the people. This is as the new Nigeria People's Party wants that whatever infrastructure the former governor of Lagos State was proposing for the country, it should not be modeled after the exploitative Lekki-Epe Expressway arrangement. The oppositions to Tinubu's policy document were expressed by both the National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, Abayomi Arabambi, and the presidential campaign spokesperson for the NNPP, Ladipo Johnson, in separate interviews. Arabambi said he was not surprised that the President, Major General Buhari, retired, failed in his change mantra because it was a fact that a leopard cannot change a sport. He recalled Buhari's regime as military junta ruler who introduced many decrees that encroached with impunity on people's rights, a move he said lacked any economic blueprint. He said, that is why the Labour Party is surprised that those who foisted Buhari on Nigerians for the second time, instead of burying their heads in shame, pardon me, Arababi said he was not surprised that the President, Major General Buhari, retired, failed in his change mantra because it was a fact that a leopard never changes its sport. He recalled that Buhari's regime as a military junta ruler who introduced many decrees that encroached with impunity on people's rights, a move he said lacked any economic blueprint. He said, that is why the Labour Party is surprised that those who foisted Buhari on Nigerians for the second time, instead of burying their heads in shame, still want to elongate Buhari's regime in office by continuing his anti-people policies. So, all right. The party is amused that the candidate is not also proud of Buhari's achievement, that no longer campaigns with it, but prefers to use his so-called achievements in Lagos to deceive Nigerians. Arabambi reminded Tinubu that Lagos was just one entity out of the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, adding that Nigeria as a whole was greater than the intellectual capacity of someone whose academic background, state of origin, and paternity have been shrouded in doubt and secrecy. So they're still there. They're still there. It's a bit like that Nnamdi Kanu space. When they spent a good 5-6 years doing Jubrila Sudani, as Buhari continued to loot and kill of unperturbed. So so this is just anyway. He noted that although it was not in doubt that the APC candidate created jobs, all right, so there it is. He noted that although it was not in doubt that the APC candidate created some jobs as former governor of Lagos State, questions needed to be asked about the kind of jobs he created for the masses when his cronies and families had shared the plum jobs amongst themselves. The Labour Party image maker consequently warned Nigerians not to risk allowing the hawk to feast on our commonwealth again. So it's pretty much the same all the way through. So the same theme all the way through. The same theme all the way through. So let's abandon that and go to this. 2023, I will be at the forefront of Tinubu's campaign, the Mala from the north. President Muhammad Buhari on Friday in Abuja declared that despite the unfavorable circumstances of global economic downturn, the C-19 pandemic and very low international oil prices resulting in low revenue, the All Progressive Congress APC-led government has managed to make Nigeria stable, laying a foundation for progressive growth. The president also said in the 7 years journey as a government, the party has every reason to be proud of its achievements amidst the inherited systemic corruption and local challenges of insecurity. The president, who stated this at the unveiling of the Presidential Campaign Council and the action plan of the All Progressive All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Bola Tinubu, pledged to be at the forefront of electing the former Lagos State Governor as his successor. According to a statement by his media aide Femi Adesina, he said electing Tinubu would consolidate the achievements of his administration as the presidential candidate has the capacity, visionary leadership, and track record to do more. It would be disastrous to allow a situation that will lead to the reversal of the progress our country has made. Let me add that I joyfully accept the position of the chairman of the campaign council we are unveiling today. Our candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is too well known for his capacity and can-do spirit. He stands tall in his track record as a Democrat, a champion of the rule of law, a man at home in every part of our country, and a true visionary leader. All you need to do is think of Lagos in 1999 and 2022. I, therefore, want to assure all party members and supporters of our government that I will be at the forefront of this campaign. This election is even more important than the election of 2019 that brought us into power. The cost of losing the gains of our country, the cost of losing the gains our country has made is much more than the need to stop the hemorrhage that led to our coming together nearly 9 years ago. I want to charge every member to put in all their efforts during the next four and a half months of campaign to ensure we record a resounding victory in all our elections nationwide. The future of this country is safer in our hands, he said. Highlighting the achievements of the APC-led administration, President Buhari noted that under his watch, Nigeria's security personnel were never better equipped nor motivated. He added that the exploits of the Nigerian armed forces in the battlefield have led to massive and successful operation successes in the quest to secure the country and provide adequate protection for lives and properties of the citizens. The effort of our men and women in the armed forces over the last years are beginning to yield positive outcomes. We are gradually taking back our country from foreign-inspired bandits, kidnappers, and terrorists in the northeast and northwest and other parts of our country. So on and on it goes, but we leave that there. 2023 more important than 2015. I think we covered that in a previous reading. Let me go to this. It was tough before we got here. Obasanjo laments the deplorable state of Nigerian roads after arriving late to convocation ceremony. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has lamented the deplorable condition of roads in the country, saying it was impeding movement of citizens in pursuit of their businesses. Obasanjo stated this on Thursday, October the 20th, whilst making a brief comment during a lecture delivered by Chief Mike Ozokome, titled "The Place of Education in a Crisis Reading Nigeria," to mark the 10th convocation ceremony of the Afe Babalola University Ado-Ekiti. Explaining his lateness to the convocation lecture, the former president said he spent hours on the road to get to Ado-Ekiti, the state capital. Kindly accept my apologies for coming late to this ceremony. I thought if I leave Abeokuta at 4:30 a.m., I will get to this place at 10 a.m. But when we got to the middle of the journey, the conditions of our roads were bad, he said. We started asking which was the best route to take to get to Ado-Ekiti. It was tough before we could get here. Kindly pardon me, he added. Corroborating Obasanjo's claim, Ozokome said it took him about 8 hours to get to Ado-Ekiti from Abeokuta on Wednesday due to the worsening conditions of the road. So it's unbelievable, you know, it's unbelievable. So it's unbelievable that Obasanjo from Abeokuta, who both as military and civilian, has been the longest serving Nigerian president in history, and because of the democratic space will forever be the longest serving president of Nigeria in history. He of all people is lamenting. So who gets the blame? Is it me? Am I to be blamed for the deplorable state of the road in Abeokuta because I was the longest? Just it's the sense of detachment from responsibility that really rankles. It rankles. Manifesto, Tinubu's 10 promises to Nigerians. Tinubu's 10 promises to Nigerians. So let's now see what the Luther has to offer. The All Progressive Congress presidential candidate on Thursday released an 80-page policy document that highlights an 8-point agenda. Correspondents report that top on his priority list of action plans was national security, economy, agriculture, power, oil and gas, transportation, and education. So there's a hyperlink here. Let me see if it gives us a fuller feel of that list. Let's see. All right. Pardon me. All right. Sorry, let me have I do beg your pardon, but all this reading makes me purge. The All Progressive Congress presidential candidate on Thursday released an 80-page policy document that highlights an 8-point agenda. Correspondents report that top on his priority list of action plans was national security, economy, agriculture, power, oil and gas, transportation, and education. In the manifesto exclusively obtained by correspondents, Tinubu said his objective is to foster a new society based on shared priority, tolerance, compassion, and the unwavering commitment to treating each citizen with equal respect and due regard. Here are 10 promises of the former Lagos State governor contained in the manifesto. So these are just highlights, by the way. Of course, an 80-page manifesto, a more detailed breakdown will be contained within. But the headlines, the high points of it all. Number one, build. So some of them are aspirational. It might well be. Number one, build a Nigeria, especially for our youth, where sufficient jobs with decent wages create a better life. Number two, manufacture, create, and invent more of the goods and services we require. Nigeria shall be known as a nation of creators, not just consumers. Number three, export more and import less, strengthening both the Naira and our way of life. I tell you what, I'll be buying more and more Naira now. I'll be topping up my account in Nigeria now, almost increasingly with everything that I can spare, because I suspect that you might well, anyway, I'll be doing that, and I recommend that you do that too. Export, because of course, if Tinubu comes in, the game changes. And if Atiku comes in, the game changes as well. If Peter Obi comes in, the game changes as well. So the game changes irrespective of who comes in. Export more and import less, strengthening both the Naira and our way of life. Number four, continue assisting our ever-toiling farmers through enlightened agricultural policy that promotes productivity and assures decent incomes so that farmers can support their families and feed the nation. Number 5, modernize and expand public infrastructure so that the rest of the economy can grow at an optimal rate. Number 6, embolden and support our young people and women, but I think a lot of it repeats what we may well have previously read. Embolden and support our young people and women by harnessing emerging sectors such as digital economy, entertainment and culture, tourism, and others to build the Nigeria of tomorrow today. Number 7, train and give economic opportunity to the poorest and most vulnerable amongst us. We seek a Nigeria where no parent is compelled to send a child to bed hungry, worried whether tomorrow would bring food. Number 8, generate, transmit, and distribute sufficient, affordable electricity to give our people the requisite power to enlighten their lives, their homes, and their dreams. Number 9, make basic healthcare, education, and housing accessible and affordable for us. Number 10, and most importantly, establish a bold and assertive policy that will create a strong yet adaptive national security architecture and action to obliterate terror, kidnapping, banditry, and all other forms of violent extremism from the face of our country. So that's Tinubu's blueprint. What do you make of it? So we're getting towards the end. So I won't read the rest of it in the fullness of it because I think people may be getting impatient to get into the conversation. I will fight corruption like Buhari. So this is where it gets comical. One of the top 10 criminals in Nigeria is telling us that he's going to fight corruption like another one of the top 10 criminals in Nigeria did. I will fight corruption like Buhari. This is the looter of Lagos being cheeky here. The All Progressive Congress presidential candidate for the 2023 election, Bola Tinubu, says he will fight corruption like President Buhari did if elected president. Mr. Tinubu made this promise in his campaign policy document unveiled on Friday by Mr. Buhari. We will continue the work of the current administration in reforming the civil service to fight corruption, reduce bureaucracy, streamline agencies, and decrease inefficiency and waste. So that is you see, so that is a more palatable definition of just a random blanket statement that I will cut the cost of government. And I've often said that all of the things that the Labour Party are promoting as their marquee stance, these are just satellite elements within a broader policy space for an administration that has a real intent and real seriousness. So the totality of everything, you are saying where they're going to find the money, you say, I will cut the cost of governance. What does that even mean? A total nonsense. Mr. Tinubu made this promise in his campaign policy document unveiled on Friday by Mr. Buhari. We will continue the work of the current administration in reforming the civil service to fight corruption, reduce bureaucracy, which is essentially to cut the cost of governance, streamline agencies, which is to say get rid of, because a lot of agencies are duplicitous within the Nigerian space. So you just get rid of for every necessity, there are about 7 agencies, if not 10, within the Nigerian space. It's just job for the boys. So just cut all of that, and there it is right there. We will continue the work of the current administration in reforming the civil service to fight corruption, reduce bureaucracy, streamline agencies, and decrease inefficiency and waste, the document reads in part. Many critics believe Mr. Tinubu is corrupt based on his shady I used to call it antecedent, until Alexander Gomez said it is antecedents. So many critics believe Mr. Tinubu is corrupt based on his antecedents or antecedents, as Alexander Gomez will have it, and believe his administration will further entrench official corruption. The former Lagos State governor has consistently dodged queries about the ownership of Alpha Beta, or Alpha Beta, a private company inserted into Lagos law to perpetually collect tax on behalf of the state for a percentage. Mr. Tinubu is believed to hold controlling shares in the company, which assumed Lagos tax administration under him and continued to rake in billions of taxpayers' money under an opaque system. Though Mr. Buhari touted waging anti-corruption war as a rider into government, his regime has been beset by several corruption scandals, which range from inflated contracts, certificate forgery, amongst aides, to illegal collection of from government coffers. In 2017, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Babachir Lawal, was fingered in diversion of 544 million naira fund meant to cater for internally displaced people in terrorism ravaged Northeast. Mr. Lawal was suspended after much pressure from the then Senate. So it goes on and on to give us instances of corruption within the Buhari space. So two more. I give you two more and then we come into the room. 2023 presidency, Obi article gets clear message as Buhari takes major step for Tinubu. President Muhammad Buhari is set to be unveiling the All Progressive Congress Presidential Campaign Council in the State House, Abuja. Correspondents report that the venue of the event was surrounded by armed security agents who have already manned the gates, making it difficult for even APC governors and others to access the place. During the inauguration of the PCC, the APC National Chairman Abdullahi Adamu noted that the official unveiling of the council put the ruling party on its way to victory as it crushes all opposition ahead of the 2023 general election. The video of President Muhammad Buhari arriving at the venue of the event was shared by presidential media aide Buhari Salau on Friday. I thought that was Bashir, something or the other. So that's that. I'm not quite sure what we're making of that. Let me just give you a little feel of the post Johnson Suleiman, and then we come into the room. Gunmen attack Apostle Johnson Suleiman's convoy, many killed. In an event that shocked many Nigerians, some unknown gunmen on Friday, October the 21st, attacked the convoy of Apostle Johnson Suleiman. The gunmen reportedly killed 7 persons, including 3 policemen. Correspondents report that Suleiman returned from a foreign trip and was headed to a destination in Edo State when gunmen attacked his convoy around Auchi area of the state. The news outlet reports that Suleiman's lawyer, Samuel Amune, who confirmed the attack, said the cleric just returned from a program in Tanzania, adding that he escaped death by a whisker. There's actually a little video clip which I cannot play you for reasons that it might well flout YouTube. He said he was returning from a journey and he had almost gotten on the shores of Auchi when some assassins attacked him. 3 of his police orderlies, amongst others, died. He traveled before and just finished a program in Tanzania day before yesterday. He was returning to Auchi when the gunmen attacked him along Sabingida down to Waraka area, and Auchi shares direct boundaries with Warake. So he had passed Warake and was entering the boundaries of Auchi when the attack happened. The attack came hours after the cleric asked on Twitter, "Who is God to you?" He said, "God is my waymaker, my bridge over troubled waters, the one that lays his chambers upon the waters, walk on the wings of the wind as a chariot, stretches forth heaven as a curtain. Who is he to you? So I'm not quite sure. Anyway, let's abandon that. That's Suleiman then. But what is he even doing with police orderlies is the question. So what is he doing with police orderlies? Okay, let's quickly acknowledge Alexander Gomez, of course, who has gone a bit excited with the return of the superchat, and he's gone all in, supercharting just to test the mic with that $100. And then it goes on to, so that was a super sticker. So let's just read out the super chats and then we come into the room. And of course, the buy the coffee function is still there. Welcome back, one man. Great platform, informative, educative, and intoxicating simultaneously. So that is Alexander. You know that even in writing there's an accent. When somebody writes something, sometimes there's an accent to it. And if you ever want to know Alexander Gomez's accent, it's always in his wordings. Welcome back, one man. Great platform, informative, educative, and intoxicating simultaneously. So, and here is Alexander Akashi, of course, testing that super chat function is fully functional. Super chat test 1, 2, 3. Welcome, everyone. Press like, share, and subscribe. So there it is. And the progressive tests the super functions too. And Alexander Gomez, he continues to delight in the super chat function. He goes, I appreciate every opinion on this platform. It's only an opinion and must not be misconstrued as facts. Be advised, as civility must be adhered to. Non-compliance might activate a deletion or outright ban. So consider yourself warned as we bring on the panelists. So thank you for the super chats to the people that have done that, and we continue to push for that by the coffee function. So all of that and all of them. So here they are, the mighty list, the list of the chosen 10, the chosen 9, I should say, because I make up the 10th one. So Des joins us usually from his truck. Kulata joins us almost certainly from a library somewhere studying statistics. Man of Prestige joins us in his ever colorful outfit. Solomon joins us all the way from Abuja. Saki, father. So there he is right there. The progressive, of course, the one that just nails it with reason and logic. Rational mind, I don't know. I just want to give up on this country. Yoruba Lokon, previously known as Thomas, and the mighty engineer makes up the list. So good to have you, gentlemen. So can you keep yourself mute, please? I think that might well be Thomas. So good to have you, gentlemen. Always a delight in your company. So straight to it and immediately to it. And let's take it immediately to the progressives if it's ready to go. Are you ready to go, the progressives? All right.
Yeah, one man, I'm ready. I just want to check if my network is okay on your side.
Oh, okay, it's fine. Do you need a moment, or shall we go now?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So I heard you in the backdrop of the earlier session that you were especially keen to discuss Tinubu's policy positioning. So he has presented highlights. So what are you making of them? Are they highlights to you or low lights, the progressives?
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. I just want to say from my side here, I want to say good evening to everybody in the house and to those on the comment section. And I hope we have a wonderful one tonight. Like I said earlier, I wasn't too impressed with the skeletal, I call it skeletal form of their manifesto. You know, I think they should have made it more informative. Like it should carry a lot of weight than what they've just released now. A lot of the things that I've been reading there is just like sketches and sketches, no proper information in there. Okay, I understand that he was talking about student loan, and I don't understand without a proper elaboration on how that is going to work. Then he talked about which other one? He talked about education in the aspect of education, but he has advocated for his people, not him directly. His people have been advocating for a free education when they go for interviews, when they are granting interviews on TV stations. But to my surprise, they don't have free education on the manifesto. All they have is like accessible education, and in terms of healthcare as well. So the thing is it's neither here nor there.
Is free education still something that can be promised in this time and age? And if you are suggesting it, up to what level? Is it up to literacy level or up to tertiary level? Can the country budget a free education really? Would that not be a
No,
false
no, no,
promise?
no. I would have, in terms of tertiary education, I prefer the student loan system, right? Because I still believe that in this age, at this age that we are right now, I would prefer government investing more in technical and vocational education rather than everybody rushing into the university. If you want to go to the university, then you should be accountable and responsible for the payment of that fee. But then it doesn't mean that children from poorer backgrounds should not be able to access university education if they wish to. So that is why I kind of support the student loan. But the problem I have with the policy in terms of the primary and secondary education is that they still haven't addressed the issue of out of school children. That is a big problem in our country. So if you look at the manifesto now, there's no way in that manifesto that addressed the issue of out of school children. So I made a suggestion on this platform last time, and I thought maybe that would have been a direction to go. So if there need to be some level of incentive to bring children back into schools. And this incentive should have gone direct to the parents to make sure that they bring their children into classrooms, so that we'll be able to reduce drastically the number of out-of-school children in that country. Because we talk about insecurity, one man. This is one of the breeders of insecurity. When children don't look, if you go to primary and secondary school, the chances that you have given yourself in life is about 50% already. So if you look at the people that are committing a lot of these atrocities that is going on in our society today, you will find out that overwhelming majority of them did not go to did not attend a senior secondary school level in terms of education. So we have to address that problem, and I did not see anything in that manifesto that addressed that out of school problem. And it talked about Tinubu when he was in Kaduna last time. He said something that I was really
progressive.
Yeah.
Check under the youth space. It's not under education. I think he addressed that under another section. If you're talking about the 80-page manifesto, I think that out of school children is addressed somewhere else.
All right, because I just look under education. I'll probably go and look under the side we're talking about. I'll go and check it later, see if he's still there. What was I? So he made two comments in Kaduna last time that I was really pleased with. I thought maybe it was really good, because in terms of finance, I think that was his own area of expert, and you can see when he elaborates on that issue in Kaduna, you can see that he was comfortable. That was like his home ground, his home turf. So he was able to analyze how he would bring a capital into the society for people to have access to finance. So, and I think that is the right way to go as a nation, because we as a society, especially in Nigeria, we have been starved. There's not enough capital in the economy, so a lot of people have to grind out resources from whatever means, if they want to maybe invest in businesses or invest in property or invest in any form of investment. Whereas you see over here, if you want to be a barber, you can easily go to the bank or go to a credit union, and then you apply for a loan, and they grant you loan. Then you can't open your barber shop. But back home, it's not like that. So when he was elaborating on those issues, I was like, okay, that is good. And then when you talk about climate change, how the West have to be responsible and try to help the poorer nation, I have been saying this for a long time, that these people, they've taken advantage of us. They've developed their society with cheap energy. And when you get to our turn, they are not asking us to go to renewable. It is not affordable for nations like us. So, and he made it clear at the time that those people will have to pay some part of that liabilities, some part of those damage. So, and I thought that okay, all of these things make sense. But then I was looking through the main 10 highlights of that manifesto, and I just didn't see anything out of all those things they were saying. And I said, what's going on with these people, man? You just talking, and then when it comes to present a manifesto, you just put everything in a skeletal form. It just didn't make sense to me.
Akim, would you not say that this is a growth and wealth expansion manifesto? It's almost like a silver bullet manifesto. It's a growth and wealth expansion manifesto, and within that growth and wealth expansion is a solution to all of these problems that afflict the Nigerian space, or the beginnings of the solution of, because if it does the electricity thing, that already it quadruples it almost instantaneously. Electricity alone, it will leapfrog Nigeria's economy from the 25th largest in the world to round about the 17th, if not the top 15. Just that one singular act, and then all of the policies around agriculture, that will frontally go to that insurgency, farmer herdsman clashes, and all of these spaces. So, and within that wealth generation, of course, all those education, because if there's sufficient wealth within the system, and does it not insulate really a lot of the problems that you are identifying? A growth and wealth expansion policy manifesto.
No, I think what I see in that manifesto, to be honest with you, is a manifesto that was carefully drafted not to offend certain people in the society, right? So let's take that issue of electricity that you're talking about. I know very well that somebody like Payemi talk about the centralization of the power grid, right? I know that there are people within the Tinubu camp that have actually talked about the centralization of the power grid. So if you look at this manifesto, it's talking about implementing the current form which the President Muhammadu Buhari regime is currently undergoing, expansion of the grid, upgrading of the grid. It's just talking about building on what is on ground. But if you look at what Show represented, Show talked about decentralization of the power grid. And I know that these Tinubu people, I've heard a lot of them talked about that same system. Even the National Assembly recently passed a bill to that effect. Everybody knows that that is the direction we have to go. States have to be able to generate electricity. Individuals have to be able to generate electricity. That is the quickest way for us to achieve what we want to achieve. Look at it, one man. Say if you're from Onitsha, you can go to the area of one of those big markets, right? And you take your investment into there. You can build a mini power grid and say, okay, I'm going to supply this market people electricity. So people who are doing business can say, okay, yes, they will have 24 hours power to do their business. So everybody will take resources, take whatever you can take back home and invest in that sector. But I'm surprised that they never talk about decentralization of that power grid. We have to go in that direction. But I just think what they tried to do was try to micromanage every part of their political parties just to make sure that everybody is on board. Because I was expecting that you will see a proper, bold, progressive manifesto from somebody like Tinubu, where you have a bottom to the top agenda, not top to the bottom agenda.
But I'm not sure why you would have that expectation, the progressives. Tinubu has never been left of center. He has never been, he's never been a social democrat. He's always been a capitalist. So it's a capitalistic somewhat of a budget that he presented.
Sorry, can I step in based on what one man just said, just briefly? Yeah, from a capitalist perspective, I am disappointed.
Right.
I don't see enough capitalists. I don't see enough. I see some PPP here and there. I see a lot of reliance on bank loans and all. but I don't see a lot of deregulation and privatization. That part disappointed me. I mean, coming from the other spectrum of progressive. So I feel the manifesto, in my opinion, what I wrote immediately after glancing through it, it is carefully calibrated and measured manifesto. So it's a disappointment on both sides of the spectrum. It's not satisfying me on the right. It's not satisfying progressive on the left. But what that means is pretty much a more realistic manifesto that can be achieved. So there's nothing bold or transformational in there. Is a plan that can be achieved. It's all encompassing, but it's not going to satisfy progressive. It's not going to satisfy me.
But rather than satisfying the progressives left of center leaning or your right of center leaning, does it satisfy the immediate needs of the country? Does it address what the country needs to address immediately and right now to stabilize it and bring it to a civilized space? Before then, we evolve from there. Does it address the most the pressing pain points of the country?
It does, but in a bit more tepid way. But let me let progressive continue.
Yeah. So that question to you. Yeah, go on.
One man, you see, I've always said this, like in a society like ours, right, where we talked about people selling their vote, right? So what will make somebody sell their vote? Serious poverty, right? Having to make a decision between whether you're going to feed yourself for that day or whether you're going to hope for 4 or 5 years, which maybe might not come to fruition. So people are making such decision every day. So I personally believe that it has got to that point now in Nigeria whereby that we have to have a transformative agenda. The United States, the New Deal by FDR, it transformed that country significantly. And when you see what the Labour Party did with the welfare and the NHS in the United Kingdom, transformation. So if you see what Lula da Silva did in Brazil when it comes to the welfare and the education policy, we must have a transformation policy, a revolutionist policy that would take people from that poverty stage out of poverty.
But you're not talking transformational. You are talking welfare-based. You wanted a welfare-based manifesto, did you?
Yeah, of course, we have to have a transformational welfare system to take people out of poverty, one man. Until we do that, we are not going to get to a point whereby people will start making decisions based on an informed basis. We are asking people to make a decision on their stomach situation at the moment. So we want to get people out of poverty and reduce the number of out-of-school children. We must do that within the next 2 terms. And if we don't do it, what is going to happen is that from 20 million out-of-school children, it will go to 30 million. So where does it stop? We can't allow this to continue. We have to get hold of it now and get a transformation agenda to reduce that number. And for me, I won't lie to you, knowing fully well that, of course,
the manifesto addresses both the educational space and the nutrition space, which are the key spaces for children. Nutrition and education. It was much captured within that manifesto.
Yeah, but this is what I said to you, is the manifesto was more to appease some certain element of the society. Because if you look at that, what you just said now, it's the same thing that President Mallam Buhari was doing with the school feeding program. Look, there are some states where you don't even know if that thing exists. So I don't want a school feeding program. Give the parents money to feed their children at home before they come to school. Forget about feeding them in school. Is
that not an incentive to come to school, knowing that you'll have at least 1 square meal?
No, if it was an incentive, why do we still have so much children out of school? That by now you'd have thought that everybody, 60-70% of those out of school people.
No, because it's a historical malaise now. It's not going to be solved in one cycle.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying.
Do you disagree with it as a policy to incentivize with food attendance?
Yeah, but that for me, I think that would have been later on, not now. It's not like I disagree in totality, but I think it's something that would have been in the future when the system itself had been addressed. Then we can say, okay, let's add this on top of it. But currently,
Can I come in? Can I say something?
Yeah, come in. Well, the people are dissing you in the comment
Yeah, I
section.
know. In fact, I wanted to change my name to Fractional Mind now.
Yeah, I thought that was another clever play of words. But
Yeah,
come in.
yeah. In fact, some days ago, I said to my wife, and I said, "They're coming out Fractional Mind." She was just laughing here.
No, I just noticed it now. But yeah, let's hear you.
Yeah. So you see, there's no way when it comes to this aspect that Tinubu is talking about, which
why are you playing Fulani flute?
Yeah, there's a humming voice sound coming from
from me.
Yeah.
Wow. It's very quiet while I am here. I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna have to sign in and sign out. Let me sign out and sign it back.
All right. Back to the progressives. Yeah. Okay. So
yeah.
if you are, yeah, go on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead with your.
No. I was going to say if we were to scorecard the manifesto, how would you scorecard it? One, and then in terms of what is in there that impressed and what was missing that you are disappointed with. So start from there. Well, just in a summary, what was in there that impressed, what was missing that you were disappointed with, and then give the totality of it somewhat of a scorecard.
Okay. One man. The main headline of that manifesto was security, was to tackle insecurity, right? So you go through that manifesto at the end, that insecurity part of it, and then you explain to me what they are trying to say. The only thing that he says there that makes sense was that he's going to take those police officers from those VIPs, take away police officers from VIPs. But then it's not replacing it with the the Civil Defense Corps. Why do we have to pay for rich men to have security? Are they not supposed to protect everybody? Why do you have security that are supposed to provide everybody, protecting, that's supposed to protect everybody, be protecting celebrities? No. What they should do, they should create a law establishing private security firms. People will create their security companies. They will train Nigerians, recruit Nigerians. If they want to harm them, harm them. If you need a doorman in your nightclub, you don't use a policeman as a doorman in the nightclub. You go and get a security firm to come and do the job. If you need, if you are a wealthy person, you need some form of security to protect you, you go and pay your money to a private security firm to come and guide your house. So we don't need to be putting the national resources to be protecting some private individuals. That securities, whether it's the NCDC, the National Defense Corps, or the Nigerian Police, or the Army, or the Navy, it's for everybody, whether you are rich or poor. That is one part of it. So I like the idea that they want to withdraw the police, and I wish they didn't even make any attempt to send the Civil Defense Corps to do the job. No, let people create a private security. This is how you create job. This is how you create job. Create a private security firm, and people will register private. They will register their company. They will employ Nigerians. They will train them in this security in the security industries, and then these guys will have jobs to do. So that is one part. On the issue of security, it talks about retraining and increasing the wages. It's almost like what any average politician will tell you. There's no new innovation in that manifesto. There's nothing. I've looked at the 10 points of it. I'm not trying to be critical, or I'm not trying to be negative about it, but I would say I'm happy with what I saw there, because at the end of the day, the reason why I'm saying this, one man, whether we like it or not, I know some people will disagree. Either Tinubu or Atiku will be president. So, but you want to see the best of their policies. You want to see that these people actually brought out good policies. You can say, that, okay, fine. At least we can hold them to what they promised. But what are you going to hold Tinubu to in that manifesto? I just want to know.
Wait. There are a few areas that you can hold Tinubu to. Like, in healthcare, for example, he made some promises like primary healthcare a lot of focus on primary health care, then having primary health care in every local government, and each state will have, I can't remember what they called it, and each region will have like a massive healthcare centers. You can hold him on that. And also, even the security space.
Brother, you know very well that primary health care is being provided by the states. It has nothing to do with the federal government. State governors are building primary healthcare centers. That is being provided by the states.
The big part of it is reducing the big part that I like in it, even though it's not restructuring like that, but is the reduction in the funding to the federal. By moving more money from the federal to the state and the local, you shrink the size of the federal government, and then you can get more local development. That is a fundamental and outstanding part of this manifesto, because we need to shrink the federal.
I just told you that this manifesto was crafted to please some certain element in society.
I know it's not a bold manifesto. But the thing is,
what you just said now, who are the people that are going to benefit? The governors. They are going to benefit.
Wait. It's not just.
Sorry, Kolata.
It's not just governors.
In an earlier session, he's saying that he was going to direct funding more to the local government areas.
So, because it's both the local government and the governors, and then more autonomy for the local government. So, if they can pull that off, that will drop corruption down, and that will we will get more development, because development will be local. But my
brother, we know this now. We know all of these things. Who controls local government? Is it not the state governors? Governors can decide not to hold local government election in 8 years.
You have to. Those are part of the restructuring that needs to happen. You have to hold local government elections, and it needs to be independent.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. The manifesto is giving you something that doesn't even exist. How do you send money to local government when you are not in charge of local government in the first place?
Wait.
Yeah.
In the manifesto, there's a part about that addresses. There's a part about restructuring. The kind of like constitutional amendments that is targeting. It's not targeting trying to create regions or whatever. It's targeting constitutional amendment or changes bills that changes the distribution of funding for the federal. Buhari is already pushing that, changing it from 56% to like 49%. He wants to probably drop the federal funding down. So this manifesto, you may hate it. I don't like it because it doesn't align with some right-wing things I would like. But it is something you can achieve. It's actually a manifesto, even though it's incremental, it can actually achieve it. So if it's not a manifesto that you're going to read, that you'll be, oh my God, I love this. From a socialist standpoint or from a capitalist standpoint for me. But it is something that is a better execution of what Buhari is trying to do, and plus more. So the plus more.
Kulata.
Hold on, Solly. Do you think the manifesto, do you think is actionable? And that first,
it is actionable. It is. You see, boring manifestos are manifestos that you can actually execute well. If the manifesto is too flashy, like the kind of wish list I want or progressive ones on the other side, it's probably not going to happen. Like if he says, I'm going to carve out different regions, I'm going to do this to satisfy the likes of rational mind, then you know that that's BS. But everything is...
Look, I'm not saying... I'm going to quickly correct something. I'm not saying do this, do that, do that, do that. When you carve out a manifesto, right, you pick one thing, just one thing, and say, okay, this thing in my time in office, this particular thing, I'm going to make it a transform. I'm going to transform it from where it is now to a different stage. That is all. That is what you don't have to make everything transformation. If it's like I said to you, number of out of school children, or if it's poverty you want to address, pick one thing and just make it bold.
Hold on, Kulata. The progressives. So he's giving you a list of 10, which is saying that is going to be the thrust of his administration. But if you were to pick 3 out of that list of 10 for him, which 3 would you say he should prioritize above all else?
I'll probably say he should privatize education. That is one. And then the issue of electricity, that's 2. Which other one again? Then the issue of that one is still fall under the education. Insecurity, yeah, obviously that is one of the obvious things, but I would be saying, but obviously you know that you have to work on insecurity. I'm just saying transformational agenda. What I'm seeing here, one man here, you know, when you say jack of all trade, master of none, you touch here, you touch here, you touch here, you touch here. At the end of the day, you are not changing anything.
But
You know, it's just
not,
like,
it's not no. You know, I've never seen a manifesto that will just on one singular item. It is usually a list of items, which is to say that this is the policy thrust of an administration, and then within that list, of course, they are not going to hit everything, but then it will be on a scale of priority, wouldn't it? And they will have to prioritize the ones that they feel would be most impactful immediately.
One man, listen. Listen. You see, if you live in the United Kingdom, it is one party that brought the National Health Service into the United Kingdom. A big bold transformation policy on healthcare.
Yeah, but that wasn't their singular manifesto in that cycle of election. But that was the priority that they gave. Yeah.
That was, exactly. So it was another party that brought the right to homes into the system, the Conservative Party. So even though I'm not a conservative in my kneeling, but I'm just saying, when you go into government, every now and then you must have a big, bold transformation agenda. FDR, the New Deal. Look at it, the welfare, the other form of progressive agenda that FDR brought to the United States. Just look at it around the world. You will see big. What we keep doing in Nigeria, you pinch here, you pinch here, you pinch here, you pinch here. After 8 years, we are still where we are.
Progressives for like FDR kind of plan. That's a massive spending plan. You have to borrow to be able to fund that kind of bold transformation that we can't afford right now. Because this plan, like brother, I was expecting you.
Where have you been for the past 8 years?
I mean, I'm talking about massive borrowing. We probably need to borrow double the level we have, like another $100 billion to be able to make a dent based on what you're talking about.
Yeah, maybe we actually need to borrow that big to transform the country. Maybe
Do you think the money will go to the average Nigerian?
No. Sorry. Let that conversation take place, please. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe we actually have to go that big once and for all and just make it a transformational agenda instead of, look, from 1 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion, they will borrow, they will steal it. They'll borrow, they'll steal it. Before you know it, they've manned up the debt already. So if they are just taking the money once and then transform the system, then we would have been better off. At least we will see what they did with the money. But they actually mounted the debt without you seeing anything they've done with the money.
Okay, you see, there's some changes. There's some core changes, especially in the economy, in the fiscal policy that I'm seeing that I'm happy with. First thing is we're getting rid of creating our budgets based on oil prices. That's always been nonsense. Now our budget are going to be.
Did he say that? Did he say?
Yes. Yes.
So how is it going to be benchmarked?
It's going to be benchmarked based on what we're going to be spending, not based on what oil price is. Because oil price go up and down, then
you get the spending first, and then you look for the money later.
Yeah, you spend we're going to spend this amount, and this is what we're budgeting for, and this is what we're going to try and fund. Rather than saying oil is $50 now, is this? Then in the middle of the budget, you have to start calibrating. No sane country does that, and this is major transformation in our fiscal policy.
Sorry. Hold on. Pull back a little bit, Kulata. Sorry. Talk me through that so that I can make. Knowing that I'm a dumb man, talk me through that. So the Nigerian economy traditionally is benchmarked against the oil price, and then they set the oil price at a conservative oil price. And then they do their projections from there. But you are saying they are not going to benchmark it against the oil price anymore. They will come up with a budget, and then where does the money come from?
They will come up with a budget and look for every single way to fund that budget, irrespective of the oil price. Because if you come up with, this is what I'm going to spend for job growth, for infrastructure growth, then I will stick to it. But if you budget based on oil price, you always have to recalibrate your budget, and you won't be able to fund your budget when the price of that commodity moves up and down, up and down, up and down. So, like, what you will do is, I'm spending. So you're focused. I'm laser focused on spending, and I'm spending for growth. And this is how I'm going to fund that spending. Loan, this, that. And you do not like meander in the middle. You don't cause unnecessary inflation or unnecessary thing. You can project. You know, the biggest, I almost use a bad language. The biggest issue is if you cannot project, any company like has too much uncertainty. If a government or company has too much uncertainty, you cannot grow. But if you say, I'm spending this, buy, borrow, or steal, this is what I'm spending, and this is how I'm going to get it, then you know exactly how you're going to do. You know what you can achieve. You can plan. You can do everything. It's not you start the fiscal year, Fashola, you get 1 billion, then oil prices will go. You can't get 1 billion. You can't get that billion again to fund this, to fund that. Then they will now go and take small sukuk bond, build 4 kilometers of road, wait again till next cycle or till oil prices. That's nonsense. I mean, how are we going to grow that way? So I like that they're moving into, we're spending this, and that's how we're going to fund it model, which is more realistic, the way normal countries do budgeting. And another area is on the issue of on taxes, or on taxes and some other areas. They are trying to push that now to the states, and they're also trying to review a lot of loopholes. Of course, Tinubu is going to tax. I mean, he's going to increase taxes.
You know that's where the arguments will start with the Tinubu administration, because it's going to introduce tax right across the board.
Yeah, but it's not increasing the tax rate. It's all the nonsense I've been saying.
It's expanding the tax net.
It's expanding the tax net, and then they're now going to go for sin tax, what we call sin tax. They're going to use sin tax to fund healthcare. So they're going to tax beer, they're going to tax cigarette. I think they should include soft drinks too, because of people that get diabetes. But they're going to use alcohol and tobacco as part of the taxation that they will use to fund healthcare expansion. But healthcare, there's so much federal can do for healthcare. A lot of healthcare falls on states. But they're going to expand a lot of some federal presence, like all our federal teaching hospitals. They'll spend money on that to grow it. And I don't know, states will, if states get more money, hopefully states will be able to fund healthcare. But this plan is a workable plan. It's not an excitable plan. It's a workable plan. It has some...
My brother, can I just quickly come in before I just quickly come in 1 second. See, you see what you just said now, right? That on that healthcare issue alone, you can already see that there's an error there. Okay, we talk about a situation whereby the federal government still have federal hospital. First of all, you have to readjust or restructure the system. If you want to let that federal hospital go, let it go. What the federal government should do is be like a form of a regulator, then bring in an insurance-based system, subsidize that insurance for the citizen. They can go to any hospital and take care of themselves under the insurance-based scheme. Why do we still have federal hospitals? They haven't addressed that part of it. That is one. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
They are not going to have an itemized addressing of every single item. Now, hold on, Kolata. It is captured there. It says, number 9, make basic healthcare, education, and housing accessible and affordable for all. So within that aspiration is embedded what you would like to say.
Okay, maybe you don't want it itemized. Me, I want to see itemized. I don't want you.
How many page document would that end up being? That would be like a thesaurus.
So
no, at least when they say accessible and affordable, it could be anything. That is too vague. The language is too vague.
It's not vague. It's the headlights. Have you read the 80-page document?
There's a mandatory health insurance scheme that they're targeting 40% coverage of the population. That will be, for basic health insurance that everybody would do. They're targeting 40%. That's like a reasonable amount to cover. So that's kind of like takes care of the funding aspect of health insurance, like 40% of the population within 2 years. So I don't know, maybe they even want to grow it more, because within 2 years they have this National Health Insurance Authority Act that the objective is implementing a mandatory health insurance scheme. So it's the kind of way we have social security or whatever else we have. You guys have it in the UK. They will have it, at least 40% of the population they're targeting 2 years to be able to cover basic health. It's not like we're a very rich country, but this will move the needle. This will cover something. And they are talking about, I mean, you pull it together. So how it's going to get funded is also there. So maybe you did not read some of these details in there.
I haven't gone. I told you before. I said it's just the skeletal form that I've seen, and I've done
really. Read the 80-page one. The 80-page one has more stuff in it.
All right, we must move on from that space. So, round off your thoughts on that space. The progressives, give us that scorecard, and then I want to move you to another topic.
For me, I think I'll just say 4 out of 10. I'll leave it at that.
4 out of 10. All right, that's fair enough. So that's
maybe when I've gone into details, I might see one or couple of things that maybe okay, fine, but from the surface, for me, it is not. It is nothing impressive. There's nothing impressive about it. I will just wait for the OB one, or whether he will just go and copy United Nations or whatever. Is it United Nations? He said he wants to copy and put it there. I don't know. Look, with that one man,
the development goal that we forget to be bad. When we are talking about serious matters, let's not be mentioning that.
Progressive, stop throwing jab at Obi, okay, please.
No, brother, I'm just waiting. Look, see,
you
can see how disappointed I am. So I'm waiting for the other ones to see if there's anything that will jab somebody up. For this one, I'm not too happy with it. So that's the truth. So for me, it's not about Tinubu or Obi. I just want to see something that will say, okay, you know what, I'm encouraged. I like Showore's policies, but we all know that Showore is not going to win. So he's my man. I still like him, but I've come to that realization that it's either going to be Tinubu or Atiku. So, but then I want to see what they have for the people. But the one Tinubu has presented so far, I'm not impressed. I'm not going to lie to you guys.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. Is the lack of sense of irony is really what bothers me the most. It says, it was tough before we could get here. Obasanjo laments deplorable state of Nigerian roads after arriving late to convocation ceremony. So, I mean, apologies. Maybe I should have fixed the road. Maybe I should have built better roads.
After 8 years.
After 8 years plus another 3 or 4 as military something. Who gets the blame for every? Can you imagine the audacity of that man lamenting in Abeokuta, by the way, his own homestead? He's lamenting. Can you believe that, Akeem?
Obasanjo, that is so. When I talk here, sometimes I think Ajali Koko used to think maybe I just like the man, but I don't like him. To be honest with you, it's not like I just felt like he is one person that is just full of himself. This guy is crazy, man. He was there for 8 years, and then he comes and start complaining about road. What is wrong with our people, man? And then these people are shameless, they have no shame. And they'll come out in public and they will say some sentences with their naked eyes, Did he forget that he was president? Did someone not remind him that, Mr. Man, wake up, you was there from 1999 to 2007. We could mention a lot of federal road that was in deplorable state for that 8 years that Obasanjo was in office. 8 years. Are you talking the Lagos Ibadan? Let's just forget that one. You can criticize this Buhari government for everything, but this government have been the government that, in terms of infrastructure, they've done better than most of those presidents that we've had, most of those governments that we've had. They've actually put the money in that, though there's still a lot of the money, to be honest with you, but at least you can see 1 or 2 things that they've done. But when these people were there, at least, let me be honest, Goodluck Jonathan still tried, because that's a Benin or a road. Goodluck Jonathan, he actually constructed that road, so he tried, because that's the one that I know of. But During Obasanjo time, there was no road I could think of that was done that I could say, okay, I know about this road. It was constructed during Obasanjo time. I couldn't tell. Now the man is complaining about road. Listen, let's move on, Mama. Let's go somewhere.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? And finally, on the attack on Johnson Suleiman, any thoughts on that space? Now, I'm not quite sure if it was an armed robbery attempt or an attempt on his life, but he escapes. And it strikes me as a curiosity that often these high-profile people, they escape all these attempts. Nnamdi Kanu, Igboho, but about 7-8 people, though, lost their lives. And curiously, he had 3 police orderlies. So what are even police orderlies doing in his convoy? As you rightly said, he has sufficient enough to arrange his own security.
Yeah, but this is what I said earlier, right? So first of all, I'll just say my heart goes to those that have lost their loved ones in that incident, in that callous incident. We don't wish anybody to be attacked by harm gangs, regardless of whether you like Suleiman or not, whether you think good of him or not. It is not the wish of anybody, or it's not certainly not my wish for him to be attacked or for his life to be put in danger. And I just want to extend my condolence to the family of those men that were killed. But what can I say? It's not good. It's not good. It is one of those problems that we have, insecurity. Okay, so it could have been. If I say it could have been worse, then I think that's a bad word to say, because some people did lose their lives. So it's worse. It's actually worse for the family of those people right now. So we'll continue to pray for them, and then hope that those family find it in them and to be able to bear the loss. But with Apostle Suleiman and the issue of police securing these wealthy people, I've said it before. This whole things need to change. Okay, we have to change the way we do things in our country. Those policemen could have still been alive today. Maybe it would have been some members of private security firm that would have lost their life. But we still don't want that. We don't want to see people losing their life stupidly in that country. So the issue of insecurity, we have to take it serious. And taking it serious means that we have to address the issue of poverty, tackle it from grassroots, address issue of out-of-school children, tackle it from grassroots. For me, I'm not looking at my time. I'm looking at my children's time, hoping that Nigeria, by the time they grow up, Nigeria will become a country that them too can be proud of, even though they were not born in Nigeria. But still, I want them to be able to grow up and say, oh yes, my dad is a Nigerian. I'm proud to be a Nigerian. And before I leave this topic, I just want to say congratulations to our under-17 ladies. They are now in the semi-finals of the Women World Cup. They defeated the United States. Those of you in the United States, Nigeria have defeated you. So congratulations to those girls.
Yeah, where's Babati? Babati is a in-house American. But now, just before you go, what are your thoughts on that Johnson Suleiman? Because what is he all about? He's from your part of the world.
He's a man of God. I don't know what to say. He's a man of God. That's what he is.
All right. Is he really?
He's a man of God. You know, one man. You see, this is in the Bible, right? I always have this belief that a time will come, maybe another 10,000 years, they will write a new version of Bible. Don't be surprised if you see the likes of Apostle Suleiman in the Bible, the likes of Oyedepo in the Bible. You'll be
how about Odumeje?
Odumeje, you'll be Apostle Suleiman chapter 4 verses 15. When he said somebody went in the toilet in an airport in France. And then all of a sudden they found themselves in Germany.
Because will Stephanie Otobo be on that?
No. There's a way. The people that will narrate the story, there's a way they will narrate the story. It will be like it will be like Solomon with concubines and stuff like that.
My God, that guy! I want to do a session on that guy. The only thing is that he always strikes you down on YouTube. That's what he does. But thank you for kicking it off excellently, the progressives. Stay with us. Let's take the conversation to Saki Father, who hopefully is ready to go, because I'm quite keen to hear what his take is on the Tinubu's presentation. So Tinubu unveils his manifesto. Were you impressed, Saki Father?
Omar, he just acted exactly as I was thinking. Exactly as I could predict you. I know that today you are going to give people like us the floor, because
Of
you
course,
want us
now, because you are here to either savage it or commend it. That's the whole point. So savage it. Let's hear it.
Well, for people that are very, very fascinated with the use of English language, when you read the document, you'll be quite impressed, especially because the people that wrote that, I'll give it to them. They are quite a professional scribe, so to say, versatile scribe. That is how I would describe them. So for the poetic beauty and the diction, I would say they did quite a very good job. But now going into the details.
You mean it's good as a piece of literature, Abi? Look at this
No,
guy. You are a killer. You are a killer. Well, carry on.
no, what I'm trying to say in the first is that people that like that are very good with that like things that are very cosmetic and the use of English language. When they read that, they will say, "No, these people can write." They will be quite impressed. I will not criticize the manifesto so much. There are a lot of things in the manifesto that we are, if it is judiciously, meticulously followed, it's gonna make lead us to progress in Nigeria, sort of. I would say that, but when you read the manifesto very, very carefully and critically, it's like I would say there is nothing new, you know. There is nothing new there that we have not had before. You know what I mean? Sort of. There is nothing new there we have not had before. I would rather say the manifesto, it's almost very approximate. We can approximate it to the manifesto they had even in 215. All the things that were raised in the manifesto, were also raised in the manifesto of 215. So nothing much difference. So my take is that the only thing we should be looking at is the implementation. Let's not focus more on this formulation of these policies. Nigeria's problem is never to formulate
Do you think it's
policies.
achievable? Do you think the manifesto is achievable?
Some are achievable, of course. Some are achievable if the leader has the will, the political will to execute them without considering whose ours is gone. Things there are achievable, of course, and if that plan is followed, we have progress. So
Do
I
you
think
think it's transformational? Do you think it's transformational?
I don't know what you mean by being by that. Maybe I understand it to be maybe.
Will it transform the country if they implement it? Will it transform the country?
Of course, we'll record growth, but I don't know what you mean by transforming the country. Sort of, is it like making Nigeria different from
how it is now?
Of course, if there is growth, Nigeria, we will say we have progress. Of course, so if it is followed, we are going to experience progress. Of course, and that is the goal of every manifesto. Just like Article plan, if it is also followed, we will still experience progress. The only issue I'm telling you is not about writing; it's about implementing it. you know. When he was asked a question, how he's gonna tackle the issue of security in the past, I think he said something about mortgages, giving credits, and using credit system. I want to see that in the manifesto. I don't think I saw that. So showing that someone may say something, and that thing he said it might still be different from what the manifesto is saying. So
Shakimada,
yeah,
it's in there. It's there.
I don't
It's
think I
there
saw. Maybe I don't
for
think I saw it. So
mortgages. Did you guys
yeah,
read the
so
80-page version or which? I mean, I'm confused now because what I'm reading, a lot of all these
there
things
is
you guys are mentioning is there.
there is the 8 points agenda, and there is also the 80 page version. So
Okay,
that
I've only
80
read
page
the
version.
80-page version. I've
You
only
said
read the
what?
80-page. I only read the full version. I did not read the abridged version. I read the 80-page
All
version,
right.
and I can see all those things
So
there.
so my take is that the people that wrote that manifesto, they are very good figurative people that can write very well,
Sorry,
fascinating.
sorry, I beg your pardon, Saki Father, but Kulata, and I mean this in all sincerity, but are you normal?
Oh, me?
Yes.
For reading 80 pages. Shebi is
Who
just
reads
quick
it?
reading.
Who reads 80 pages of some random? Who does that? I'm not even.
No,
You
no, no,
must be the only person who does
no,
things
no,
like
no, no,
that.
no. There
How do
is
you
no way.
dedicate your time to be? And he read it though.
No,
He's not just saying he read it. He
no,
read
there is
it.
no way Kulata will read the 80 pages page
I,
by
I,
page.
I I
He read
skipped.
it.
I,
He
I
read
I read the
it.
You will
part I'm
just
interested in. I skipped the women
that's
empowerment one. I'm not a woman, and I
uh,
think the sports and entertainment part I didn't read it well, but I read the rest.
Mangui
yeah.
read it
So
too. Maybe I should go. You have to make. Don't make me read that thing. No, I don't want
You
to go
have
to
to
read
read
it.
it now because
Yeah.
a lot of vexation that I'm hearing. I'm like, but they talked about it here now. I mean, what is everybody reading that I did not read?
All right,
so
back to
Anyway,
you, Saki.
like I said, they have plan. If the plan is followed, Nigeria is going to progress. Of course, I don't expect less from them given this era. They should have a lot of professors that can put down things. And Nigeria is not bereft of people that can think and write these things. So the major problem Nigeria always have is the implementation. There is always a gap between the policy formulation and the policy implementation. And that very gap is so wide in Nigeria. So if there is any leader that can above all odds, close eye, implement his or her manifesto carefully, judiciously, meticulous, without fear or favor, it's going to take effect. So
Do you think
uh,
Tinubu has it within him to be that leader to follow through with his manifesto? Do you think,
ah,
one, in
I,
terms of
I,
capacity and political will, do you think he's the man?
of course, if he wants to do things without considering whatever, without considering his even being re-elected in the second term, if he decides to do that, he can do it. You understand what I mean? Because that leader should be a leader that doesn't even consider the second term. What he just after is, let me implement this manifesto from the first day, even if it is going to cost me my second term. I don't care. That is the kind of leader that will transform Nigeria. So as long as they will be thinking about, hey, let me be very careful, and let me not go into certain things that might be sensitive for certain region. Let me make them feel good. If we have that kind of, because of maybe so that I will be voted in the second term, then I don't think that the manifesto will be 100% implemented, and I don't think it will be followed like that. So that has been our problem always. So I want a leader that will just come in the first day and say, you know what, never again. We are here to make progress. No, but even if it is going to cost my second term, I don't care. Let me focus on now and start solving problems. You know, like he said, he wants to remove security people to VIPs. I expect him to do that on the face. I even expect him to start now to remove his own police people that are following him. You know, so it's like let him
I
lead the
don't think
way.
you can do that by law. I think the DSS assigned a retinue of security protocols to protect people, the presidential aspirants. I'm sure Peter Obi has a retinue as well.
Are you sure that they are signed or they request? Are you sure?
I think they are assigned. I would imagine that that would be the case.
I don't. I think it's a request. I don't think they are because if you say they are signed, what about Showore? What about Showore? What about this guy from SDP? Do they not qualify to be assigned?
No, they don't. Those ones are those ones. Those
But
ones. I'm not.
they are
For my
presidential
record.
candidates.
Huh?
They are presidential candidates.
All right. I like to
So
imagine that. Yeah. Wakari.
yeah, I give it to people that wrote that manifesto. They have this way of putting things in such a way that they add some linguistic flavor and poetic beauty to their write-up, So people that like English like one word,
What about his policy
we
thrust towards the digital space?
I think it says something
Do you
about
think that?
crypto.
Yeah.
I think he said
No, no,
something
no,
about crypto.
no. I'm not sure it's necessarily crypto, but the whole digital economy, like a Silicon Valley IT-based sort of hub, so that
Of
Nigeria becomes
course,
That's
like
one
that.
of the
of
best
course,
parts. Saki,
of
that's
course,
one of
yeah.
the best part of the manifesto, that digital
Yeah,
economy.
of course. Any manifesto that doesn't have these issues of digital economy, I would not consider it as a good manifesto. It's obvious, it's inevitable. This is the generation, this is the world we are in. So we everything tech. That is what we should be focusing more on now. So
Exactly, father.
I don't expect them to do less.
Exactly, father. Why
Yeah.
is Peter Obi's manifesto?
Yeah,
Is it
no,
not yet out?
let's leave that for the moment.
No, of
So
course, he will still release. He has not released his manifesto. He will still do that. And I'm
yeah, no,
thinking
yeah,
that maybe,
and when it does, we will interrogate it here as well.
of
But
course,
let's stay within the Tinubu space. What about his thrust in the agricultural space? Saying that it was going to be policy guided, and he's always been speaking on food security, building silos, and guaranteeing food price. What do you think of that as a policy position?
yeah, that's good. It's not also different from what they had in 2015. So these policies are there. So it's nothing much different. Yeah, like I told you, these people, all of them have good manifestos. But I want somebody that we do as he has said. Let him start from the first day. Forget every political under to reach. Focus on making the people happy. Do it as you've said. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. It's not about saying I can come and tell you I will do this, I will do this, I will do this. Kulata here can give you 20, 50 economic policies that will be very, very transformative. But the issue is when he goes into when he takes the power, will he have the political will?
It's only his antecedents that can tell you that. Now you can only look at his body of work
Said what?
Huh?
No. Lagos as a state.
Mm-hmm.
Lagos as a state. Remember, the Lagos state has well enlightened, educated populace. You understand what I mean? But when you come to the Nigerian space, you will still be talking about some people who might even think that certain policies you are putting on ground negates their religious practice, even when the policy is correct. So when you now come to that larger Nigerian space, you have to also battle with people who are religious sensitive, you know, who are ethnically, you know.
But Lagos surely within the Nigerian paradigm is the best preparation because
No, but Lagos,
it's a mini Nigeria, is it not? The
understand
every
what I'm
mix of
telling
all
you.
of these things.
No,
Yeah.
understand what I'm telling you. The traditional Lagos is traditionally Yorubas. Those are the indigenous, right? And these Yorubas are enlightened, educated. For you to even come to Lagos
Lagos is a micro Nigeria. It's a
no,
micro.
what I'm trying
There
to
are
say,
6,000 people coming to Lagos every single day. It's a
what I'm
micro
trying to say
Nigeria.
is, for you to even come to Lagos to do business, to live, to work, you know, I will see you as someone who has had some level of exposure, some level of enlightenment. You know, someone who is almost what I would say open to the world. You know, someone that is no longer, you know, so much bent on certain primordial sentiments. So, but in the Nigerian space, there are these sentiments too. You know, there are policies you might put in place, though that kind of policy might be correct or right policy, but certain regions or certain religious, you know, fanatics might see it as, no, why would this person do this? You understand what I mean? So it might also affect your chances for the second time. So this is why, but like this guy when I was talking before, progressive, I remember he said that certain part of the the manifesto, he's not comfortable with that, but maybe he was doing it that maybe Tinubu was doing it to at least to favor certain, like, to, how do I put it now, to make sure that certain people are not offended, you know. So that is the problem we have in Nigeria. So that is where political will comes in. And I give Obasanjo that, you know. I give Obasanjo that. So that's where the political will comes in. That's my take there, you know.
All right.
So the
And to give
digital
it,
space, the digital space is inevitable. Every manifesto should be able to address that. So it's a very good place. Everybody knows
because
that.
that's a low hanging fruit. It's easily achievable. The Nigerian space is prime for it. The Nigerian
Yes, of
population
course.
are talented in that space. And all they need is the enabling environment and the infrastructural encouragement. So
Yes, of
it's a
course.
low hanging fruit, you know,
Of
and
course, of course.
it brings so much wealth. But
Of course.
yeah, so a scorecard then for the what's your scorecard for the manifesto, Tinubu's manifesto?
Will it be easy to say? I don't think it will be quite easy to say, but uh, maybe give 6.5 out of
All
10.
right. All right, that seems more reasonable than Akim's for, but that's Akim's opinion. But let me take you to the space. Then I was somewhat, I took umbrage to this. It was tough before we could get here. Obasanjo laments the deplorable state of Nigerian roads. So what are you making of that? Is it trying to be cute? What's going on here?
You said, okay, about Obasanjo's comment.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
clownish. Obasanjo is clownish. Well, it's a paradox for people like that. They should complain, but should they complain more than I should do? We should be the ones that complain quite well, you know. Yeah, but
If
since 19
Obasanjo is complaining about Nigerian roads, then who do I complain to?
yeah, yeah,
And who is he complaining to?
but since 1999 till today, Nigeria should have gone beyond talking about things like road. You know, since 1999 to today, the problem we have is continuity, which I think Buhari tried in terms of continuing projects. I don't know about maintaining roads that are already existing. I don't know how he fared there. You know, in terms of continuing a project that was not completed, I think Buhari tried in that very sector. So, but it's somehow that Nigeria, as rich as we are, we are still characterized by several baffling paradoxes. There are things we should not be talking about in this era. Talking about roots, we don't have roots. These are simple things. African countries like Togo, Rwanda have been
Even
able to
Uganda, if you see the roads in Uganda, you will marvel.
yeah, so well, man, it's quite Nigerian story is really distant. When you think about Nigeria, you think about
It's depressing.
a set of inconceivable paradoxes. It is a paradox that Nigeria is a very rich country full of poor people. And if you consider the poor people in Nigeria, they are the happiest poor people in the world. So you are poor, but you are happier than other poor people in other world. Because I'm telling you that if there are certain countries you will see this number of poor people we have, that country by now must have broken. But for Nigeria to still stand till today in the presence of these police, it shows that our poor people are still the happiest poor people in the world. So to say.
Fela
So there are
Kuti said it best, suffering and smiling.
yeah, something like that. So it's quite there are things I don't expect our leaders to be but like let me add to what this guy said. He was saying that Obasanjo tried his best to, I would say, he did some roads. At least I can remember in Southeast, he was the one that constructed the Onitsha Owerri Port Harcourt road. But that very road is messed up now. I don't know whether Jonathan maintained it. I don't think he did maintain that road. So that road is bad quite now. So the another major problem we have is maintaining roads. It's not about constructing. If I think they have these federal government agencies. Is it FEMA? Federal?
Yeah,
Is it
something
Federal
like that.
Road Management Agency? What is actually their job? Because I don't know whether they actually do their job. Because one problem is you've constructed the road. If the road start getting bad, if it's not like maintained, maintained constantly, it will degenerate to a level you cannot manage it again. So that is what has been happening to most of the roads in Nigeria. So if he's complaining, he's laughable because we should be the one complaining more than he's complaining. So that's my take there.
Back to the Tinubu Manifesto space. What are you making of the absence of Oshibanjo, Amechi, and quite a number of the aspirants during the primary?
Oh, were they absent?
Yes, they were. But Buhari was there, and also to Buhari almost guaranteeing that he said he was going to be very frontal in the campaigning. So what are you making of that as well?
I don't know. I wouldn't say that to see, but I don't know. I don't know why they should be absent. I don't really know, honestly. But we might perceive it as maybe those guys are feeling somehow. But I think by now they should have accepted defeat and carried on. Life has not ended when you are defeated. They should just carry on and accept the defeat. I don't know why Amechi. Maybe if you say Osibanjo, people are saying maybe because of Muslim ticket, Osinbajo being a pastor, he might not want to have some backlash. I don't know. This is a conspiracy theory, sort of. But someone like Amechi, can we say the same about him? I don't know why he has not been showing face all this while. But in my view, I think the primary election is gone. They should just accept defeat and carry on, support the party, work for the party. That is your party. If you think you can no longer work for the party, you quit. That's the way I see it. But you cannot bear grudges when you have been primaries have gone, months ago. So I don't expect them to still bear grudges. But also, I don't know how Tinubu, if truly they are bearing grudges, I don't know how Tinubu has been able to manage the space. I don't know how he has been able to manage the space. But I don't think Tinubu is managing it the way Atiku is managing weakest space. But for me, I would just have. What about this guy, Bakare? Was he on the unveiling?
No. Bakari.
What about Fashola?
No, Fashola would have been there, but they didn't especially mention him. But they said if nearly the full complement of the party was there, outside of the people that were not there, and they notably not there. And what especially struck was that the unveiling was done at the State House. So Osinbajo had no reason at all not to be there.
In that sense,
It was right in front of his house is where it was being done. So he had
and
no reason at all.
And if Osinbajo traveled, the whole Nigeria would know that he traveled.
Yeah, no, he was there now. He was peeking through the curtains, looking at people coming and going. Like a
I don't know. I don't know. But what I know is that if Osinbajo comes open, he will have a lot of criticism from especially
do
from
you think Osinbajo might do you think he might well suffer some sort of backlash for this stance that he's taking? And I don't think he's taking any stance on religion. I think it's sour grapes, a sore loser. Do you think
why should he feel like that if it is not about the Christian combination? I mean the Muslim combination. I don't expect him to feel like that. The primaries is gone. The primary is gone. You should go back to who you are before the primaries. That is what I expect most of them to do. Accept the defeat. You can't change the situation again. There is no way you can.
You know what I think, Saki Father. I think the drop. I think the drop was too deep for him. I think the drop down was too deep for him. I think he has had the assurances both within the presidential space and from his spiritual leaders that who's eating food, and from his spiritual leaders that he's certain. They've given him so much assurances that he has then allowed himself to believe that it's almost a guarantee that he was going to get it. And on that day, there was just this ricocheting of echoing voices, don't step down. And he was preening and peacocking, thinking he was about to stab the final blow in the back of Tinubu. And then everything just fell apart. Man after man, can you imagine how his heart was sinking? And then obviously, off the back of Tinubu's victory, he publicly humiliated him when he just disregarded him until Gbajabe. So I think it's consumed, and it looks like a somewhat of a vindictive man as well, Osinbajo.
But Osinbajo is a pastor. He should let these things. What has he been preaching as a pastor? Let all these things go. Let me tell you, it's a situation you can no longer change. There is not even if you continue to wail from today to eternity, the primaries has come and gone. We cannot reverse it. The presidential candidate is already taking his way. So why don't you do this? Either you continue to support the party which you have always been member of, or you take a decision to leave the party, and maybe that's what I would tell people like which maybe for Osinbajo it's going to be very difficult to do. He's the vice president, but I don't expect him to bear that deep-seated grudges. But at the same time, like I told you, it also depends on how Tinubu has managed the space, especially for that public humiliation that very day. So it depends on how he has been able to manage the space. Because take it or leave it, Osinbajo, he was actually humiliated that very day, publicly, but Tinubu should manage the space very well. They need to make amends and carry on. They are brothers, they are Yoruba, so they should speak in the.
Because
Do you know what I think?
yeah, go on.
Thank you, Father. I think
Yeah.
Osibanjo is trying to kind of shift away from anything concerning Tinubu's administration in case Tinubu wins, because he knows that Tinubu is gonna be the worst thing that was gonna
No,
happen
please,
to
no, he
Nigeria.
doesn't know that
That's what
now.
I think.
He governed with Tinubu for 8 years, so why would he think that?
That's why he knows him better. He knows him.
Come on, man. We were having such an elegant conversation, but let's not
I
go in
don't
that
think.
direction. Yeah.
I don't think he will be. Osimhen will be thinking like that. I don't think.
No, see, that's Unzo
But the only thing I'm saying is maybe that thing that happened that day, he has not been happy about it. But like I said, it depends on how Tinubu has been able to manage that matter. You understand what I mean?
And Tinubu does need him, because even though Oshibanjo does not have a real condensed electoral base, he has electoral appeal and he has good articulation, and people like him. He has charisma that people want
Yeah,
to.
of course.
So
Of
if
course.
Tinubu can get him to speak once or twice in glowing terms about him, that certainly adds more than, so he should try and get him on board if he can.
Yeah. What about the wife of the president? Was he available today?
No, well, I'm not sure if she was there or not, but she has been campaigning, as has the daughter, by the way. What's her name?
Yes.
She has been campaigning as well for Tinubu. But then go on.
So Tinubu needs Tinubu needs Osinbajo. Osinbajo should give him support. But like I said, I don't know. We don't know what has happened in the backgrounds. I don't know how Tinubu has been able to has been able to handle the situation in their private times. Unlike the one of Atiku, if what do we call it? If Wike has not been a loquacious type that talks openly, maybe by now we may not have known what has been going between him and Atiku.
Can I say something?
All right, land that thought, Saki, and then we go to we hear from HO. Land your thought.
Yeah, she can talk.
All right, HO, good to have you. Let's hear from you. Let's hear from HO.
Una, my brother, sometime, make I go pidgin.
Okay, now maybe we go there.
Sometime una they talk. Una they talk like say, because una dey Western world, una dey comfortable. The thing when they happen from home, they pinch una. And it breaks my heart. And as a mother, I refuse to accept this una discussion. You know why? When I was growing up, I hear say children are the leaders of tomorrow. When I was growing up, I hear say things go better for that country. I don't get one gray hair. Children not be leaders of tomorrow, I see. Things never better. My grandfather, my papa tell me, say they tell and say, children are leaders of tomorrow. My grandfather died, children not become leaders of tomorrow. My papa turn, they tell and say, children are leaders of tomorrow, and things go better. In his time, children not be leaders of tomorrow. And things not better. He passed that says longer to me. Things go better. Children are the leaders of tomorrow. For my very crow eye, things not better. Children will be the leaders of tomorrow. Every day when I see what they happen. This Western world when we dey, animal get right too. Chicken get right. Pussycat get right. Dog get right. You no fit kill am anyhow. Even there for rifle, when I go do my social work for old people home, there they waka for road like cow, malu, they waka for road for Nigeria. You no dare kill am. If you by mistake use motor run kill them, you know, as well we sabi bushmeat reach, you no fit come that say you go carry am as bushmeat o, you go for jail. Then if you no get license for gun, you no fit go hunt for here. And even when you get license for gun,
sorry, Eto, you are drawing a false equivalency there.
Wait, let me finish.
Do you know? Hold on.
Wait, now give me a chance. I am building up a case.
All right.
Here, even when you get license for gun, when the season not reach for you to go hunt, you can't. Now, let me now take it back with what I just analyzed. Back home. Did you see that the human in us, he don't die? With a key human being. Not even as they key foul. The humanity in us is dead. That is why we will kill anyhow. And who made it to become like this? Now these people want to discuss. Now they make us to become who we are today. The political jagabans, the oppressors in that category, and this on fake religious leaders from Muslim tradition and all, and from some so-called stupid, idiotic kings, igwes, and some so stupidity chiefs from all the localities. They made us to be who we are right now. They thief all of us destiny. And even the pikin when they never born for Nigeria, they don't already thief in destiny. And in place of it, they give us hopelessness. Hopelessness that is deep inside the valley.
All right. Sorry, we don't want the full compliment.
Please, man, let me finish.
But take us there quickly.
I'm begging you.
All right, take us there quickly, though.
So they gave us hopelessness. In the place of hopelessness, the heart of the young ones, they are now angry, and they turn the country to what it is today. And you people are here talking, relaxing about those who stole everything from us, that they should come to power. I'm not saying that they not come to power, but there are two options we have right now. Peaceful revolution by ballot. If that does not happen, because they refuse to allow the will of the people to come to pass, bloody revolution is a sure banker. Because currently, we are sitting on a time bomb. The only thing we never let us blow. Now, because the little hope when they get for Obi, but for Obi, I not trust them into na chameleon. But I get only one thing for him. If the people gravitate to him because they trusted him, and he can't enter, he can't tell me, say, he not go probe, then I lie in talk. Because I pass one message to Obi today, I be don't pass and to that for one platform, and I'm passing that same message to him. And I said, Peter Obi, if Nigeria are your company, And you give out to people since 1960, may they help you run. And all of them thief. You can't get opportunity now to come manage that company by yourself. And you know all of the people when thief your company, you dry. You can't get them back. You won't tell me, say, you not go collect your money back. So, Obi, if you win by the will of the people, and you can't enter, I say it is a must. You go collect our looted property from 1960 till date. If you refuse, I, Hannah Ejebare Obukoko, the Deborah of her time, who has been given a mandate for this season, I will lead the protest. I will come to Nigeria. My brothers and sisters, home and abroad, they will back me up. And the blood of the innocent that has been killed and their spirit, they are fully behind me. And they will back me up. And we will get all you people have stolen from us. The only way we will not get it, make all of them begin a return now, one by one. We go forgive you, but we will still go jail for small. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rachel. Always well put. But just to address, you know, the will of the people is going to be the will of the people, and this upcoming election, there's a good chance that it may well reflect the will of the people. And if the will of the people is for Atiku or Peter, hold on. No. All right. No, you are not the one that is going to determine the will of the people.
See, let me happen. You think I don't know their secret plan? I get everything. I follow the bumper to bumper. All their secret meeting of rigging election, they are in my palm, and I'm watching them.
I listen to you speak, Rachel. Maybe extend me the same compliment as well. You know, what I'm saying to you is that the will of the people is going to be reflected in the ballot.
No, it is rigging. If APC win, if PDP win, it is rigging. That is not the will of the
people. So only if your candidate wins, that's the will of the people.
Obi is not my candidate. Oh, if you want, make I tell you my candidate.
Yes. Okay, all right. All right. But if I was casting a vote in Nigeria, I would either be voting for Atiku Abubakar or Tinubu.
Because
hold on. All right. If you won't let me speak, then
you enjoy them. If you look back, they have offered us nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. Abubakar put us in darkness after spending $16 billion. Abubakar put us in darkness by selling
no. Hold on. Can you hold on? Oh, madam. No. Please. No, please. Can you bring it down? You know, we are having a conversation here.
No,
no. Let's keep the yeah. Hold on. Can you when I say hold on, then please do that.
Okay, no verse.
No. Just hold on. Let's keep the pitch a conversation now, and also let's have the space to have a conversation.
Okay. Please let me explain two sides of me. Okay.
All right.
My one side of me is a warrior side. Right. My grandfather is a warrior.
Okay. As was mine. Mine was too. So yeah.
No, I'm just telling you so that you understand me. One side of me is a warrior side. Okay? And I am in with a regalia of warrior when it comes to that. So one side of me, now me, that one when it starts gently. Okay? But me, I am equipped and I'm mandated for a war against the against the oppressors of Nigeria, both in the religious realm and the political realm. I have been hiding. I have refused to take this journey, but I couldn't because for 1 good year, I locked up myself. I was begging God to kill me.
No, I won't say
I'm just telling you.
But one man, what is going on here?
I don't know. No, but please settle down, Thomas.
I'm only just explaining to you so that you will know where I'm coming from. My brothers and sisters are not versed, okay? I'm only telling you. So when I go into that angle, you should know that is my warrior talking. And then when I come to this side, this is me. So don't be angry with me, my brothers and sisters. You don't see what I see. You don't know what I know. You have
God
not
bless
gone
you. God
before God
bless you, my
for
sister.
1
Thank you.
year asking him to kill you or give you something
No.
to do
God
the
will
work
not
when he
kill.
gives you.
God will not kill you. God will take you to a better place instead. But what I was trying to say was that the ballot will determine what the will of the people is, and I was citing myself as an example that if I had a vote, that vote will either be going in the direction of Atiku Abubakar or Bola Tinubu, and for no other reason than because I am infinitely impressed by Tinubu's performance in Lagos, both when he straddled the space and how he has sequenced the remodeling of that space till date. So that in itself is enough to tell you that this is a man that has a can-do attitude and has a superior brain. And I'm also impressed by the sort of action plan that Atiku has articulated in his mission statement for the country. So that impresses me too. So if I had a vote, so I will be casting that vote either in those directions. I would not be casting it in the direction of Peter Obi, who offers nothing, and then in his antecedents, there is nothing to vest confidence in. So you cannot say that if APC or PDP win, it will be rigging, because I speak for myself, but I don't stand alone in that thought. There are others that share that space. And when they're saying that the future belongs to the youth, necessarily by virtue of life cycle, the future always will belong to the youth. But that not necessarily means that when they are young. So Tinubu was a youth once.
Wait, a manifesto that is not written by them, but is carved together by youth for them to present, and they are presenting it to us, and we are saying yes, they know what they have on ground. No. I am a social worker by profession. So we look at things from holistic approach. If I want to investigate a matter and handle it, I do it from the beginning to the end. So if I see the problem of Nigeria and I want to handle it as a presidential candidate, I will sit down and pick them one by one and analyze it. Then I will be able to profess a solution. But when people do that for me, that is not a manifesto. That is what they be doing years upon years.
No,
Because they are not the one behind
no,
it, they
hold on,
cannot
no,
do
please,
it.
please. I think you are mistaken in that. A manifesto is written in collaboration with the principal. So Tinubu is an accountant, so he's not an IT man, but he has an ideology in that direction. So in terms of his ideological thrust, IT experts will craft a policy position around that. He is not a farmer, but he has an ideological thrust in that direction. And in terms of his ideological thrust, farmers will craft ideologies, and that so no one person will sit down and write a manifesto for a country, because all of these pain points of that country can never be one person's area of expertise, but they have an ideological thrust, and then the best experts they can get in that field will craft, in collaboration with that principle, a manifesto position. But I thank you, H.O. Let's progress the conversation, and let's move it in the direction of our man of prestige. But on our way to man of prestige, let's acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. I think people are somewhat excited by the return of that function. Ayo uses it to say, one man, the most talented presenter of his generation, Okunrin Ogun. So thank you, but that's a qualified compliment. Why not ever? Why just of a generation? Why not ever? You should have said ever, then I'll be even more impressed. But thank you, Ayo, for that. And engineer joins Ayo in that space, only to really super chat to applaud H.O.'s impassioned contribution. He says, Mama on fire. Can we allow her, please? So thank you. Yes, we did allow H.O., and I think we had a full feel of what she was trying to get across to us. She wants a paradigm shift within the Nigerian space, and she's somewhat alarmed that we're still discussing all of the people that she feels has brought us to ruination. So I think we get the gist of that. And from the gist of that, let's go to the gisting from Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige.
Oh man, are you skipping me?
I'm not skipping you now. I mean,
okay.
Go ahead with the guy in one man.
All right. Let me go to Des. All right. Let me go to Des then. So let me come to you then, Des, and to you then, Des, and to the conversation. Tinubu's manifesto, yay or nay from you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I say Tinubu manifesto today. I think it's 30 minutes standing up and basically reading out what professors wrote on the book, a well-written manifesto, and which I feel that it's basically most of what he's saying is almost what Obi has been saying all this while: production to consumption. I mean, consumption to production and all this stuff. So that's basically what some of the stuff he's saying. But it's all good. It's all good. We are still here, and anyway, and that manifesto, I don't think he's even looking at one of the main issues. I don't even think he talked about one of the main issue that Nigeria is having, which is disunity. He didn't even mention anything about disunity. Which baffles me. Like, how would you be in Nigeria and you don't recognize that Nigeria is drastically disunited? I mean, more than we have ever been. I don't see how your manifesto doesn't cover that. But apart from that, I think the professor that wrote it, he wrote a very good manifesto, which I don't even think.
What do you mean the professor that wrote it?
Of course, we all know that is a professor that came together and write that manifesto for him. Without that manifesto, what has he been saying with his heart? If you listen to Tinubu before, without reading what he's reading now, is blabbering. Like, he's basically blabbing, saying all sort of what you can't even understand.
Is Peter going to write his own manifesto by himself?
I mean, if you
with his,
when the manifesto comes
with his
out,
third class from Nnamdi Azikiwe.
What I can guarantee you,
does it even have the English to write a manifesto?
One man. What I can guarantee you into Peter Obi's manifesto, that if it comes out, it's gonna be almost what he has been saying. It's gonna.
What has he said?
He's been saying all this stuff. When Tinubu is saying electricity, I'm like, how would he be talking about electricity? This is a man that's gone to Egypt and studied, and you're telling us you're gonna
wait. Nobody's supposed
to.
Are you saying Peter Obi identified electricity as a? What are you? Sorry.
No, I'm talking about Tinubu talking about increasing the megawatts, what Nigeria is producing right now, and how much we are distributing and all that shit. I mean, it's like I said, it's what professors have written out and narrated, and Tinubu doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't. He basically doesn't know what it's
5 seconds. Is increasing electricity exclusive to Peter Obi?
I'm saying
increasing power generation. Is it exclusive to Peter Obi?
It's not exclusive
that
to
trip
Peter
to
Obi.
Egypt.
Did you identify electricity as a
it's
crucial?
Not exclusive to Peter Obi. I'm just telling you that the fact that this man that is reading this stuff up until now, he hasn't even said anything about these things.
He hasn't.
Except he hasn't, and we know that.
He has been talking about it since 2001.
What are you? Come on, we're talking about this election. He hasn't said anything about these things he's saying, except
that has been his policy position since 1999. Do you know anything about Tinubu?
Are you now comparing Lagos to Nigeria? As in what he's doing in Lagos, you want to put it to Nigeria? You're talking about being a Nigerian president. So what are you talking about?
All right. All right. All right. I was
Since the
hoping for him.
campaign started,
All right.
he hasn't said anything except what is written to him today.
All right.
That he
Okay.
stood 30 minutes and started reading it out.
All right.
But actually,
Let him just do
one
it.
No,
I think he's going to
there's
do
something I
like
wanted
they
to
shake,
tell you
like they
about
shake.
Lagos.
All right, go on.
No, there's something I wanted to tell you about Lagos.
Yeah, go on.
The time I started seeing very much transformation in Lagos, I will say, I don't know, I might not be correct.
Was under Fashola?
No, under Fashola, because that was the time
Right,
I saw. No, that was time I saw massive. What do we call it? Demolitions, like Eleganza Company in Lagos. I think about 2008 or thereabouts. So I think Fachola did things that are quite transformative, sort of, I think Lagos
Sanke
took
father, you know who I'm pitying in the future politics is, I think all this Fashola them. I pity them because now Tinubu is using their 8 years of governorship to campaign.
Right.
As in, when it gets to Fashola, so when Fashola wants to run, what is he going to use to campaign?
Fashola is
What?
not
I
going
don't
to
even
run.
How would you say that?
Because
Fashola
he
is not
has
gonna
told us
run.
that he's
Come
retired
on.
from politics.
I mean, no.
Can I
We
say
know
something?
Do you
that
even
is a
know
lie.
anything about this space? Sorry,
we know that is a lie.
are you contributing beyond some like Agbado?
Wait, can I say something,
Hold
please?
on, please, Echo. Des, we want a nuanced conversation, not those Biafra space things.
It's not.
Please.
I'm not saying it in the sense of Biafra. I'm
No,
saying
just
it
we want
in a
look. You
political
see,
Wait, my
like you see,
brother, let me come in there.
can you hold on, please,
Okay.
Echo? You heard Saki's father's contribution and Akim's contribution and Kulata's interjection. So that's where we want the conversation. We don't want it that where it is as a primary school. We want to the policy pace is where we want to be, not this
But
Agbado.
I have explained the
Don't do
policy space to you,
and it's like the shaking.
and I have explained the policy space to you that
Yeah.
it's a well-written manifesto.
Right.
It's nothing wrong. The only thing short in that manifesto I already told you is the disunity. That is the only thing short in it. But if you're talking about if he's gonna, it's actually the case of who is gonna implement all these manifestos being shown by show. I mean, who has the will to implement it? That's actually the case. It's
Right.
not
But
about.
okay, so let's go there. Who has the capacity and the antecedent to implement it?
One, I'm gonna tell you who doesn't have it, and I'm gonna give you an instance. Tinubu, for one, doesn't have the antecedent.
Right.
I mean, the last guy, I think on your last show, I don't know what's his name. Is it forgotten his name? But
Right.
he was talking about Tinubu being one of the richest man in the world, and he doesn't need our money and all that bull
That
crap
was
shit.
no, that was Alexander Gomez.
Alexander Gomez.
Go on.
I heard it. I'm like, what? This is what they sold to us. Like when I was young, this guy has money. He doesn't need,
So you
that's
think
what they
Tinubu is
sold
coming
to
there to
us.
steal money, Abi? Is
Still,
that?
Can I say
it's
something?
the fact and the truth. Lagos,
All right.
the worst thing that's ever happened to Lagos is Tinubu, and it's the fact.
All
Tinubu
right.
stole Lagos as he dragged
No.
Lagos.
All right, thank
Can
you.
I say something?
Let's hear from
So
Echo.
now-
And then, no, enough of that.
Wait, can I say something?
We don't want to do all those Biafran
Wait.
stuff. Let's hear from Echo and then we're going to Kulata. I don't want to do the Agbado today.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
One man.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you talk,
Hmm.
you they make me feel say the pain is not your pain. Now, Lagos was the capital of Nigeria before, yes or no? And
Lagos was not. They were.
now let me finish. Don't they beat out to me? You be doing it.
You asked the question now.
Don't answer me. I want to answer my own question.
All right.
Lagos was the capital of Nigeria before. And being the capital of Nigeria, a lot of things was put in place Tinubu ruled for 8 years. He did his own little own. The sons he started planting in, they did their own. Fashola did his own. Other did his own. Why will you be carrying the work other has done to be attributing it to Tinubu? That is wrong. Capital wrong. Lagos was built by everybody. Then two, they leave port in Lagos. Whereas if they had allowed other seaport to have been built, those people would have been generating resources, employment would have been there. But they leave port for Lagos. And you people are telling me Tinubu has done what? Then two, China the Agbero, when he don't create for Lagos and make Oluomo the chairman of Agbero, now he won't come create for the whole Nigeria. Now what he won't come do? The day when he win election, when he was to go where, everywhere was locked up for 2-3 hours, no movement. He never become president too. Now what he won't come do for us with that? So that when they talk with our brain, considering the fact that we are not home, suffering like our people, should not make us begin to praise people who stole from us to become who they are. Billboard in Lagos, who is in charge? Is his son. His son, Iyaloja of Lagos, who is in charge? It is his family. Is that what you want to? You are telling me he has achieved? Come on, let's call a spade a spade. Tinubu is not fit to be our next president. We are already dead. Somebody who can revive us is what we are looking for. We are not looking for another Buhari. Look at his hand shaking. It's the person that cannot read how many pages. Is that what we want? That we will write for him and he will just sign? Is that another body we want? If that is what you people are looking for,
we are not going to leave this hand they shake. One man, can we move on, please?
If
you guys hate
them
hearing the
happen,
truth. That's
I will
the
go
I don't
home
get it.
and join them to lead a bloody revolution. I promise you.
All right, thank you, Echo. So thank you, Echo. Let's go on from Echo
one
to
man,
Kula.
Can I quickly say something if that's okay?
Yeah, come in.
Thank you very much. I think this idea that we're putting some level of responsibility on our head that we are going to be the change agent. What we do here is to analyze issue. We are not government officials. Regardless, even if we are on ground, we have one vote. And in a democratic society, one of the pillars of a strong democratic society is the right of the people to freely associate with whichever political parties or organization they want to associate with, to freely express themselves in a public space. And I think we are going to a direction whereby if you make a decision of an independent decision, you are seen as somebody who does not want the best or the way forward of a country. No, it doesn't work like that. No matter how bad you think a party or a person is, those people will still have followers. They will still have supporters. So having said that, I want to quickly say something. You see, when they keep talking about the issues of Tinubu, you see, I've been against the manifesto when I came on, yeah. But I always try to balance my argument. So when you look at the issues of Lagos State, people always say that Lagos State was the capital. There's a port, there's an airport. Okay, ask yourself a question. Those ports and airports were there before Tinubu came in. So why was the revenue of the state just merely 600 million? So it took Tinubu to come in to take the revenue to 6 to 8 billion before he left office. So that you have to give him credit for. So you cannot just say he didn't do anything. All the issues of LASMA, issues of lawman and all of those things, those were his creations. So you cannot just come on a platform and say the man didn't do anything. At least give some credit where the credit is due. Don't just say Lagos was the federal capital, so therefore everything you see in Lagos today was built by the federal government. We all know that is not true. That is not the case. The man laid a foundation for others to come and build on. We are not saying give him credit for what Fashola do. We just say, look, give him credit for the foresight. Give him credit for the foresight. Lagos is not the only state in Nigeria, but I can guarantee you that Lagos is the only place you will go to where you will find every tribe in Nigeria today. A lot of the people that come to criticize Lagos today, they all live in Lagos. So I, for one, I'm going to tell you, Lagos is the safest state in Nigeria as we speak right now. That is not debatable, and you cannot argue. You cannot argue that this man hasn't done anything. Am I his biggest fan? No. I've spent time criticizing his manifesto. But we have to be honest. Part of us wanting to have a better Nigeria is that we have to tell the truth. We have to be honest with ourselves. We cannot create a Saudi Arabia Nigeria. We cannot create a China Nigeria. You can have all the infrastructure that you want. You can have all the beauty in that country. But when the voice of the people are being suppressed, when the freedom of the people are being suppressed, I don't want to live in that kind of Nigeria. I want to live in a Nigeria where I will be able to express my opinion regardless of what circumstances or what the situation is. I want to live in Nigeria where I will always have my freedom to support any political party or any candidate that I want to support without being seen as the person that is destroying the country or the person who doesn't want to move the country forward. I just want to leave it there.
All right, thank you. Well put. Well put.
Please excuse me. Having said that, that you are even speaking about what is happening in Lagos. They refuse other political party to place a Bobby APC. Look at the crash in Alaba. Who are those clashing? The Agbero that has been prepared.
Sorry, we would like to.
No, that's your speculation, though. That's your speculation. You can't say that now. Were you there when they were preparing them?
I have people in Alaba. I have people there. I knew what happened. If you call it, you see, and one man, sometimes, please allow people. It's not only you that know some truth.
No, but you can't say people that have been prepared now. Okay, can you? Hold on. Can you bring the volume of your? Can you bring the volume of your voice down? No. We have to have a conversation because you cannot make. Can you
don't interrupt me and let me be?
No.
When you interrupt me, you will not make my pitch to come on.
No, hold on. You cannot make assertions that you cannot validate. Can you hold on, please? You cannot make assertions that you cannot validate. If you are saying the clash between the traders and the touts in Alaba market, that the touts were prepared, that is quite a weighty thing to say, and you have to be on sure footing to be able to say that. That is not something you should be saying.
Hello, you are not listening to me. I said the stout. They are prepared. What do I mean? Are they not Agbero? And during Tinubu time, did he not give the crown? So when I'm talking about it, that is where I'm coming from. So what they are doing now, is that good? I don't remove people. I don't take people's credit away, my brother, that says taking credit. But when you guys were talking about Tinubu, he did this, he did it. Did you attribute other people's achievement? But now that I analyze it, you see me as somebody who is taking what Tinubu did away from him. I did not. But you people started it by deleting every other people's achievement in Lagos and making him the sole contributor who built Lagos. That is not fair. So if you people want to talk about giving credit to everybody that built Lagos, stop attributing the success and what is in Lagos today to Tinubu, because it is a joint effort of everybody. Then secondly, I am not the type, I don't belong to any political party. I am the convener of Andamogo Charity. So my role is quite different. But the truth is this, I do not support what they have done to us. I do not support what they are going to do to us, because the same thing they are using to do manifesto today, they'll be using it to do the same manifesto. Road, water, light. That is what they be doing. And they are still coming to give it to us as a bait. And after coming to the Western world, we see what development look like. We see what movement, progress look like. We are still talking like people who have not traveled out. It pains me, my brother.
Jesus
Let's
Christ.
talk like people who have traveled out, who have seen development, who wants to take that development to their continent, Africa.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, Echo, let us hear from Kulata. Let's hear his assessment of Tinubu's manifesto.
I don't even know if I can do this assessment. The energy is sapped.
Yes.
I was prepared to talk.
No, regain it, because I think people want to hear from you, especially. They want to hear from you, especially.
It will have been better with back to back with progressive, because I was still in the mood. I swear to God, I've lost it.
All right. Let me give you a moment to recompose. Let's hear from Engineer. Engineer, what are you making of the conversation so far, and Tinubu's manifesto, etc.? And why are you dressed like Jedi, the warrior?
Yeah, greetings everyone, and greetings to you, Mama, and greetings to you, Papa. Because it's been long we hear elderly voice in this platform. So it's kind of like we deserve that voice to come in and wake us up, all of us. We need to wake up. Since Kolata is confused right now, that means something is wrong somewhere.
I'm not confused. I'm just tired of.
He wants to recalibrate mentally. He wants to
it's exhausting. I'm tired. Like same
it is
old
well,
every
my
time.
brother. It is well. It is well. Well, in terms of Tinubu manifesto and co, one man, I keep telling you this. The 3 or the 4 people we have running for presidency, to me, I'm tired of them. I don't need them. My own worries is to be challenging youth. Give them the 4 years. Let them do whatever they want to do. We, the youth, we need to come out and bring someone out. Because if we keep harboring these people, we are deceiving ourselves. All of them, whether it's Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, Kwankwanso, all of them, they've been into politics for a long time. I don't care about them, and I just zeroed my mind. I've given up with them. My own challenge is to challenge we ourselves, youth. What can we do to generate somebody that tomorrow will represent youth, instead of these people that have been into politics for decades? People have been dying in Nigeria. These people, they are in politics. A lot of things has been happening in Nigeria. These people are in politics. They're coming out giving all the manifesto or all this Janjaweed plan. It's not going to work. They can only do that to deceive us. Are we going to give them another 4 years of frustration or 4 years of deceiveness? So it's time for us, all of us, to start thinking way forward. I don't care about these 4 people. I keep saying it. I don't care, honestly. My own worries is youth, we need to wake up. We should stop sleeping. Please and please. Let's start mobilizing ourselves. Let's develop something let's channel someone that will open his own party for youth, that youth will start, focusing on that. But if we keep doing all this thing all the time, we are deceiving ourselves. Honestly, God will help us.
No, but we already have that person, and his name is Omoyele Sowore. He has created a party which is geared towards the youth, but they are not adopting it.
Sowore, when he started, he's a good guy. You understand? As a born Yoruba guy that has that culture, that respect, you understand? The only issue then, he should have not used abusive language on his elders, which is a bit wrong there. Because in Nigeria today, the only people that has that culture of respect is Yoruba people. So when Sowore started, he started well. Along the line, he fumbled. So those are the things. When Obi started, he started like Showore. But look at the way Obi is flying. Regardless of what is happening right now, Showore should be in the position of Obi today.
I beg
Because,
my brother engineer.
Mama,
Why
go on.
no vessel? You see, Bible talks say, parent, don't provoke your children to anger. Now what the Bible talk be that? I never read Quran, so I don't know what the Quran talk. So, Showore using abusive language, it is as a result of them provoking us to anger. Go and watch my video in a Chante channel. I abuse them past like that. The politician and the pastors, with the mandate God give to me, I go do more than that. Because you know why? They rob us of our destiny, not just future. They rob us of our destiny. They rob the young generation of their destiny. Even the unborn child of Nigeria, they don't thief in destiny finish. Then they can't give us hopelessness that made us to become Yahoo boys and girls today. That make us to become Olosho. That make us to become hookup. That make us to become kidnapper. That make us to become bandit. And some of us don't jump Boko Haram. You can't tell me, say, make we respect those thieves. Hey, so when I not do anything, area mama, me, Hannah, the area mama, I go do what's more than that. And you know what? I am not afraid because I don't get talk with Papa God. And he sent me message in 2017. When we finish that discussion, I tell him, say, Papa, they go kill me. He said, who go kill you? I can't tell him, say, those when they send me to. He said, Shebi, for 2 good years, every night when you want to go sleep, you go beg me, say, make I kill you. I say, yeah. He said, I kill you. I say, no.
Now, don't keep saying that. It's depressing.
Sorry.
Now.
Okay, bye. You can't tell me, say, make I buy
Okay,
you.
allow area mama now, one man.
Let me finish, bros.
I've been allowing
Wait,
is
now,
half an hour
my brother
now.
not they complain. Let me do.
All right.
Good. I come tell and say, make it buy me for 2 good years. Because me, I don't understand the kind of destiny when he give me. He not Greek buy me. So when I come have conversation, say, Papa, tell me what you bring me to for. He give me some talk. He tell me what I want to do. I come say the message when they send me to. Now those wicked thieves, so the oppressors, when the oppressors, so he say no. For political side, he say yeah. For religious side, he say yeah. He say all I want you to do. They're not going to kill you because they make I tell them one thing. Say anyone, when he thinks, he just thinking, he saying won't kill me. He saying go kill the person. I beg, he go buy the person and he go wipe away your entire generation. So that is the confidence I have. Then when certain thing can happen, I can't lock up myself for 1 year, 2021 till 2022. I lock up of myself. I demand of heaven for one thing. I said the assignment when you give me, you demand something. People when they hungry not go listen to me. So I am demanding from you, give me opportunity when I go give to them on the all nice way that is legitimate, so that they go make money, dollar in the comfort of their home, so that when I go talk, they go listen to me. In September here, now he answer me because I make a demand of him. I say, Papa, give me opportunity one, or you kill me, you buy me too. If you not buy me, I go buy myself to come meet you. And if I buy myself, come meet you, and you can't tell me, say, because I buy myself, make I go hellfire. I say, I go look you for face, and I go tell you, say, hey, fear, you be hellfire, because okay, when I there for earth, I beg you, make you give me opportunity to deliver. You can't say no. First, all right. So now waiting at the corner, never see me. Now read the assignment. That is what I'm born for, not just Nigeria, Africa.
Well done, area mama.
Can I say something?
Hold on, I just have one question.
And the blood of the innocent, when they don't buy,
you've said that 10 times.
Their spirit,
my goodness me.
The power of the
oh my God. Settle down, for goodness sake. Settle down. And she's still going, she doesn't have muted her. My God. Stay. My God. That's too much.
Let area papa carry on, please.
No, it's overwhelming. Just settle it down. Settle it down, please. Settle down. All right. Let's move the conversation on. Where was I?
Woman, can I come in?
Yeah, come in, please, Patrick. And Patrick, the way you were knocking that brandy down, it was quite impressive. My God, are you sure you're in a fit state to contribute? The way you were knocking brandy back. Let's hear from you.
You saw it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mama. Yeah, God is not going to buy you. By the time you get to the right age, He will buy you at His own time. All of us will still buy us. But you are not going to
do the assignment.
You are not going before your time in Jesus' name. I'm also a Christian.
Amen.
You see, one thing that really attracted me to this platform is if way woman question people when they make assertions. Like you say, this person is a thief. You must put something behind that. If not, you have just spent our time without. We want to take something from here that we can take to other places and say, this person is a thief because he has done this. This person is not a thief because he has been taken to court and he has been tried and there is no proof. So you must come up with assertions, and when you come up with assertions, you must come up with cases to support it. You understand? So I will not say Atiku is a thief, even though I feel that way, but because I don't have a proof of that. I will not say Obi has stolen because I don't have a proof of that. So the way one man say, okay, you have said so and so, tell us why you think this is like this. By doing that, you will educate us more than just plastering us with your assertions and everything. But let me also try to use this opportunity to comment on Tinubu's manifesto and everything. I will also say that no single candidate writes manifesto on his own. You need input from people who have lived among other people. If not, you will be like a manufacturer that is only manufacturing a product that you like to produce. If you produce the only thing you like to produce, you'll be the one to consume it. Or you begin to interpret people's need from your own lenses. Okay, I think they need school. I think they need this. You must take input from people. And those people are people who have served in various functions. People who have served in education, agriculture. They know the need of the agriculture because they've been in that space. So they bring input into your manifesto. And with that, you can build up something. So you might be having something in mind. You have been saying something all along. And then suddenly your manifesto is different. It's because we are open to input from others. That's the thing. If, for example, Tinubu has been saying, oh, this is what I'm going to do and this is what I'm going to do, and said suddenly the manifesto is different from what he has been saying, it's because now he has interpreted those problems the way he understood it. But now he has input from people who are playing in that field. And those who are saying, no, the problem of education is not more building. The problem of education is more funding. Oh, the problem of education is not more funding. The problem of education is restructuring of the process. So you now see a Tinubu coming up with a manifesto around education that is different from what he used to believe in. That's what a leader does. He listens to the people, interprets the need of the people as they see it, not as the way he saw it. So by so doing that, he will be able to come up with a solution that will actually address the need of the people in that field. So nobody writes manifesto.
Thank you, Patrick. One of the reasons why I moved quickly from this was that exactly that. Because the conversation was flowing at a particular frequency, and I wanted to maintain that frequency. When he's saying that, oh, he read the manifesto that some professor wrote for him. No, not one person writes a pro. Even though we had already explained that the manifesto covers a myriad of areas of specialism. So no one person has specialism in all of the areas that a manifesto might necessarily touch. But he will get experts to condense his ideas into a workable sort of policy position, which he then presents as his policy thrust. And I was trying to explain all of that to him, and he was doing Agbado. So I just thought there was no traction there because I wanted to keep the conversation at the level that it is. Not
Exactly.
Agbado.
Exactly.
We have moved.
Okay.
I keep explaining.
Let's talk about manifesto.
We have moved away from Agbado now, so let's leave Agbado behind. If you want to Agbado, then go to the farm now, but leave Agbado now. Agbado all the time.
But do you know that we do that ourselves also? Because we all work in places, and for example, I work in a strategic position. Every year we come up with budgets and we we redefine strategies. What do? We tell the business units. There are two ways. Is that we define a vision at our corporate strategy level, or we tell the business unit to come up with ideas of things, and then we now have a bottom up approach to our strategic perspective for the year. By doing that, the people will own that budget. So if they bring it up, we take input from them, we design the budget for the whole corporation globally, and then we scale it down to business unit. The business unit will divide into KPIs for individuals. By the time they bring your KPIs to you, look at it and say, this was what I suggested. You feel that they are doing what you want. So with that, you own that. You own that budget and you are able to run it. You won't say, they just gave us something. So by the time Tinubu is taking input from professionals who are in that field, the professional in that field will say, this was our suggestion. There's no way you would take a manifesto around education that you not bring people from ASU to have an input into that manifesto. It will be a crap. You can't want to run a manifesto for Nigeria. You go to Egypt. In short, it shows that you are empty and clumsy in your analysis.
Okay, so Patrick, if Tinubu wants to write a manifesto about the digital economy and the IT space, is he going to sit down and write that by himself?
In short, nothing. We need professionals.
So
in
if
that
people don't
space.
even understand that rudimentary something, then is it really worth the effort having that conversation? So that's why I move away from some people quickly. When I say they don't understand, they don't know where the conversation is. But thank you. Stay with us because people have been asking where you are. So stay with us. I know you were busy knocking back brandy. But
I'm still knocking it.
Evan that doesn't drink brandy, he only drinks a Lambo. So here he is. So what is it? Is it Cavassi or what is it? What are you drinking?
It's Jago, one German stuff like that. Let me even read it. It's like a coffee kind of brandy.
You have to be careful with those. You don't know when you've drank too much until you have drank too much. I've seen that before.
It's Jagamifia, golden brew.
Is it sweet base, like a chocolatey sort of
coffee blend? Yeah.
It's only when you try to stand up that you know you are drunk already. But enjoy that day, the weekend.
And Baba, they talk to me too, madam. Even with this, Baba forever still they talk to me.
I was going to say that you came to be a Christian.
I dey drink the way I'm drinking the way Jesus Christ used to drink too.
Jesus drinks. Converted to the nice one. I they follow you. They talk.
Jesus self they drink now.
He thought what I told wine.
So
yeah.
But drink because
Jägermeister.
I will not be there to carry you.
So, Echo, I have a question for you. Is your name Mrs. Okuta?
No.
So what makes you area mother?
My name.
Don't tell us your name. Don't tell us your name if you don't have to. But
I don't tell you now. My Papa come from Akbaroto, from Middle Town. My grandfather was a great warrior.
That wasn't where I was going to. Wait. Only Mrs. Okuta can be area mother. Because yes.
Sorry, area mama they born area picking.
Because we have an area father and his name is
Charlie boy.
So
area mama is they born area picking. But the fact saying come out for the lean of area mama, she has that title because mama they transfer title. I be they not in kinship when they collect Oba and Igwe. When Papa die, not be mama they take over. And when mama they alive, they go they prepare the pikin as princess. So I be princess area mama in waiting.
All right.
Not
all right, brilliant.
Title from me. Okay.
All right, brilliant. All right. Yeah, back to you, engineer. Engineer, back to you. Here. All right.
Please, woman, I'm just let me ask of this. Let me plead with you. Sometime you need to give Mama the platform so she can organize the platform and give the flow. Because
have we not done that for the last 40 minutes?
No. What I mean for she to run the show. You understand?
Are you sure you can handle that?
So that Yusuf can have input. You understand? We also want to listen to you because the way you are doing it, you are trying to just balance everything. So if somebody is controlling, you can also bear your own opinion the way we also bear it. You know, I used to be the speaker of a student union. I discovered that the people on the floor make more input than me. Me, I will just be busy trying to coordinate them. And anytime I make my own input, they will say, you are biased, you are biased. You understand? But if me, I'm saying it now, nobody will say I'm biased. But if one man is saying it, they will say he's biased because he's the one trying to control the floor. So if you want a situation where you'll be able to open yourself and talk meaningfully and the way you really want without being accused that you are biased, maybe at times you just yield the floor and then talk to us what you think and educate people from your mind. And I think the floor will benefit so much from it than you trying to make sure that you make things calm down. Then because of that, you are holding yourself not to say certain things you really want to say.
All right, let's get things back in order, and I want to take that order in the direction of Thomas, who will be leaving us very shortly because he has to leave for work. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's allow Thomas in the moment just to have his input, just so if he has to leave us, then he would have felt he's made a contribution. So Thomas, to you and to the space, Tinubu's manifesto dominating the conversation. Your take on that space, Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. Our listeners, like, share, and subscribe. One man, even before you came on the show, I went through the 10 point agenda. I mean, you can say the summary of the manifesto. I saw the 80 page. It's too much to read. It's only Kolata that can read that. But to me, there are some things that captivate my attention in that 10-point agenda. And I will say this, don't say I'm rooting for Tinubu. I'm not Tinubu fan in any way. The number 3, exports more and import less. It's a good thing to me because if we produce more, we can export more, then we can get the forest. That is what can make Nigeria good. And the naira we have values because we are importing. If you import, you are getting the forest. Is it in dollar, is it in pounds, is it in any currency? It makes a little bit sense to me. Number 1, build a Nigeria, especially for our youth, where a sufficient job with a decent wages creates a better life. That is what we are saying. If we create jobs for the youth, Nigeria will move forward because there are so many jobless youths on the streets of Nigeria today that don't even have anything. They don't even have means of livelihood. And I know if they have something in hand doing, they will move Nigeria forward. That is what captivates me. That is number 1. That is number 2. And number 8 rather, generate, transmit, and distribute sufficient afford electricity to give our lives the power to enlighten our life, our homes, and our dreams. That is what we have been saying. We have to generate, transmit, and distribute light. That is what we have been saying on this platform every day. And number 9 captivates me as well. Make more healthcare, education, and housing accessible and affordable for all. That is what we want. That is what we want. And number 10, the highest of. He talked about the bandits, the kidnapping, the extremism, everything. One man, this is not a comprehensive summary, but this is simple, basic things that the Nigerians are asking for. If this can be implemented. I repeat myself. If this 10-point agenda can be implemented, there will be a turnaround in that country. I will
So
say that again.
do you think it can be implemented, Thomas? And I'm asking you that on three different spaces. So do you think it can be implemented in terms of their achievable goals? And then do you think that Tinubu can direct that achievement? And do you think the political space will allow him to implement that? So are they achievable? Can Tinubu direct it? And will the political space allow it to be achieved?
Number one, it's very simple to implement. It is so simple. I read everything 1 to 10. I digest all of it, all the content. It is very simple to achieve and to implement. It is very simple. I don't want anybody to bring one big grammar to me, or one bring socialist, or one big something that we can't, even if we are reading it, we can't even see anything there. And even if you don't implement it, this is so simple to achieve. And Tinubu himself, he has the antecedent in Lagos. I will still say that, even some people don't like to hear it, I will still say that he has the antecedent to achieve all these things. The third question that you asked, that is where my problem lies. Will the people, will the political, what English do you use that?
The space, the political
yes, the
space.
The political space, will they allow it? I think Tinubu is a stubborn man to me. So that we may give him some things for him to achieve this. Would they allow it? That is a big question on my mind now. Would they allow it? But this 10, this summary to me, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. But this is a perfect, good to go summary of the time they name it on the Punch. Here is the promise of the Tinubu containing in his manifesto. That is how Punch targets. So it is achievable. If I can get this, maybe I will be even thinking of moving back to Nigeria. If they can implement it, the implementation, that is where my problem lies. But in Tinubu's agenda and how he has been taking Lagos, and people will say, don't attribute Fashola to Tinubu, don't attribute Ambode to Tinubu, don't attribute what they call it, Sanwo-Olu to Tinubu. Who brought those people to us? We accused Tinubu of bringing these people, didn't we? We are alleging that he's single-handedly bringing these people, and he's single-handedly bringing these people, and there is change. One man, when I was young, Oshodi is like a underbridge Oshodi.
When were you young? Yesterday, you're only 23, and so what do you mean when I was young? Look at this guy. Look at
I like that.
Look at this guy.
I like that. When I was young, when my mom, we normally go to Lagos, our bus normally land in Oshodi under bridge. Oh my goodness. No car can plow Oshodi under bridge. I'm not talking story now. This applies to everybody here. Anybody that has lived in Lagos.
We all know it.
Nobody. Those cars that can pass through under bridge Oshodi are only Modwe. And those people that normally brought food from Mike 2, the tomato sellers, the big truck, no one can pass through under bridge Oshodi. No one. And I just saw the transformation in. I'm not campaigning for Tinubu, but these things that I'm highlighting, I think everybody can say it happened. Let me finish, please. Please. I beg you in the name of God. Let me finish, please. So all what I saw here, if it can be implemented, Nigeria will move forward. It will be better than this current governor or this current administration that we have now. So I haven't seen anything wrong in all this. Maybe it's not too grammatical or big English to the standard of maybe Kolata or enigmatic or Zaki Fada, but this is a simple English. Even primary school children can read this and still know what it contains. That is just my summation. Let's help for Zaki Fada.
Oh yeah, let Saki Fada come in. Saki Fada.
Yeah. The question I wanted to ask you, Thomas, is like you said, this is like a snippet of the 80 pages, the 8-point agenda, so to say. But my question is, looking at this 8-point agenda, are there things in this thing you listed that is different from what Atiku has listed? Something like the issue of
I
export.
haven't said the articles one. I haven't read that, so I don't really know.
Okay, because what I observed in this space is that all these people, all these manifestos, they tend to be, there's nothing much different from what each of them have been saying. The article has been talking
Peter
about.
Obi.
You said?
And Peter Obi. And Peter Obi as well.
You can also check Peter Obi's 7-point agenda. So the list is the same. Peter Obi talked about exports. The article talked about exports. The issue of them talked about security, talked about education. So if you take each of those, their central points, it appears that all manifestos in Nigeria are looking like we know
looking
that
good.
The problems are the same. You understand what I mean? Like we know that the problems are the same. These are the problems of Nigeria. Everybody knows that.
I think you are right to identify that.
You are right. You are right. Yeah.
My brothers, I better make my nervous. I want to say something.
One man, some of us have to leave. My battery is dying and all that.
All right, make that point. Let Echo make that point, and then we'll come to it very soon. Kulata. Yeah,
so
Echo.
My question, when I don't understand, is these people, they're supposed to be our servant. Now they use our money to employ them when they work for us. But they can't turn themselves to masters. So if now you and me get company, you can't employ somebody when he submit CV to you, say, I go, this your company, employ me. Because you see this my CV, if you employ me, now waiting, I go do be this. Since 1960, we dey employ them. None of them don't do wetin dem talk. Now they don't bring the same CV for me and you. And then they tell us make we employ them. And we know say they just prepare wetin we think they should prepare. And we will not put our thinking cap for head to think. So make I ask you, you and my brother, if Nigeria be your company, and these people, at least they say they give them the same job, wetin they put for their CV say they go do, they not they do it. And now they don't bring the same CV for you. You go employ them, make we think.
Not be the same CV they bring now.
Hold on.
Not be road, electricity, water.
Yeah, no, that now the plan be that one. Not be the same people we employ.
Yeah, hold on, Patrick.
But not the same papa and mama, not
you
the same
the
agenda now they get. Una know they understand.
No, we understand now, but we wanted to have a conversation with you if you allow it. I think Saki Fada already addressed that space that you were speaking of, because he highlighted the similarities in the manifesto of our article, the manifesto that Tinubu is presenting, and some of the idea areas that Peter Obi is speaking to. So what that tells you then is that where the problems are in Nigeria and where the solutions are, they are easily identifiable. So the manifesto actually writes itself because the problems are frontal, as are the solutions. So the problems and solutions are quite visible for everybody to identify. But the difficulty now is to pick the driver that would drive that agenda or that manifesto, which has similarity. There are quirks here and there, and there are deviations, because article very heavily into privatizing everything, Tinubu very much into big government and making it work, and Peter Obi somewhat like a social democrat. So there's that ideological quirk in the presentations of the three. But in terms of where the pain points are within Nigeria, they're easily identifiable: insecurity, economy, electricity, infrastructure. Everybody knows it. So that CV, it necessarily has to read the same because the problems are identified. But who drives the manifesto is really where the question is. But thank you, H.O. Who had the floor? Let's get back to who had the floor.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was Thomas here.
Yeah. So for me, when I say it, I said it again. When I read it, I said, please, this is a simple manifesto. I mean, the summary of it, it is very achievable, and everybody can identify with this manifesto that I just read to you. Is on my computer now. I'm reading it here. So to me, if they can implement it, there will be a shift in that country. I hope so, even though I'm not a Tinubu fan, but we can still identify with them, because I will tell you, APC or PDP will be your president. So start identifying yourself with these two parties. Try to, I'm not identify. What English will I use? Try to digest what they need, they have on the table, because this is the truth. One of them will be your president. So try to check the PDP one, try to check the APC one, to know the one that resonates with you a little bit, the one that is workable, the one that is achievable. Because I won't deceive you. I won't deceive you. These two people, Atiku or Tinubu, will be your president come 2023. Thank you, Wanda.
All right, thank you, Thomas. And Thomas, briefly on the Tinubu, on the Obasanjo space, lamenting at the deplorable roads in Nigeria. I think Obasanjo had ruled Nigeria for a combination of nearly 9, if not 10 years. So who gets the blame for this thing that he laments about?
Sorry for making this comment I want to make to Obasanjo, maybe to our listener. He should bury his head in shame. I will say that again. Obasanjo, even though I respect him, is one of the respected presidents that we've had. For this comment of his, he should bury his head in shame. I will give you an instance. One day, Obasanjo was traveling to Akure. Same thing happened in Shoka, near Sunday Igboho's house in Ibadan, in Oyo State. The jeep he was driving, he was going on the road, and they entered the ditch, and they entered the portal rather, and the jeep swerved to the middle of the road. The car almost somersaulted. One man, I will tell you, this is after he left presidency. One man, I will tell you, the next day that portal was fixed. The next day it was fixed. It's not this is not about story. This is what happened to eyewitness that we saw in Ibadan there. And Obasanjo should be burying himself in shame, his eyes in shame, with the deplorable road in Ota. Now, even when he's in power, that road is not fixed. This is what I've experienced. This is agony that I've passed through, one man. I live in Abule Egba. My elder sister is living in Abeokuta. Abule Egba to Abeokuta If it is a good road, it's less than 45 minutes to drive. I live in Abule Egba, close to Abeokuta. I have to leave from what they call it, from Abule Egba, drive down to Bega, pass through Ibadan Expressway, bust out at the intersection at what they call it, at Shagamu, going to Abeokuta. I will spend almost 3 hours, even in interstate in Lagos, to get to Bega. Where is Abeokuta? Is just right down here from Abule Egba, toll gate, Ifo. I'm already in Abeokuta. This is what I've passed through. My car has spoiled on that road several times when I was in Nigeria, and it wasn't filled. Even though Ogun State is the most industrial state in that country, their roads are worse. Do you know how many years they used to they fix what they call it, the overhead bridge in toll gates? Do you know how many years? One man, even the state governor, even offer. This is what I'm saying. This is the truth, and people can resonate with this. The state government, Lagos state government and Ogun State even offer the federal government that they will fix this road, and like federal government will pay them later. Federal government refused, that they don't have the right to touch the federal road. Ogun State make an offer, Lagos State make an offer to fix this road, and they will pay back to the state government. Federal government refused. So this is something that I've passed through myself. Then, so Obasanjo is just talking rubbish, absolute rubbish. That is my submission, one man, so I can prepare for work. Thank you so much, one man.
All right, brilliant.
One man, can I come in?
Yeah, come in, man of Prestige. Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, let's hear from you, man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. And I enjoy today's conversation. It has been very pleasant. Everybody has the opinion. Let me begin by saying I have not read the full manifesto. You know, only people like Kulata will read about the 20 page. I just have a summary of the of the outline, or I think it was 10 points. You know, that was enumerated. But let me begin about talking about manifesto. I mean, manifesto is nothing but it's just a marketing document, that portrays the vision of the candidate and the party. That's what it's all about. I mean, I look at it as a dressing window. In my own word, I call it like a charade. That's what it is. So, what is marketing? I mean, marketing is just an activity promoting and selling of a product. So it depends on who is going to buy it and who you're selling to. So that's why it doesn't really mean that much to me. You have to implement it for me to believe. I mean, I've been in American politics for a long time. I know most of the manifesto, that they bring, they don't really implement it. But most of the one that they do was the one when they go on campaign that they, tell people. That's the one they tend to implement. I mean, I witness a lot of politics here. So one man, having said that, I'm gonna go point by point about some of the information about that I read. I think it was about 10 points. I didn't read the whole thing, but just a little bit. I mean, they sound pretty good in my own opinion. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I mean, he talked about the first one about building a Nigerian that is for the youth. Okay, that's good. I mean, I'm not gonna go. Let me not just go into bullet. Everybody has already gone through it one by one. So the point I'm trying to make, it's just a window dressing in my own point. You have to be able to implement, and I look at it. Then I went to former President Buhari manifesto. It's kind of a duplicate, but it was an extended duplicate of what they had. So the bottom line, it has to be able to implement it. I mean, I don't know some of the things that he said.
I'm not quite sure why people are saying is because Buhari's manifesto was vested upon a 3-point plank: insecurity, corruption, and what was the other one? So that was all he said. Insecurity and anti-corruption. That was essentially his manifesto, and turning the dollar into the naira into equivalent of the dollar.
But one man, Have you read the whole
and agriculture? Yes, yeah.
Have you read the previous document? I mean, just like Tinubu document right now, he's kind of
Have you read Buhari's manifesto?
I don't have time to be reading about all those things. I just read a little bit vividly to compare it to Tinubu. It's just
So
kind
wait,
of mirror
if
image
you
of
guys
that
have not
because
read something, how do you have so much? I mean, so much
I don't
conviction
know.
that
Yeah.
it is this,
I
it is that,
wonder.
it is this.
It's
Like you've
I
not read
wonder.
it, just go
Kulaka,
and
what
read
did you
it.
say?
You said you have so much conviction about something you know nothing about.
I said I have not read it in detail, but my mind glancing at it, it's kind of a little bit of mirror made. But I said it's an
Yeah, but
extended version.
look, there's no party's manifesto right in today's world that will not talk about basic stuff. Some version of consumption to production, some version of subsidy removal, some
Because
version
they're
of
trying to address the same
security.
problem.
It's the same problem now.
Okay, hold
So
on.
it's the
Let me say
nuances
something.
that has the details.
Kulata, you just said the same thing, but because if you look at the previous administration, where Buhari manifesto, it's kind of a little bit mirror this because the first thing about this this manifesto.
Hold on. Let me hold it to that spot. Identify 4 items that mirrors.
Okay, the security part of it, economy, and there's an agriculture in Buhari manifesto.
There's an agriculture. What was the policy stance of Buhari, and how does that complement or contrast with Tinubu's?
So how does it contrast? I mean, well, just
what was the policy stance of Buhari on agriculture, insecurity, etc., other spaces, and how does that mirror with the Tinubu's one, like you just said?
Okay, like I said earlier before I came in here, I said I've not read in detail. I just read the caption of each, so I can't give you in detail how it's going to. Let me finish. Stop laughing. This is my own opinion.
Man of prestige, can you check number 4? Can you check number 4? It talks about agriculture. If you want me to read it for you,
one man is trying to lecture me to go about it. I know what one man is doing. Let me finish. Can you?
Sorry,
let me give my own opinion.
All right, carry on.
Okay, don't make a caricature of the whole thing, man, people.
I am making a caricature. Oh, God. You are the one making the caricature.
I mean, that's what Ian Kulata is doing. I hate to say that's the truth.
Hold on. Man of prestige, we're sticklers for details on the platform. So you've come and said that you couldn't identify anything different from between Tinubu.
One man, you don't listen. Listen to me, one man. Listen to me, one man. Just let me land. Let me give you my own opinion. So don't stop interrupting me, please. I know this is your platform. Okay, please. What I was saying, I said it's an extended version of Buhari manifesto.
Then and I'm asking you what was contained in Buhari's manifesto.
Buhari talked about security. He talked about economic. I mean, he talked about economy.
But what did he say about that? Of course, a manifesto will talk about economy. What did he say about it?
He talked about expanding the economy, to the whole region of the whole country. Taking Nigeria to the next level. That's just the only area I read. I don't have time to be reading out. They don't do me no good. I don't really care. But I only care for the conversation.
No, that wasn't what Buhari said about the economy. Buhari's economic plan was an agrarian economy. Buhari's economic plan was essentially a go back to the farm economy. That was all he said.
But that's on the agriculture part of the economy, which is part of, that's what we're talking about right now.
Okay, what did he say? All right, just carry on. I don't know.
Okay, let me finish.
Yeah.
Don't put word in my mouth, okay? I'm trying to tell you verbally the information that I have. I've not read even the 80 page. I've not read it. I just read the 10 outline. That's all right. Then I'm gonna see what Buhari had. I don't have time to read the whole thing. And I said it's a little bit mirror image, but it was an extended version. If you look at what Tinubu is talking about here, he's talking about women empowerment, judicial reform, the digital, federalism, decentralization, and foreign policy. Which is exactly Buhari has all this. But my point I'm trying to land, you have to implement it or come to the people and tell the people what you're gonna do. I don't really believe in this manifesto. It's not about Tinubu, But going through the whole thing, for how, I mean, I have the 10-page outline here, I mean, everybody has read it. I think Thomas went through it line by line, so I don't have to go through it.
When you say you don't believe in the manifesto, are you saying it doesn't prefer a solution to the Nigerian situation?
It just, like I said, it's just a facade. It's just a window dressing to me. I mean, anything about manifesto is just a window dressing until you go there and implement it in a Nigerian space, and that's very difficult.
Okay,
what is it going to do different from what Buhari has done?
Sorry, what you are saying, implement it. Implement what?
All these things that he said, all this 10-point agenda that he portrayed here, he hasn't told us how he's going to pay for it. I'm not going against it. I said it's a good manifesto. It looks good in the paper, But the point I'm trying to make, he have to be able to implement it. How many is he going to implement? We can stay here, and digest everything and quarrel or whatever. I mean, it just, it's a schoolboy, argument we are narrating here. It doesn't, it doesn't, it doesn't do anything to me. I mean, we can stay here and analyze. I mean, it's a good talking point, but it doesn't mean nothing until the person actually gets there.
Man of prestige, I will not lie to you. I don't understand what you're saying.
Neither do I.
I don't understand you. I don't understand. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one listening to you. I don't.
Let me just say this, man of prestige. You see, there are two phases. Are there not? Somebody proposing to govern you, he has to tell you how he intends to govern you and what he intends to do. So that is the manifesto. So that essentially you can rebrand that and rename it to mean a plan. So somebody that is saying he wants to be a president, he has to have a plan, and then he has to implement it. But you are saying the plan means nothing. If the plan means nothing, then what is he going there to do?
What I mean by the plan mean nothing, because most of the time, particularly when it comes to Nigerian space, they don't do anything that they promise to do. I mean, everything in the manifesto, what did they do? I mean, they will do like half and half. What did they do? That's what I'm basing my
man of prestige. Yes. What is in this manifesto, the abridged version that you read? What is in it that is so big that you don't think they'll be able to do?
Okay. If I have to go by language, the first one, he said it's going to build a Nigeria, especially for the youth, where sufficient job is decent for wage and create a better life. Then the next one is going to say it's going to manufacture, create, and invest more goods for the service for the country. He says you talk about export and import with less threatening for both Naira, which is going to make Naira better for the life of Nigerians. Then it says it's going to continue forever something for the farmers, enlightenment in agriculture policy, and promote productivity and assure decent income. That's number 4. The next one says it's going to modernize and expand public infrastructure. The next one says it's going to embolden and support our young and women, to harness their emergency sector, for digital economy. It says it's going to train and give economic opportunity for the poorest and most vulnerable among us. The next one, it says it's going to generate and transmit and distribute sufficient affordable electricity. The next one, it says it's going to make basic healthcare, education, and housing, accessible and affordable for the whole. Then the number 10, say mostly I'm going to establish a bold, assertive policy that will create strong and yet adaptive national security. So my point, I said, all this does not mean anything to me until you actually go there and actualizing every of these
man of prestige.
Go ahead. What did you say?
I bet my brother make I put small. If you look that 10, security is mentioned twice. Security is mentioned twice. If you look that point, if I'm not mistaken, human development, the less privileged and the this thing is mentioned 3 times. So that they fool. See, make we understand one thing. These people now, we won't employ them.
No. What are you objecting to in that?
Wait, I'm not objecting. I'm saying that they divide into 3 to tell us say na 3 agenda. No, now the seed be that. Make am 1, then give us how you go do one. No break 1 into 3. Maybe with this one are 2 different thing. Now you they talk. You talk of security.
So, if you want to know how they will do it, read the 80-page version. Stop reading.
Then let me tell you one thing. I bet, brother, no verse. When they come, the first achievement they will use maybe 2 to 3 years to achieve. Now to recoup all the money where they don't spend from primary till when they win election. So make una not tell me lie. Now that's one. And when they don't recoup and finish, they go come recoup profit. Because today, Nigeria na enterprise. So when you buy goods, which is us and our tithes, now we be the goods and services. When they buy us finish, they go first of all make their capital. They can make profit. When they don't do that one finish, they go one but marry themselves, give themselves to send their children abroad. 4 years don't pass. That is why they can never achieve nothing. Whether I like it or not, they sit down, they look.
All right. Thank you, HL. So that's your anticipation, but of course, we are hopeful that will not be the case. We must always be hopeful. Let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in before we go back to Banner Prestige to round off his thoughts. So this is RB. It says, but Obasanjo is still the best since 1999. So he was speaking to that space about Obasanjo's lamentation about the poor roads in Nigeria. So thank you, RB. And Oladipo Ibiyemi, all presidents must not be like Buhari, Obasanjo. All presidents must not be like Buhari. Obasanjo tried his best. So I think Obasanjo has quite a strong following. I'm not quite sure if it's a crossover following, but he certainly has a very strong following. As soon as you're critical of him, people leap to his defense. So back to you, Man of Prestige.
Okay. I'm going back to what I was saying, like, all this manifesto. It's not that I don't believe manifesto. I mean, of course, you have to present manifesto, but I believe manifesto is just a written document. When you actually go there without any kind of paper or whatever, and you articulate your vision, and I believe that's the ones, if you look at those presidential candidates, when they articulate their vision without any paper in front of them or try to read this through manifesto, that's the ones they do.
You're going to governance without a plan.
Like during the presidential, like during the presidential candidate, Trump was so emphatic about border, closing the border. I mean, doing something at the border, and that was his priority. He do everything possible. It wasn't even in his manifesto.
Trump had a manifesto, and that was part of his manifesto.
It wasn't in there.
It was
there.
Look.
Go back and check.
We both live in this country together. I'm not educating you. I live in America too. All that security was part of it.
Man of Prestige.
Yes.
From the very second Trump came down from that escalator.
From the escalator. That was the first thing he said.
I follow American politics more than any one of you. So
sorry, hold on, everybody. What are you predicated that upon? That you follow American politics more than all of us?
You have to go there and articulate what you're going to do. That's the most important thing. To me, that's one thing. It's not a matter of people write something, a document, just write you something for you to go there and say, 10 points.
So when Trump came down from that escalator, build the wall was the first thing that came out of his mouth. So that was his campaign.
You have to be able to articulate when you go there and tell people what you're going to do. That's the most important one than just a document.
How come you said it was not in his manifesto?
It's not. It wasn't in his manifesto. Go and read his manifesto. Go and read the manifesto. It wasn't in.
That was the central point of his manifesto.
That was the central point. Immigration was the central point.
Pull out the manifesto
of Trump's campaign.
My God.
He said it. It was.
Can we go back to Nigeria, please? Can we go back to Nigeria?
So let's go back to Nigeria. It was his talking point, but it wasn't
Man of Prestige. New York Times. Donald Trump releases plans to combat illegal immigration. 2015, August 16, when campaign was starting. How can you say that Trump didn't have illegal immigrants? Something that was his altar call to presidency.
That was what brought him to presidency.
Yeah, right? Because he had it in his plan. Go back and check. Let's not argue about it.
When I say you don't understand, you always get upset.
It's a matter of what you let me land, one man. It's a matter of what you articulate. That's the most important one. It's not this facade, which are described as a window dressing. It doesn't mean that much until you actually go there and articulate what you're going to do to
I
people.
can bet with you
Without,
that once Obi releases manifesto, then
where
it
are
will
we
be
bringing
important.
Obi? Obi hasn't really. We're not talking about Obi right now.
No, I'm
So
telling
this
you
is
because
about
you're an
Tinubu.
obedient. Because
So
right now you're saying it's the Lamba that is important. But I'm telling you, when Obi releases it, then you now come here and say it's the manifesto that's important. I can bet that.
You need to stop that, Kulata. Don't tell me what I'm gonna say.
You go see now.
Yeah, this is me talking, so don't tell me what I'm gonna say. But anyway, going back to what I'm
But
saying.
one of Prestige, Obi said he doesn't need manifesto. He have said that many times. So we don't even need his manifesto.
I don't even want to address that. We're not talking about Obi right now, okay? So let's go back to Tinubu. Let's go back to Tinubu manifesto. About what we are talking about. So, like I was saying, manifesto is good, but it doesn't do that. It doesn't do much to me. It's good to complement what you're going to do, but you have to be able to go there and articulate it without following the document. That's the more one that I believe. And if you look at what Tinubu said, earlier, he said that he's going to extend Buhari vision. That means he's going to extend what Buhari is doing, try to improve what Buhari do. Buhari hasn't done nothing. Buhari has taken this country to the worst, to the worst age in my lifetime that I ever knew about Nigeria. I mean, look at where we are right now. But anyway, we are talking about the manifesto. Yeah,
I don't think you can say Buhari has not done anything. He's built the second Niger bridge.
Okay.
He's built the Lagos Ibadan rail service. He's built the Kaduna Kano Abuja
let me ask you one more.
He's built a train service from Kano to Maradi. He's built countless roads in the southeast. You cannot say he hasn't done anything.
Wait a minute, one man, did you say what?
I said he's built countless roads.
No, you're not.
That's not me saying it.
No,
hold on.
You just in London, there.
No, don't worry.
You didn't build any countless roads in the Northeast.
Do you mind? That's not me saying it. That is UK, one of our followers who went to Nigeria and was sending us video clips when he went to his homestead in the southeast.
What, in the southeast?
And
what
that was
talking about?
Yeah, in the southeast. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Engineer, you were here when UK was sending in the video clips.
Yes, I remember one man.
Yes,
I remember.
when Mike went and drove from Lagos to Ilorin and he was sending us video clips. So don't say he hasn't done anything.
Baba Kure went and said there's road.
Yes.
Not in my opinion.
It's not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of fact.
Okay, let me ask you something. All these big infrastructure you said that he built, right? Like Lagos Ibadan Expressway, the second Niger Bridge, and the other one.
Right.
Is any of them his initiative? Did he initiate it?
What does it matter? What does it matter?
I mean, he just completed what was started. I mean, I give him a credit. I'm not going to say I'm not going to give him a credit for that.
So if he didn't complete it,
hold on, Thomas, please. So then you can't say he didn't do anything, can you?
If I'm going to give Buhari grade, right, on overall performance, I'm going to give Buhari like 2%. So that's my, and that's what I'm going to give Buhari. Like 2%. So anyway, this is my own opinion. So you have your own opinion, okay? I mean, you can give him 10. That's you. But this is me. But anyway, like I was saying, to be more realistic, let's be realistic. Let's calm down and be realistic, okay? And let me tell you honestly how I feel about the manifesto. So I may be jabbing around. The manifesto is good. I mean, it's well-written manifesto. There's no doubt about it. I mean, but to me, it's a marketing strategy. So it doesn't really mean anything until you go there and sell it and people buy it. When I mean by buy, you're able to produce what you're going to say. It's good. I mean, I think the manifesto, kind of mirror about his vision. I mean, of course, it was written by the expert, but he has an input, in some of them. It's kind of a mirror where the candidate says it's going to lead. There's no doubt about it. So you can't take anything away from Tinubu. I mean, yeah, it was written by well knowledgeable people in economics, IT, and other experts. So the manifesto is good, but to me, I still look at it as a window dressing until you're able to implement half of what you promise. It's a promise, but what can you accomplish from there? So that's the way I look at it. But in a nutshell, it depends on who you're gonna have there. Are they gonna be able to implement it, or are you gonna, Are you going to borrow all this money? Because he said he's going to borrow money. But are they going to be able to?
Does it surprise or alarm you that he will borrow money?
No, it doesn't surprise me. One man, he need money to do all these things.
Of course,
It doesn't surprise me. He need money. We don't have we are short of revenue. We have a revenue problem. You know that. Because the oil, they steal half of the oil money. I mean, this subsidy and everything. So we definitely need money. But yeah, you have to borrow. I mean, look at in America here, they borrow. I mean, they borrow a lot, but they make use of the money. Look at what happened when Obama came in. I mean, USA was on a falling free. So he borrowed a lot of money in order to put, to bring the country where we are. Of course, fortunately, Trump came over and made a good economy. Then, he took it over to the next level. So then, you need to borrow money, but it's what you're going to make use of it. I'm very much concerned. If you're going to have the same people and reshuffle the same people from the previous administration and bring them in the most corrupt people I've ever seen in Nigeria, PDP, APC, they're going to do the same thing. How is he going to be able to check all these cronies that his friends? So that's my main concern. So you all need to tell me how he's going to be able to do it. Maybe he may, but I have that because he's pretty much duplicating the Buhari cabinet. I mean,
what do you mean?
Look at his council list.
No. How do you mean he's duplicating Buhari's cabinet?
That's what he's probably going to do. People that work for Buhari. I don't mean necessarily people that have appointment right now. I mean the presidential council list. Look at the list. It's all the same APC we had in the last, in the last 2 decades.
There are close to 1,000 people on that list.
Okay, tell me who is new. Are they not the same people we had in the last?
I don't have the list of the 1,000. Do you?
I don't have it. I don't have it right now. But I read a little bit of it.
Man of prestige, man. You're a funny man. Hold on, let's hear from Saki Fada. Hold on, Saki Fada, you're just coming.
Man of prestige, just to put the record straight, I think Buhari did the Onitsha Enugu Expressway.
Thank you.
It has been a construction. I don't know whether it has been completed.
So Saki, are you telling me that he did a lot of good road in the southeast? Is that what you're saying? Besides the second Niger Bridge?
No. What I'm trying to say is that Enugu Onitsha Expressway.
Okay.
That road has been so bad for decades. So I think he's the person that came in and did something on that. I don't know whether he has completed it.
Okay, what other federal road? What other federal road did he do?
Well, basically in the southeast there are 2 major federal roads, or three. So we have that Onitsha Enugu Expressway, the expressway. Then we have Onitsha Enugu Way, the old road. Then we have Onitsha Owerri, Onitsha to Owerri to Port Harcourt Way. But that expressway, that Onitsha Enugu Expressway, that very road has been. People never even knew that a government will come that will work on that. But Buhari did it. I don't know whether he has completed it now. But
well, in fact, he's doing it, and it's starting to be completed. But
it's a very good project, I would say.
So one man and Saki. So are you all giving him like B or A for when it comes to infrastructure? Is that what you're doing? You all let me know.
No. But I think we are all universal in our dislike for the guy. But that is not to take away that he did what he did. So whatever he did, all the killings and whatnot, and all the lootings, there's that. But the little that he did do, we cannot say that he did not do them. That's just the thing.
Can I say something?
All right, say it, and then we go on from you to Solomon. So have that input, and then we go to Solomon.
One man, I won't leave now.
Sorry, we come to you, sir. Sorry, Solomon. It looks as though we've kept you again, but yeah, I have that input. HO or area mama now, and then we go. Have we lost? Okay, he's back. Yes,
my brothers.
Yes.
If I say we not understand one thing. We get Nigeria as a company. Their manifesto, now the CV when they present, when we did conduct interview for them, the interview and the election, they come in, they not do wetin they talk say, they put for their CV, say they go do. They do A, they not do the rest, and we they applause them. Who does that? If Nigeria is your, I want you to just let that be in your mindset. If Nigeria is your company, you interview these people during election with their CV called manifesto. You now give one of them the job. Then when they enter, they do only one, and they can't thief all your money. Now, God they say make we dey applause them. Who does that?
Nobody's applauding them,
What
Echo.
expecting? Then secondly, they are supposed to be our servant. They beg us to give the job to them. That is why they are doing what we call.
Wait, say you don't want people that are contesting for election to provide you with a plan of what they intend to do. I mean, what's the
I'm
point?
not saying they shouldn't.
And so, what are
That's
you
not
saying?
what I'm saying. Remember, I said the manifesto I am referring it to as a CV. So
And
in
then
your
let us analyze
CV,
the CV now. I mean, what else?
no, we are
I
applauding
mean, what
them.
do you think we're doing here?
Wait, you know they understand the grammar. Oh, he do road, he do second name that bridge. Therefore, he has done something. If Nigeria is your company, and he presented everything when he go do because of waiting he write for his CV, which is the manifesto, and you deem it fit that he qualify, you give us the job.
Echo, just to clarify so that we can move on. Nobody is applauding Buhari for anything. But
And
what
they
is
hear the
can
statement now.
you hold on, please?
May we just
Can
praise and
you
say
hold
do this
on,
one.
please?
May we just
Please.
praise and say do that one.
Sorry. When I say hold on, that
Okay.
includes everybody. It doesn't exclude anybody. Nobody is applauding him. Nobody is giving him a pass mark, and nobody is giving him a pat on the back. But we cannot say he did nothing when he did something. And what he did do is what we're saying. Has he done enough? No. Has he done even the closest to anything? No. But has he done absolutely nothing? No, he has not done absolutely nothing.
As a social
Let's
worker,
not,
when I apply
oh
for
God,
a
let's
job,
not go, let's not go
no. Let us
madam. Oh,
understand what we are talking.
I'm going to remove you. That's enough of that. I'm fed up of it. Back to you, Kulata. Enough of that. Kulata, please rescue us. Enough of the. We are not shouting.
Okay.
She's still talking.
Manifesto. I mean, we'll bring it back. We have to bring this manifesto back. I've been waiting for manifesto since.
Yes. So to it. Yes.
Tinubu's manifesto. I personally, I mean, because I lean more on deregulation, privatization, I didn't see much of it. It's more of a big government spending manifesto. If I'm going to simplify it, is a tax and spend plan. So Tinubu intends to spend us out of issues. So I'm going to try. I mean, because we've spent God knows maybe over 2 hours talking about every other thing but manifesto. I'm going to try and analyze the key areas. I mean, I'll kind of like give my key take on a few areas. So on national security, of course, the normal boilerplate stuff is there. Everybody wants to increase soldiers. They want to do fund, give them more salary. But some of the specifics that Tinubu has is creating of the anti-terrorist battalions in the army. This will be brand new, a special unit that will be focused on terrorists. I think it's called ABATS or something like that. Then the usual stuff he talked about in Kaduna, upgrading weapons, aerial technology, and so on and so forth, will be there. And
sorry to interrupt you, Kulata, but that what again did you call it?
Anti-terrorist battalions.
They have it in Nigeria already. They have counter-terrorism, of course, in Nigeria. As arm of the
but
so
this
it's not
one
something like no, they have it in the army. I think
is it a special? This one is supposed to be special forces.
It's special. This is what I'm telling you, is special force.
Okay, we can check on that because the way they drafted it is like this is a new
I just think
special forces unit.
It's a change of name. They have it in Buhari's administration. They have it in this guy's administration too.
Okay,
this guy, good luck.
All right, I'm just saying that. So I'm just saying this anti-terrorist battalion as its own unit. I'll go verify what you just said. And then from a non-national security related, of course, they want to rehabilitate Lake Chad. They want to clean up Niger Delta. Those are almost, you can count those as almost as empty promises. Now, forest regions, they want forest guards. I mean, we already have forest guards, but they want to revitalize forest ranger and forest guards around to gather forest. And for community policing, they're going to do some community. They want to do some community policing. But here's the thing: is there's no clear commitment into state police. But under the resection, under the restructuring area, they talked about being able to apply for bills for things like security in the state. So of course, that is akin to state police. So they weren't that loud on state police, but they kind of like gave a passing nod to state police. But community policing, they called that out specifically. So outside of that, also they want to strengthen our national ID card for more intelligence sharing, identity database. So we already have a version of that, but if they can make it turn to something, that will help. So like everybody, like you have in the US, you are a number. And also in the UK, you're a number. So that would be good if they can do that. So on the economy, what I see on the economy is I already talked about they want to change the way we do budgets. So that is our fiscal policy. So we will no longer be budgeting based on the cost of crude oil. We'll be budgeting based on what we're going to spend. So that means we will be borrowing. We'll be borrowing. It's not like we will have underfunded budget. We'll fund our budget, but most likely we'll borrow to fund the budget. And but to cover some of the revenue lapses, there's going to be tax reform. So everybody that's been asking, how are you going to pay for it? How are you going to pay for it? There's going to be corporate tax. There's going to be corporate tax reform.
But from an economic standpoint, do you think that budgeting strategies is the way to go in Nigeria?
I think
from
it's the way
standpoint.
it's the way to go for Nigeria in particular, because everything around Nigeria centers around a monoproduct economy, just crude oil. So if we're going to get off that leash that crude oil has us on, we need to start planning without crude oil. So regardless of if
what I'm saying is, if you take the expenditure part of the budgeting process you're talking about now, I think it will encourage more rascality in government spending, because now government is not just what I mean now is like, because now government
Zaki Father, with due respect, please, can we just let collateral run through everything?
No, let him ask question.
No, I'm not being.
If he asks question, I'll be able to test whether Tinubu's plan makes any sense. So
no, you can
let him ask. No, ask question. When you mean rascality, are you afraid of? I said that Tinubu's plan, from the way I read it, is a big spending plan. They're not going austere. They're going to spend. So, and they want to spend our way into growth.
That is what I'm saying. I think every budget should project anticipated revenue. And then,
it's going to be based on anticipated revenue. See,
within the context of the anticipated revenue, you can now decide what is within your limits to spend. You can now decide how much.
So
Saki, I agree with that, Saki. That's why I was saying it's back.
Let me explain. Let me explain. The problem you're talking like this is you're debt averse. You are scared of debt. So you're thinking is less. What you're saying essentially is let's cut our coats according to our size. But governments don't do that, especially if the spending you're going to spend is an investment into the country. Why would you not invest at the right time and now just say, okay, I'm cutting my coats to my size, and then you have opportunity cost of what you could have invested at the right time, the returns it will have given you, versus you being prudent or you being miserly and not investing at the right time, and you won't be able to catch up because you have so much deficit from an infrastructure, from a productivity perspective, that a stitch in time is a stitch in time saves nine kind of thing. So you can spend as long as you're spending in the right area and you're going to generate more money. and you keep generating more money, then you'll just be like a normal economy like Japan, America, all these other economies that they're deep in debt, but they can pay their debt. Debt is no longer, debt is a tool. It's not something to be afraid of. It's something you try and use to work for you. So it's a paradigm shift. We're used to cutting our coats according to our size, but Tinubu is telling us that he doesn't want to budget that way anymore. He wants to budget based on a set amount of spending. Because if you can set, okay, I'm going to spend this and this is what I'm going to achieve with that spending, then you can project your growth. It's not based on the
What if you are not able to raise the funding to meet your budget?
You go tax now. There's tax base. You tax and you borrow too. You borrow. So look, we're not over borrowed. Please, nobody should get that wrong. Nigeria is like 20% borrowed to GDP. Ghana is 86%.
It's 26, 23 something percent.
Like 23%. Ghana is 86. 86. So even though Ghana is in trouble right now, but I'm just saying, like, we still have a lot of opportunity to unleash resources. So please don't be scared of debt. Just make sure they use it for the right thing. So let's move on. So he's going to do tax reforms. He said they don't want to increase taxes because it's not good to increase taxes in a weak economy. But there are a lot of loopholes and they have to rationalize the system. So they will make money from tax. Tinubu is good in that. And of course, the consumption to production, the version of consumption to production, which is called import substitution. Basically, they will give tax rather than importing all this junk from Europe and China and all. They will create tax incentives. They will create tax incentives to bring those companies in and come and finish the goods. Not necessarily manufacture from ground up. At least you give them fiscal and tax baits and rebates so they can bring their manufacturing plants into Nigeria and then they can finish the goods and distribute it here. At least let an aspect of the production be in Nigeria. So in their case, it's called import substitution. So, I mean, from an economic space, and also, of course, they want to optimize government revenue. You know what that means? That's more IGR. So Tinubu said he's going to like increase the IGR like he did in Lagos. And of course, the ironic, I will fight corruption and remove loopholes. They can do that if it's technology based, but they can't do that if it's based on personnel because
I think what is looking to tackle is the duplicitousness within some of the agency spaces within Nigeria and parastatals. Yes. When you have about 5 parastatals with one single remit, so and all this idea of
he's even saying he's going to put a cap on fiscal expenditure for some of the government related costs like construction of buildings and salaries and compensation. So that means a lot of people will not get salary increases. So, and he said he's going to shrink the size of the federal government, which is good, which is a part I like. He's going to shrink the size of the federal government and move that percentage is shrinking, move it to the state and the local. So he's going to do that. So if he can shrink the size of the government and also put in technology in, you can make the federal government, the executive branch. You can't touch the legislative branch. Those ones, they're on their own. Tinubu can control the salaries of the senators and the what's the other one? The senators and the legislative branch. And the reps. Yeah. They can't control those ones. So those ones those ones will be on their own. So I mean, from a monetary policy, this is the part I don't like. So monetary policy. It goes about the normal spiel that interest rate, exchange rate. He said we can't have like the massive gap between the different exchange rates. But I was expecting him to commit into a single rate. So this is where I hate this plan because it did not tell us, like give us full commitment that I'm going to get rid of 2 rates and only stay on 1 rate. It just said that they will work with central bank one thing. That one is BS in my opinion, because if they're going to keep this nonsense 2 rates, it means they still want to be rent seeking. They're still going to be favoring a few people to be collecting dollars in CBN rate and going back and selling it in black market. So I hate that part of his plan because there was no clear commitment of removing the arbitrage, in our monetary policy. We cannot afford to have one rate as 400 and something, another rate as 700. That is insane. So I'm not so excited with this. It did mention about the issue of those two rates, but I did not see a strong commitment to say we're going to get out of that space. So that's as far. I mean, let me see if I can quickly read it. They said to ensure the exchange rate policy harmonizes with our goals of optimal growth and job creation driven by industrial, agricultural, and infrastructure expansion, we will work with the central bank and the financial sector to carefully review and better optimize the exchange rate regime. To me, that's just word salad. That is not a strong commitment to say, I will then get rid of the dual exchange rate. You just said we'll work with CBN and all. So that's BS, in my opinion. It talked about targeting inflation. I like what they said about inflation. They're not going to jack up interest rate like the tools you use for inflation to kind of like mock up excess liquidity, because they're right. They said we have a supply side problem, meaning we're not productive. So there's a lot of money going for fewer goods. So it's saying, okay, increase the goods. So how do you increase the goods? You have to fight insecurity. You need more farming. You need all those things. So if we increase the amount of goods circulating, it will catch up with the excess liquidity that we have, with the excess money flowing in the market. So this part is good in terms of targeting inflation, but this part will be useless if we don't get rid of that dual exchange rate. I need stronger commitment about that dual exchange rate. So, and I mean, borrowing.
Sorry, what do you mean by the dual exchange rate?
So, you know, the CBN rate that's 400 and something.
Yes.
The official rate.
Yes.
If you don't get rid of that official rate and make
you mean just to let the market decide?
Yeah, let it. Yeah. I mean, you can let the market determine, or you can do some form of. You can say, okay, one rate and base that rate on the difference in inflation between US dollar and naira. So the way you can do it, if you do it that way, naira may be losing 10% every year, but at least you can predict it, and you still have to support the naira with some money, but it's not going to be as much as supporting it as that $400, because the way what you're using to support at that 400 rate is almost
so
double.
Why don't you just throw the naira at the mercy of the market?
Yeah, the inflation will kill us. I mean, we have to do something close to that at the end of the day, but you need to find a middle ground. And Bode Augusto proposed the best solution I saw, which is rather than throw it to market forces 100%, use inflation. Like, you know, the average inflation of the naira is X amount in 10 years. The average inflation of the dollar is X amount. So the difference between that should be how much we deliberately depreciate the naira year after year. And that kind of makes sense. So you can defend that naira, you can defend that position easily with a few additional money you throw in to stabilize it. But at least you know that rather than the naira fluctuating just anyhow, you know that, okay, it's just going to lose 10%, 10%. And you can plan that, okay, if it's 10%, if I'm going to bring a business to Nigeria, I have to charge X amount of money to be able to cover up for that 10% rather than the unknown. Because a lot of investors that want to invest in Naira, how do we take our money out? Because you have to take your money out through CBN. CBN will pay you this nonsense 400. I mean, you have to this nonsense $400. 400 Naira rate as opposed to, you know. So every investor needs to be able to predict. They need some form of stability. Otherwise, they are just going to pass up all the costs to the consumer. So if we get rid of those, the dual exchange rate and find a middle ground that we can defend, just like Kenya is doing, I think we'll be fine. I think Naira will stabilize somewhere, maybe 600 Naira or something. It will stabilize. And you know that by end of next year, it will just go to 660 or something. It makes sense. But one other area they want to do, they're going to get rid of subsidy. They're going to get rid of subsidy. And they also want to reduce borrowing in dollars and do most of our borrowing in Naira. So if we're borrowing in Naira, the debt will grow, but it's Naira debt, it's not dollar debt. And we can manage Naira debt by printing more money, essentially. America does it. So why can't we? If we borrow in our own currency, we have enough monetary tools to kind of manage that money. So I like that aspect of the
Is that not what they
economic.
call ways and means? Is that ways and means?
It's ways and means now. You can borrow, you can do the borrowing from central bank. I mean, ways and means give you some flexibility. At least you can borrow from CBN and say that in 100 years it's not going to carry any interest rate. So it's almost like free money.
All right, and then the what did you say? Because you wanted it to be more aggressively capitalistic, did you not? The budget.
Yeah, I want it to be aggressively capitalistic. It's middle of the road for me. It's middle of the road. So home ownership.
Yeah, but would an aggressively capitalistic budget not be too big a roll of the dice given the circumstances?
You see, the people aggressively capitalistic will not favor the poor. Okay, I have to acknowledge that it's not going to favor the poor.
So you want to collect them as collateral damage, Abi?
No, but like Jesus even said it that the poor will always be amongst us. What I want is to build a middle class. The middle class will build up the poor. But if you cannot build a middle class, if you're trying to aggressively elevate the poor, you waste a lot of money trying to do that, and you don't really get any returns. I feel educated, you can easily bring up educated people to middle income, and those educated people will go to the market, they will hire house help, they will have drivers, they will do this, so they will eventually give back to the poor. But if you ignore the middle class and just go straight directly to the poor, I mean, I don't know an elegant way to say it, but it's like you're almost like pouring money into the basket, because it hasn't worked anywhere in the world. So why do you want to do that? Or why do you want to continue doing that? So they have that in their plan, and I think it's a bad idea. But anyway, what do I know? So there's also home ownership, where they want to have home ownership scheme where you will have loans. They will incentivize state governments to provide land, and then they will have mortgage. That thing I was talking to with Jim Ovia, that part of it is there. So that will be based on a credit-based system. So I talked about that you're gonna have like enforce your national ID, and you can tie your national ID to a credit database, and with the credit database, you have a job, you'll be able to get a mortgage. And they're prioritizing civil servants. So civil servants will get payment guarantees with a fixed rate on the loan. So you'll be able to get a mortgage and the rate will not change. And I think that would be awesome for people that want to buy, or people that want to buy homes. And you can do this because it said it's going to make the banks work on it. And if they don't do it, they're going to penalize the banks. So banks will have to kind of like unleash their money, take small risk to give people mortgages, and the mortgages will be backed up by the assets that you build. They'll be backed up by the properties. So that's one aspect. So industry policy, he has this national industrialization plan. It's not much big of a deal. Basically, he said he's gonna have textile manufacturing in the northwest and the northeast. Then he's gonna have manufacturing that requires labor will be in the south and the southeast. And one way or the other, he said he's gonna make glass in the southwest, glass and potteries in the southwest, and then it's gonna chase a lot of people out of the illegal mining stuff. So that one is his industrial policy. It's not a strong industrial policy.
No, but it's an employment-driven. Is because the manufacturing, especially the textile space, had always been a traditional space for the northern spaces. I wasn't quite sure that there was a glass economy in the south west.
That one really amazed me. That it says southwest.
There must be a resource that they are predicating that policy positioning on. So that's how this is what we want to hear, isn't it, Kulata?
It's a lot of details that we want to hear.
We may disagree, but this is a plan, not consumption production.
I'm sorry. I know I'm new here. Please, can I ask Kulata some questions, because I don't have time to read the manifesto. This is the first I'm hearing back from
Waffles, I waited a long time to
I
start
want to
talking
ask
about
you. I want to ask you a question so that you can clarify me on certain things,
Okay.
so that I can learn. Not, I don't have anything to contribute. I want to ask you a question so you can tell me. Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. This economy base we are talking about. We all have company here. We all do business here. We are talking about the two rate policy about dollar in Nigeria. Is it not? It will not be better that any of these candidate that is coming in to do it in a layman perspective, just make it $1 rate, the way China, Japan, other economies doing it. That if it's 410, peg it at 410. If it's 700, put it at 700.
But
The
you
only
can't
difference
peg
will be
it now. If you're going to peg it, you need to be
Then
making
you have
extra
to
dollars.
subsidize it.
You have to subsidize it to peg it.
And then the market will have you. There
Okay,
will be
okay,
people just gaming the currency if you.
You can't
okay, now.
artificially maintain the rate because you have to back it up with dollar, with your dollar.
Yeah, I understand. I know they're pushing up this thing when it comes to the economy. This thing now, but the problem is that when you say 300 million barrels missing, let's for example, we tend to divide it, plus it with dollar and divide with dollar and times it with black market rate. But we are forgetting that those people, these international bodies, are not paying the dollar rate to us in 740. They are paying to us in 410. So we are shortchanging ourselves with over 200%. It's killing our economy.
No. But the oil space is a dollarized space now.
Yes. Now, one man.
So they are not paying. They are not paying you in naira. They are paying you in dollars.
I understand. If they said 1 million barrels missing,
right,
we tend to divide it with 710, right? True of us. But actually, we are not getting 710. The dollar we are getting
710. Any official exports that you do from Nigeria is 400. So
400,
if you export ginger and hibiscus from Nigeria,
you are getting 400,
and they pay you, they have to pay through the CBN, and they give
CBN,
you CBN will convert it to naira in 400, as opposed to you taking the dollars and go getting 700 and getting more money.
700,
so that's why that dual rate is very terrible for our export market. It doesn't make us. It doesn't let us.
It's killing our business here because I'm doing business. I'm importing some boat now to Pakistan. I'm getting 1 for 1. But the boat engine I sent to Nigeria, I've already lost about 36 million naira.
You lose money immediately. That's why export business in Nigeria is bad. It's very bad.
So when
you lose money,
you were saying about Tinubu that you didn't buy that policy, yes, I agree to it. Anybody that wants to do something about that dollar, that naira.
But you see, the problem with that dollar is there's a mafia there that are all they do is making money from CBN. They take dollar and CBN, they go to the black market.
Yeah, they take 410 and sell outrightly. Maybe Tinubu don't want to offend his friends now. Probably
so that's one of the things that's pissing me off, because he mentioned about the problem, but he did not commit to me that I'm going to make it 1 rate, rather than saying, no, I'm going to go talk to CBN.
Is that not political expediency?
Oh, it's supposed to be bold in that part now. That part
of course. That's why I like
the dollar is the Mala economy now. It will tell them that we remove food from their table.
That's true, because Dangote alone gets dollar at 410 in Nigerian record. He gets dollar in 410. So he'll just take it to the black market and sell immediately and get whatever he gets times 200%. So it's clean our economy. Any other aspect of the manifesto I'll be listening is okay. Then that police again, you talk about that police. Sorry, this is the last question. In the police or whatever security, and I heard you said he didn't really say much about the state police or community state police.
You see, he said community policing. So unless you go to another place in that 80-page document where he's now talking about, so there's a section for restructuring. So he kept that restructuring relatively feasible. He said we're going to try and restructure a few areas. One of the areas is security. One of the areas is all those. What's the name of that list? Whatever that list is called. So, but he didn't exclusively. So he did not specifically say I will create state police or I will create 4. I mean, how many regions do we all like? 6 regions.
But it's all embedded in the opaqueness of the language.
It's very opaque, kind of like assumed, depending on how you want to push your luck.
Okay. Thank you. Before I leave it,
So what on my own this thing, your conclusion. So what is in the manifesto? What is your pre-plan? The pre-plan to attack the economy first, and the post-plan after that pre-plan as allowed in
To
this
attack the
manifesto.
economy first is going for taxes. It's going for taxes and going for leakages in government. All of them are going for. I mean, there's no other way you can make money in Nigeria right now.
No, I'm saying in the manifesto, not your opinion. In that manifesto, which is the pre-plan to the economy and the post-plan.
Pre-plan? What do you mean by pre-plan?
You know, the plan that we put on table.
Let Kulata just carry on. We're nearly 5 hours in. Sorry.
Thanks. All right. Thanks, Kulata.
Apologies, but
so plan for not so like I said, plan for Southwest is to create quality glass and also create dish and pottery from clay. Apparently, we have good clay in the Southwest. In the Southeast and the South is labor-intensive manufacturing. So I'm guessing Aba and all those places. And like I said, North West and North is textile, and North Central will focus on solid mineral, and then they will chase all the illegal gold mining. They will chase them away, and also put some more. They will add some more value into any solid mineral that we're exporting. So I think that is decent. That is good. And I already talked about mortgage. There's gonna be a mortgage and consumer credit reform. We're gonna have a credit system. People that have jobs will be able to apply for mortgage. They will have some low interest rate mortgages. Some of them will be guaranteed, and some of them you can go purchase it directly from the private bank. So that will be good if they can unleash mortgages. That will help home ownership. So agriculture, I mean, I think people are familiar. They're going to create commodity boards. Commodity boards will maintain. You'll be able to maintain a minimum price for cash crops like cashew, cocoa, sesame seeds, cassava, àgbàdo. You know, when Tinubu was talking about àgbàdo, he was talking about these commodity boards. And yeah.
Sorry, I want to quickly ask a comment. Not as I want to quickly comment. Right. This is, you see what I was saying earlier. One man. Okay, let's assume that somebody that is in Nigeria working, and then your earnings say maybe an average 100,000. Okay, let's even say 200,000, right? So, and then based on your income now, you want to buy a house. So what is the average price of a house now in Nigeria? Well, you say 20, 30 million naira. So how much of that your sorry?
That's too cheap. You can't build a house for 20, 30 million, can you?
No, I'm just saying, let me say 30 million naira, right? So if you want to factor, if you want to split, say, okay, 20 years mortgage, right? How much are you going to be paying every month from that your 100 or 200,000 naira income? So you can see that the thing itself, it's like, I don't know how to put it. You know, I think first of all, what they should have done was to create a housing building plan.
No. I think you're looking because he is saying he's going to improve the comparative value of the naira. So if he improves the comparative value of the naira, then that 100,000 then has the value that it should have, rather than the derisory value
look at it from
an
holistic perspective. Don't compartmentalize it like the way things are right now. If he's able to lift up the economy, improve naira, there's no one-to-one naira to dollar. I just told you that the minimum will get naira will depreciate 10% every year. If he's able to lift things up, and he's now promising, I mean, there's one part but this that's the problem. Tinubu is federal government, it's not state government, not anything. So if he's going to help people directly, it's going to be his own workers, like federal housing. So they're going to be like some cheap federal housing and all. They'll give states and local government incentives to build affordable housing, because it's talking about building some affordable housing for state and local governments. But how much follow through can you do with your state and local government? That's up to your governor and up to your local government people. But you remember too, they want to decrease the amount of money that goes to the federal government. Right now it's like 56%. They want to reduce it. So more money should be going into the state and the local government. So their own housing scheme, Tinubu can't control that. That has to be based on your state governor and your local government chairman.
One man, I think for me, in that housing sector, there have to be some form of Jaconde style housing policy nationwide. You know, if we don't go that route,
but that's the plan now. That's the plan. But from a federal aspect, I mean, federal will do the Shagari kind. You remember those Shagari houses, even though they were a failure. You remember the Shagari federal housing, some of them they were built. It's canty all over the place. It really, this housing stuff has to be more
And by
discussed.
the way, Buhari has also through Fashola done some aggressive housing building, which
Yes.
I was monitoring, and they all fall under the 10 million naira bracket.
One man, that hut, those huts Fashola was building is what you're calling a house. Those huts. Fashola was building.
Progressive now.
Hold on.
Progressive. What
These
is
are
our
two-bedroom.
economy?
What are you talking about? You want a mansion for somebody that Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I was saying, are you wanting them to be building mansions for people on low incomes?
No, it's not a mansion. At least build something decent, something properly planned. Not those huts.
Money now, money must stay now.
He's building a hut and he's calling it a federal. What kind of? Come on, man. Let us at least give a
Can
little
I
bit of
respond to
respect.
the progressive? The progressive. How did you know? How do you know the value of this building, and how did you come across the facility within those buildings? See,
Which value? What value are you talking about?
We are calling those houses us. How did you arrive at that?
Can you not see the picture?
That's what we are saying. You are seeing the picture, but you are not so sure of the type of building it is. We can't just give wholesale criticism of what we don't even have any idea.
Okay, hold on, brother. Hold on 1 second. 1 second.
Hold on, everybody.
If you see a duplex, will you not know a duplex?
All right. The progressives. Do you have a screen in front of you?
Yeah, I have my phone in front of me.
All right. Let me show you the houses that are being built. So this is because I've been monitoring it. I was thinking, should I pick one up? Should I not? So I've been monitoring it. So these are the houses that you are calling a hamlet. So this is the ones in Abia State, and it goes from state to state. So those are the ones in Adamawa. So you can see from bungalows to high rise. I mean, yes. So these are the houses.
They're decent enough.
They're decent enough. What more do you want for? This will suit anybody.
One man, that one they built like a school classroom is the one you call bungalow now.
This one here. Should we go inside it and see? Because this one is still selling, or the one
progressive. They take Jan standard measure Nigeria.
I'm not taking Jan standard. I'm saying at least
this will cost you 12 million.
Look, this one look like a Majari school. One man, look at it.
Look at it now.
What do you want?
So
it's government house now.
What more do you want? So that's it now.
Honestly, this thing tire me. The question is this. Look at it this way. Before now, you had that no opportunity. And we have limited resources. And someone is even making an attempt for you to be able to acquire something. And all we can say is just to rubbish it. See, is there no room for improvement? You do something now and you improve. It's just because I'm aware of some of these projects and I'm aware of an architect and a contractor that is involved in all of these projects. That was why I asked you that question the other time. Have you seen any of these buildings that you are calling hot? So to me,
one man just showed you.
Wait, the progressive. When we are trying to educate our people, we should feed them with the correct information. We should not just try to rally people's sentiments and misrepresent what is happening. That project is a laudable project. If every government, if they be doing what Fashola, let me just say Buhari now, so that I won't be giving him armor every time. If they be doing this thing consistently, we won't be where we are today. We will have gone far beyond where we are. So it's not everybody. Everybody is not working in the bank. We have some people that are civil servants. We have some people that don't even earn more than 100K a month or 200K. It's not everybody that is earning 2 million or 1 million a month. So if you are earning 1 million,
let me quickly run through before so we don't waste time.
Okay.
Please. Let me just
carry on. Carry on.
So for agriculture, what I like in agriculture, commodity boards. So farmers can organize prices. So in that case, you don't rip them off. They can have organized pricing, and that will make sure a lot of northerners will be able to make decent income because they can. I mean, I don't know, consumers will suffer a bit for it, but at least most of our GDP is farming. So if most of our farmers can make money by organizing in community boards to determine price. That would be good. And this community board is one of the reasons Awolowo was successful. So this is a great idea. Then, of course, you have the normal grain storage to modernize our storage system. I mean, state and federal and local government will have reserves. They'll be incentivized to have reserves in case of food floods and food shortages and all stuff like that. And irrigation. I mean, you can't be serious with farming if you don't have irrigation. Then the good one is farm cooperatives. Farm will be able to form cooperatives so they can buy and lease equipment. So all these harvester and all that stuff, rather than one farmer that can't afford it, if you form a cooperative, the cooperative will be able to like pull funds together and use those mechanized farming. So this is also something that will be great in the north. These are the details of consumption to production for those that say, oh, if I go to Niger State, I'll turn this to the Netherlands. But anyway, these are, I'm sorry for dissing Obi, but these are some of the details in like, sorry.
No, but you're quite right to say that, though, because that is what irritates, just this empty mantra that have no meaning, you know. But at least we've criticized and complimented a manifesto for 5 hours, and we can still go on for another 5 hours because just the details, you know.
I'm just trying to focus on the key details, key highlights.
So it's different from production to production, you know. It's just
and also they've identified 11 river basins throughout the country that they will use to supply water for arable lands, and they will do some large scale land clearing to kind of like turn a lot of unproductive lands into productive lands. So that is also part of consumption to production. So on power, this is nonsense. I'm disappointed in the power because there's no plan to make our transmission private. So this is basically just say we eliminate estimated billing. Like, of course, you have to eliminate estimated billing, and you use renewable energy. Like, well, I mean, don't we have dams and all that? No, I mean, stuff, gas. So there's nothing in the power sector that I'm happy about. It's just boilerplate bullshit. There's no, I don't see any plan to address transmission. This is the radical thing we're going to do in transmission. That is missing in this plan. So it's one of the reasons I don't like this. I'm not that excited in this plan. Oil and gas, I think we know everybody. I mean, oil and gas, there's some areas I don't like in oil and gas. They want to continue looking for oil in the north. They've been looking since there's the Chad Basin. If they found oil there, bring investor to come and drill oil there. Don't waste more money there. If there's oil there, drill it. But they're planning to increase our production capacity to 4 million barrels per day by 2030. I don't think that's realistic. People are getting off oil, and they want to turn it to 2.6 million barrels in 2017. In 2027, these are nonsense because they want to get more oil from new areas and assume you'll be able to sell everything when we know what's going on in the world. So I think this part is bullshit.
All right. So overall, how would you grade it? How would you grade it?
The overall manifesto, or just this part?
No, the overall manifesto.
6 over 10.
All right. So we had 4 from the progressives, 6.5 from. So you're not far from Saki Fada. So well put. So 4 times. Stay with us, Kulata. Let's go on to.
Okay. Before Kulata run, I wanted to say something. See, you said on power that you didn't see something fantastic. I want to draw your attention to that. Maybe you miss it. See, this guy has always been consistent right from the day of Aaron. In this policy document or manifesto, he still repeat the off-grid. What off-grid simply means that if Kulata wants to supply somewhere, maybe they give you the Ikeja to generate and supply, you'll be supplying off-grid. That is, you generate within Ikeja and you supply the entire Ikeja. So what means that if you decide to license like 30 IPP within Lagos now and ask them to do off-grid, that means that you can do that thing concurrently or simultaneously and feed all those areas. So that power, look at it very well, you will see that it's a very brilliant idea
sorry to interject. Sorry to interject. So if you get that generating, where did the surplus excess of the light that generate goes to on off grid?
Why are you talking of excess when they've not even done the capacity planning? At least you that you want to supply. See, you
Okay,
that
Ola,
you want to supply.
you're a very learned person.
Please, can I say something?
No, I have background in electrical,
hold
so
on.
be very careful when you are addressing.
In any
Wait.
any
My undergrad
let me
is
land
in
this point.
electrical.
Sorry,
So,
let me land this point. Your electrical, hold on. In even a dam that you build to generate 200, let's say 200 megawatts capacity, there will be time you generate more than 200. You go to 250. So you build a reserve for that. Even the solar system in Japan is regulated. My house is using solar. I generate my own megawatt. The excess, sometimes in the month I generate excess. Now I give it back to the government. That's why I ask, where is the excess going to?
I'm not sure that the consumption level of Lagos that leaves room for excess. We're talking about 25 to 27 million people.
Please, can I say something?
Hold on, Leto. See, I know about power very well. Forget about that. So let's look at it this way. We are talking of excess. Someone is saying it's going to generate off-grid. Now, you don't expect this manifesto to be technical document in the sense that it starts analyzing what it's going to do. It's just telling you that if you are an investor, I will give you that opportunity to generate and supply off-grid. So it's not going to be a matter of exclusive list that is only the federal government that will be marketing this thing. Generate your electricity and sell. Then give that headache of sending the excess to the national grid, leave it there until they start doing that. But you don't expect all the detail within a document. So looking at this power project, policy, one of the first thing I went to look at there to see whether this guy is consistent is one of the most. It's a very brilliant idea, because by the time you have so many IPP going on that will be supplying off-grid, it's a very laudable project and it's a very innovative one. So whatever you get in excess, then you can talk of that later. That's why I'm saying you've not even generated anything. We are talking of excess. Let's start generating first and see. To build to the capacity of having excess is not a joke, because when we are talking of a power project and you don't even know how maybe they are going to use a gas turbine. You don't necessarily have to use hydro, because when you don't have hydro, you have alternative. So,
my brother, can I quickly ask you a question? Sorry, what does the law say? What does the law says on distribution of electricity?
See, someone that is saying is going to allow you to generate off-grid, they know they are going to pass law.
Kulata is right. Kulata is right.
But wait now, it's just like when they are telling Obasanjo, wait now, what did Obasanjo do when they first got to that power, when they were arguing about telecommunication? He sent NCC Act to be enacted, and they enacted NCC Act. People were saying United, MTN, Econet, they will not come alive. Even when so look at all these things. They argue against all these things. Even NACS project in Nigeria, the National Automated Clearing System, people argue against it. And today we have
all right. Thank you, Ola. So let's hear Echo's interjection.
Let me just round up.
Round up.
So
we hear it, and then we move on.
Okay, other areas, education, they're going to reform. I mean, education, tertiary education, I think long term is not going to be free. There's going to be judicial reform. They're going to digitize court records. They're going to create more. What's the name of those courts again? There's going to be another layer of courts. I can't remember. There's something on foreign policy. And I'm just bringing the big highlights. Youth empowerment and unemployment, they'll try and do something about the out of school kids. And for we already talked about the IT stuff. And finally, the entertainment industry, they will create a media city like Dubai Media City to attract more Nollywood and Collywood and Burna Boy kind of stuff. So those are the main highlights. Everybody should read it. It's not that big of a deal.
Yes, you've given us your scorecard there. I might well be tempted to read it because, of course,
read it.
I don't think I have a choice but to read it, really, because if
I don't want to prejudice people's views. My wish list will probably not be implementable. I think this is easy to implement than what I want. What I want may not be easily digestible in
No,
in
what
the
you
current
want is too
Nigeria.
aggressive now. It's
It's
too
too
aggressive
aggressive.
now. Yeah, you're a killer now. Everybody
Can
knows
I
that.
say something?
Yeah, combination.
First, the manifesto they are talking about has no plan for in the internal displaced population in our country. No plan. You are in your country, you are a refugee in your country, and there's no plan to bring them back to their community. So that is an issue. Then two, their manifesto seems to focus on borrowing. What about the leakage? Their manifesto
No,
is
the
not.
leakage was addressed. It
Wait,
was
wait.
addressed.
Let
Leakages
me
is
finish.
addressed.
Because
And for people that are
can I
displaced,
finish my
no, I
thought?
want to quickly answer your
You are
question.
making points that don't solve. You can't just do
Can I?
blanket. No, hold on.
You should have
Hold on.
allowed me to
No, I
finish
can't
my.
allow you. Stop it, man. Stop it. You can't just blanketly make statement now. What you're saying is not factual. So why would people not interject you? I've muted you and you're still talking. Look.
I'm still talking. It's not right.
No. I've muted you. So, Echo, if you can hear my voice, nobody can hear you. So stop talking.
Wait.
Hold on. I'm not waiting. You wait. Can you wait? You're still talking. I've muted you. So just wait. So, Echo, when you make an assertion that is not factual, people will interject, and you have to allow that interjection, take the correction, or argue it back with a superior argument, and then you move on. You can't make blanket statements that don't subsist.
Number
Can you
one,
hold on?
you've
You don't
not
hear.
allowed me to land.
No, you can't
made
land
a
now.
statement.
But your statement is factually not right.
I was to support my statement with what I was to talk, but you didn't allow me to complete. If you allow me to complete it, and you now bring your own objection or clarification, it's understanding. We have a situation. We spend how many trillions on oil subsidies. We have a situation that we have refineries that are broken down, and there is no plan to fix those refineries. We have a situation, we produce raw oil, and we continue to send it out to refine, to bring to us. And they are not making plan to take care of all this. And if we
It's
take
in
care
the
of
plan.
all this,
Go and
some
read
of
it.
these are
Go and
problems
read
will be
it.
resolved. And nothing
Is in the
said
plan.
about
We can't cover everything in the plan because of the time you took to talk about other things but the manifesto. Thank you.
But I will recommend it to that you go and actually read that manifesto, because a lot of your concerns are already embedded in the plans, which Kulata has read the 80 pages, at least as much of it as he could digest or stomach. But I thank you.
I've been listening to you guys when I was sitting here listening to everything.
Yes.
So it's not that I walked away.
No, but a lot of the things you are saying, Kulata is telling us that they are already covered in the plans. So it's a matter of making the effort. I'm probably going to have to make the effort to read the plan. But let me acknowledge Joel of Nashville Supercharge, who supercharged to say, one man, you will always use every opportunity to bring in Obi. Take it easy. Nice one, guys. So that's Joel of Nashville. Even in bed, he dreams Obi. And it's still not done, of course, because it says, one man, allow her to finish. Tinubu not doing well with this one. You seem pissed. I don't seem pissed, though. I am excited, because at last we're seeing a roadmap for the country. If you don't see that, I do. So I have no reasons to be pissed. I'm only even more excited to weigh Atiko's plans against Tinubu and then pick from what Atiko has to say to marry with what Tinubu has already said, to see which bits fits in where, and to see if through the plans of the two of them, we can actually have a real solid, and I think Atiko's plan might well lean in the direction that Kulata wants. So I am excited. Don't worry about being pissed. I only get pissed when we start to talk about production and this inane stuff. But I thank you, Joel of Nashville, for the super chat. Let's take the conversation in the direction of Solomon, who has been waiting all day. Solomon, I'm surprised you've not fallen asleep yet.
Yeah, yeah. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, thank you, Kolata, for at least for going through this manifesto like in total, like going deep. It's just the points that me I just went through, and you really tried for going through those 80 page of that manifesto. You really tried. Really tried. So me, I don't really have much to say about it. But what I just have to say is that the at this thing, this manifesto is just hitting on the basic needs of Nigeria, like what Nigerians need now, like the basic things that they need now. It's a shame that we're supposed to have passed this level, but we're still here. But another thing again, I'm just worried about is it's not about coming to give us manifesto. The Buhari gave us manifesto. Did he execute it? He did not execute them. He did not execute them. So it's not about coming to write big, going talk this big, using grammar, not just grammar, because this one he made it very simple. They used simple language, but it's not about coming to list things you say you want to do, that you do this, you do that, and at the end of the day, you will not do them. Like I could remember in 2019 when he said something during the campaign that each student will have 5,000 naira, or there's this certain amount of money that each student will do, that education will be this. Look at today, everything is just there. Nothing is happening in education, in the educational sector. Everything is just stagnant. Even I think, but not just stagnant, backward. So it's not about coming to say you do this, you do that, you did this, and at the end of the day you don't do it. But I won't use that against. I won't really use that against Tinubu. Why? Because he was not the one in power. It was Buhari that was in power. But I just pray to God that at this time, at this point in time, it's not where we jeopardize with our future, play with our future, or the future of the younger ones in Nigeria, or the youth in Nigeria, yet by hoping that, oh, if this guy gets in, I don't just know. I'm really thinking of what will be the logic. Obi, like I said, Obi is not a god, but I don't even know what to say about him. But I don't know. I don't want to just come and say let's try him. I would have said let's try him, but because of the political system, or the way the political system in Nigeria is, I know he can't get into that office of the to be the president of Nigeria. I know with the way I would have just said, but nobody is a saint. Nobody is a saint. The Tinubu's manifesto is a good one. It has if it's something that they would execute now, it has tackled the basic need, like the education, the security, the like the
electricity.
electricity. That one of making sure that every Nigerian kid goes to bed without being
With a
forced
full
to sleep with
with a
empty.
full belly, yeah.
Exactly. That one is something. These are the basic things that needs to be tackled, and he really listed them out. In a way, I feel like if he was genuine, or if he's truly genuine with his motive of coming to be the president of this country, if he's really genuine, he would I feel like this he will really go, as in when after his tenure, they will not forget about him in Nigeria. He will be a president, like just like the way they claim about Obasanjo. He would be a president that will not be forgotten in time. So it's not just coming to talk his cheap. Manifesto, these things, writing, doing this. No. He's executing it. But I feel like maybe if he gets in there, by the grace of God, because he's different from Buhari, he might do something. He might do these things he has listed out. But let's not just let's not be deceived or be carried away by all these things. Like the way Kolata really did a very good work in coming here to help us break down these things, and for the spend having that time to go through it, to read it deep. And
Imagine reading 80 pages of
no,
it's not normal.
I really
It's
raise
not normal.
hand for the guy, like for real. Even me that just I passed out of school, that just finished school last year here. I did not even have that time. I just went through in fact, it was just when we were on this program.
Solomon, sorry to cut it short. Sorry to cut it short.
Yeah.
One man, I'm dipping out, so let me just quickly contribute this. I'm leaving after this.
Okay.
I have things to do. The manifesto is good. Probably Atiku will come out with his own manifesto. Obi will come out with his own manifesto. Like someone just said, thought is cheap. Let's who can execute the manifesto. But I want to quickly acknowledge this guy that's here. This Mr. Patrick Osowa. Is this Osoware? I wanted to ask him to pronounce his last name for me, sir. Hello, Mr. Patrick, are you there?
Patrick, the way he was knocking back the brandy, I'm not sure he's still with us, you know.
I wanted to know the school
I did warn him that he said it's like chocolate, but I told him that you'll be gone in a moment, and I think he's gone already.
His last name sounds like one of my elder brother's friend way back in school days, university days. So that's why I was curious. Anyway, one man, thank you for now. I'm going to leave. Everybody go get your PVC. Madam Ichu, please calm down. It's just the talk. I know everybody have a passion about Nigeria, you know, but not small talk will talk. Get your PVC, vote your right candidate. One man, peace. I'm out.
All right. Regard to your son and your wife. Thank you.
She said yesterday that I spend more time with you than her. She said, why can't I spend more time with her? Like I spend with one man. I almost died laughing. So I should call you so you can tell you. I was laughing.
All right. One day we'll video call and then you know. I'm sure she knows what I look like anyway because she sees me on your screen.
She know your voice. When she wake up and hear, we say one man. I say yes, one man.
Look at that.
I beg my brother Solomon won't come on. Make I say something before I leave on.
Okay.
First, are you in Abuja?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I give you my number? Reach out to me. +1720.
Oh, hold on. Don't put it out in public. Type it in the private.
I don't put out public everywhere. No worry. I get
you have strange people calling you. You don't want.
No,
you know,
only by WhatsApp only. So +7 +1 720 238 2211. Only WhatsApp. Then 2. Finally, as I round up,
yeah.
Woman when be say if they follow man, the man do nonsense to her. He beg her, she forgive. She enter again, he do nonsense to her. He beg her, he forgive. The next time when he go, if he buy, now be our case for Nigeria right now. All these people, they promise us, we they let them. And now we are in a critical situation. Just like Solomon, they talk. If only they would do it. And we still want them to deceive us because they know what our heart is yelling for. They now cook the pot of soup very well in form of manifesto, come present to us. And we don't they dance, those kelebe dance, follow them. No problem. We go sit down, they look now.
All right, thank you, H.O. So thank you. So back to you, Solomon. Thank you, H.O. Back to you, Solomon. Yeah.
Yeah. So he really listed the basic points, like the basic problem Nigeria is facing now, and is a good one, but is the execution, is the carrying out of these things that is just that is the main thing in everything that they've just listed out, like that carrying it out. And like I still said, we won't blame him because it was not this APC administration was not his own administration. He was not the one in charge of it. And another thing again is we human being. I don't want to use this word that the human soul is treachery. Like we must that selfish interest must always be there. He brought in Buhari for us. He packaged Buhari. He followed. He helped Buhari to get into power, and Buhari now messed up the whole place. and now he strategized his game by bringing it, like after Buhari, it will be him, and it might be that he really have a good intention to come and rule this country with his best, and to do his best and to do well in this country. But because of the past things he has done in terms of bringing in Buhari now, there is no trust. So my own problem with him is just the trust. How are we sure that this guy is going to do all these things he's saying? How are we sure? But that one aside, he has brought it out and we've seen it is a good one. But it's just for us to just be hoping. I'm not going to say that P2B is going to be, is not our savior, is not our God, but and what he has done in Anambra State there, he was just saving money. It's not about coming to save money. With this Tinubu stuff, you see that he even has it is a means of generating funds, revenue to use and run the country. And with what P2B too is saying the same. He's saying he's going to try and generate revenue in the country. But you did not do it when you were a governor. You did not really do it. So that is one thing I'm using against P2B too. Then the political system, the political approach he wants to use in getting into that office too is one thing I'm using to fault him. That is one of the reasons why I'm not supporting him, because I know how this country is. The way look at now, I saw on Twitter, because if you want to get the real criticism in this political period, it is on Twitter. That is when on the social media space, not even on Instagram, on Twitter. You see, there is this I saw on in his cabinet, the youth leader of Labour Party forged the national chairman's signature and the I've forgotten the other cabinet man to open an account for funding. Is this something? Is this something? And they are claiming that they are coming to rescue Nigeria.
Well, the national youth leader has been suspended because of that.
Let us forget, but they brought in that guy. Wait. Imagine it was an election. That an election has been conducted, and these people have brought them into power.
Oh, the guy has been there before P2B even joined Labour Party. The guy has been member of Labour Party before P2B.
But Mr. Saki father, this guy, even if he has been there, people like Patu Tommy were there before P2B. People like doing Okube were there before P2B. So the other persons there?
P2B and doing Okube joined the Labour Party recently.
Okay, wait now. There are still other people there that have been there before them. How are we sure? See, why I'm just pointing out this thing at this point now, at this critical period, there is nobody to be trusted, and let us not come and be putting our hope on anybody.
What I'm trying to ask you is, why are you faulting P2B because of what?
I am not. Can't you see? I am not faulting P2B here. I am just saying that.
No. You are talking about the national youth league. So you are linking it to P2B, and I'm telling you that.
Why I'm linking it to P2B is that they feel like everybody is it only P2B that will do the work when he gets into the office as president.
But what I'm saying is, as president, if you give somebody work and the person is not doing well, it is your job to sack the person. That's what I'm trying to say. So this national youth leader was accused of something. It's still an accusation. I don't know. Immediately this morning on Twitter, the Labour Party issued a statement that the youth leader has been suspended, even before we got to know about it. So he was suspended. So what other punishment do you expect the Labour Party NWC to do? I think they did what they are supposed to do by suspending the guy. So they are still going through
my own point. Thank you for your contribution. But my own point is that there is no sense in any party.
Course, there is no
as it stands now.
There is no sense.
There is no sense in these people here coming in. I can hear you.
Of course, there is no sense in any human society where nobody is God. There is no sense. There is no. Everybody knows that, It's only that we are not perfect, but everybody is trying to do the right thing. So that doesn't mean you're a saint or you're not a saint. So that's it.
Yeah. So there is no sense, and let nobody come and be saying this one is this person. No, what we'll be hoping for now, and I know that they will say one is being too religious. We have to be prayerful for, so that the best person will enter. Me, I'm not, to me, or the three people that are out, especially Atiku and Tinubu. I see them like people that would really do something in this country. It's not like Peter will not do, but just the political approach. That is just my own, one of my own reason
How
of
do you mean by
not
political
supporting him.
approach? Can you let me
See,
understand?
bro,
I don't
bro,
understand.
bro, let me tell you, this country is a system whereby is a system that we know that PDP or APC, PDP and APC have they see. Let's forget about. Let me tell you, I met with somebody one day, one of these northern guy. He's from Bauchi. I asked him, who are you going to
Yeah,
vote for? He said he will vote for P2B. He's a PDP guy. But this guy
yeah.
said that I should not, like, he's doing it low key, that they are doing it, that telling people they're hiding, as in they're conversing in a hidden manner. They're not making it
Yes.
loud, unlike the way PDP people are. So with this kind of people doing like this now, is one of the is part of the reason you will know that, or more, that this guy will not go anywhere. How will you be conversing for
No,
somebody, and you
no,
are
no, no,
hiding?
no. In the other space, no, in the other space, many of them have been in. Today, I was in a Twitter space where many of them are saying that they are going to vote for Peter Obi, and they are saying that most of them are not saying it openly because of what their some of their daughter whatever is, like all these things they used to say, Ijamere, how will you vote for Ijamere? So they don't want to offend certain space in the north by by telling them publicly that this is the candidate they are voting for. But they are many of them today. I saw them on Twitter talking about it. That them are fully obedient. I saw some of them, but they are
See,
saying that yeah,
I can hear you.
yeah. But they
I
are
can hear
saying
you.
that some of them are saying that some are saying I'm saying it publicly, but some of them are still saying that they don't want to say it publicly, because of the stereotype, towards this state they say Yamere, are you voting for Yamere? Something like that.
So I get your point. So what I'm trying to say is why I can one of the reasons why I'm not supporting him is because of his political approach. Because I know that let's be honest to ourselves here. In 2023, either PDP or for real, with what I've seen, I see in this place I am, in this Abuja, I do my own underground check about people. Even somebody from Sokoto want to vote for P2B, but he's not going to loud it. When you are not louding it, or when you cannot come out with your full chest and say I'm voting for this person or vote for this person, how will that person win? Because why I'm saying this is when they get on the election during the election period, they will have ballots for each parties. As northern people see you, your fellow northern people see you go to where the Labour Party logo is. What do you think will happen? Are they not going to deal with you there? They will deal with you. So, and it's not that I'm trying to give these northern people power. And the kind of things PDP and APC have down, I won't lie to you. Like I said, after the Southeast give this not this P2B movement block votes, the other regions are going to give him like 15%. That is just the truth. That is just the truth. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not coming here to be, even the articles right now, sir, I feel like not even supporting anybody. I just have to stay neutral. Why? So that I will not go and have any feelings attached to anybody. So that anybody that comes in tomorrow, I can be able to adapt to the feeling like, oh, this person is the president of this country. Let me not come and be expecting too much, like the way Buhari's wife said that they were Nigerians were expecting too much. That is why they are always criticizing they are criticizing her husband's administration. So that is my own point for that part. And that manifesto like I still said, is not to come and give us manifesto. Are you going to execute it? And they did not add anything like any kind of. He did not say anything about like this country now. You see how is almost disintegrating. There is nothing like like will I say a unifying policy that will still bring it back, that will still make the country still together, where everybody will forget about this Biafra, Oduduwa Republic and all that. They would have still added it. It's not like I'm trying to fault the manifesto, but at least we would have still acknowledged that part to know that, oh, this guy is still going to bring in unity to the country. So this is just what I have to say about this manifesto.
All right, thank you, Solomon. So, Solomon, a very brief commentary on the Obasanjo space, describing the Nigerian roads as deplorable. So, who gets the blame then for Nigeria having deplorable roads? What's your comment on that, Solomon?
Yeah, now he's no longer the president, or for like two administrations have come by, like they've gone through, we've had two administrations after his own, and he was still saying this kind of thing. But for him to complain something like this, he's not even supposed to complain or talk anyhow, because he's one of the problem, or he's part of the problem, part of the people that caused this thing. I used to go to Ogun State every December for Shiloh. And when I get to Ogun State at Ota, there you see the Ota don't even have a good road. Sometimes you even need to enter the street, like start riding through the street, driving through the street to bust out to Lagos. And that is where he's from. Where you are from, you don't have good roads, and you are coming to complain of another place. So he's still part of the problem. You should not complain about the roads or the road that he took, that he passed through to wherever he was going to, because he was still part of the problem too. We should not come and justify, like people were saying, that he did this one, he did that one. Is it a bad thing if he did all the roads? It will not be a bad thing. So let him not complain or say anything.
Do you know how long Obasanjo has been was the president of Nigeria for?
Yeah, it wasn't from 1999 to 2007.
No, it was from 1976 to 1979.
Okay, that was when he was head of state.
Yeah, he ruled that country for 9 years and 8 months, nearly 10 years. So I don't think he should be. I don't think he should be opening his mouth in public to complaining about infrastructure.
He should not open his mouth. We should, like, people like there's somebody that made a comment here and was saying that Obasanjo did this, Obasanjo. But these are the things he was supposed to do. He's supposed to have. It will not be a bad thing. It will not be a bad thing if he had laid a good foundation in that road aspect, and not coming to even tackle his own state self. Assuming he has tackled his own state, we know that this guy is saying something reasonable, but he's not saying. But then for this side of Apostle Suleiman, yeah.
Well, is that making the news, Apostle Suleiman?
Yeah. Like the way I know this evening or yesterday evening, he had a short broadcast, not a broadcast anyway, like an interview, or he just came out he just gave a little speech about
what happened,
the incident that I feel like he knows the way he talked, the way he spoke. I think he knows the people that carried out that act. The people that carried, but the thing that to me now, the painful thing there is just the people, the military, the paramilitary, that is the policemen that lost their lives.
7 people lost their lives. 7.
Yeah. They said 4 officers and I think 3 of his aides or so. 4 officers, and I saw the picture, and it's very, very bad. Like, it's really, really bad.
Where I was reading it from, Solomon. It actually has a video clip attached to it on Twitter but it's too gruesome for me to play on YouTube.
Like, oh God, the picture is not something. I just feel for those police officers, how their family would be feeling now, how they would be, because more. And him, he was in a bullet. Why, if you want to do something, why, if you, like, I don't want to come and criticize him. I don't want to criticize him because you are in a bulletproof car. You know, because for you to buy a bulletproof car, you've already know that one day something like this will happen. So why don't you make your all as get that bulletproof car for all for your if you, as
Bulletproof
you move in
everybody,
convoy?
Abi.
Yes, as in as since you move in convoy, you buy that kind of car for your convoy to so that you move, so since you move in convoy, then you being alone protecting yourself, it doesn't make sense at all. Like these people, me, I've not gone to church for like some months now because certain things I just see, I just have to just stay. It's not me not going to church doesn't mean I don't pray. I pray every day. I believe in God so much because by the grace of God, it's just God that has been seeing one through and doing everything for one. So me, I believe in God, but all these people, most of them just make people just lose interest in going to church because you don't. I don't want to use the word that they don't preach what they practice. They don't practice what they preach.
One man, do you know
How
what
will
is
you?
surprising?
Yeah. Let me post a link. I can't play the Suleiman video, but I'll post the link in the comment section for. But there's a warning to this link, or watch it at your discretion because it's quite gruesome. But yeah, go on, Saki.
Yeah, I saw the thing is quite gruesome. You can't even watch it. It's quite bad. May the soul of the people that departed rest in peace. But what is
Amen.
funny, like what is surprising is that I think he said I was reading a paper where he said Apostle Suleiman said that he knew the people
Yeah.
that came to do that thing, but that he will not call their name. So I was like, if you know them, what prevents you from reporting them to police?
Because those people that they killed their family members now, they need justice.
Yeah, if
Because
he
it should
knows
help
them, he
them.
should just report to
He
police
should
and
call
tell
them.
them.
You see, these are the things. So now he's doing a strong man. He's acting to be a strong man with other people's life. Can you see? Like many rumors have even talked about the guy, but me, I don't want. I don't like criticizing anybody that claims to be a man of God or that says he's a man of God. I just mind my business and that is its own. But some things you do, you have
Touch
to
not
just
my anointed, Abi. Touch not my anointed.
you
Look
just
at
have
yourself.
to. No. I just don't want to say anything like I don't want to say anything about that. I don't like talking about them. But things you do them. You should act right. Like you should do what you preach, act what you preach. How will you say you know people that killed that carried out this act and you don't want to call them? In fact, if the Nigerian police they are really working or they know themselves well, like they really know their duty in this country, they're supposed to call him up and question him for him to make that video and see. They will interrogate him, forget he's a man of God, that he claims to be a man of God.
All right, brilliant. So let me acknowledge the super chats that have been well, not that have been coming in. It's just really mischief making from Joel. It says so just Joel of Nashville. It says 6.5 out of 10 is not a good one considering Buhari's mess. So that is him referencing the scorecard that Saki Father gave Tinubu. And then it goes on still. It says, Solomon, now you realize it's about the driver. So that it was referencing to your commentaries about the Tinubu manifesto. So he was he was thinking that you did not have the confidence that the person will be able to drive the manifesto that Tinubu will not
I
be
don't
able.
have I don't even I don't let me tell you the truth there. I don't even think I don't even see. Not that I don't think. I'm not coming. I'm not going to say Obi is going to be the one to drive us or be the driver of this country to be better. I don't believe in. As in, like, I'm not going to just see that kind of thing. I'll just be giving him that crown or be crowning him that he's going to be the one to drive this country to that place. No, he's still under. He's still under probability. We should not come and be having full assurance. Everybody wants to talk, they'll say Obi, Obi, Obi. And see, at that Anambra State that they are talking about, I know that he did some things, certain things, but he did not really do. You see, let me tell you, people in Anambra State are running to Delta State, to be honest with you. People in Anambra State, if you go to Asaba, it is Anambra guys that are just the ones occupying Asaba. If Anambra is too good, why would they come to Delta State? Anambra guys are full Asaba if you should go to Asaba. Anambra. So let's not come and be
Should I tell you
doing
why
episode
many
like
people
this.
are going? Should I tell you why many people are living on the Chatasaba?
Why?
Onitsha is populated. People cannot
It's not
buy
even on
land
each
there.
other. It's not even
No,
on
no,
each other,
wait,
safe.
wait.
It's not even on each
Most
other.
no,
Bro, it's from inside.
most people
I
that
can
are
hear
living
you.
in Asaba, most even people that are living in Asaba, they live in Asaba, but they come for work in Onitsha. They go for their business in Onitsha every day. So the reason is that you can't buy land again in Onitsha. Onitsha is populated. So people went as far as going to Asaba to build houses. And Onitsha is very close. It's just like 15 minutes drive from Onitsha to Asaba. So people go
I
to
stay
work.
in I stay in Delta State. I stay in Asaba. Let me tell you, see, if on the Anambra was really the way, or is it really the way he claimed that he worked, he did this in Anambra State. If it was like that, see, people would not be coming to. I know what I'm saying. Anambra people, whether it's not about Onitsha people. I know this thing you said now is point, but it's not whether they have job in Onitsha or no. People from inside, from the like within, apart from
The
Onitsha, they come
interior, the
to,
interior
yeah,
people.
they come to Asaba to stay. Anybody you ask them, where are you from Anambra? Where are you from Anambra? See, I'm at the time I still feeling like, is there any time that Anambra and Onitsha have connection? Like, are they related? Do you understand that question? I was asking myself at the time, but because of that, state is not as conducive as in the kind of things they enjoy in Delta State, they don't enjoy it in is it social life or other things like the basic things that they enjoy in Asaba, they don't enjoy it in Anambra State. So that is why they are coming down to Asaba. So let's not be crediting this man unnecessarily.
All right, thank you, Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. So we go on from. So at this point, I will be sharing the screen to tell you what people have donated to the platform via the buy a coffee thing. But it seems as though nobody have been able to
Solomon,
click
take
on.
the private chat, I beg.
All right. So at this point, I would have been telling you what people have contributed in the buy the coffee thing, but it looks as though nobody have been able to click on that just yet. So you still have the opportunity to click on that. So that's the link right there. If you want to make contributions towards the platform, you can use that buy the coffee function. But don't do the minimum base. Just be as impactful so that it can be appreciated by the platform. So click on that to contribute towards the platform. As we go to Ola to take his contribution. So Ola, you're up next. You've come laterally, but let's hear just your brief assessment of the Tinubu Manifesto, and then we start to round off.
Yeah, thank you. Kudos to Kulata for taking time to read, because that was a good one and a good service to the countrymen. So what I see there is like I look at the manifesto personally, and I think the content there, those contents are actually actionable. So, but I pick interest. I take interest in that power project because what I've seen in the power project, for example, is that these guys they be so consistent. I got what they explained there, because as it is now, we have the installed capacity of about 12,000, and the output they are bringing out from that 12,000 is just about 66% of the output. However, they can only they can only take about 70% or thereabout of that 8,000 megawatt output. So now it simply means that we are not maximizing what we have. And this policy document, this manifesto is seen as a big problem. So what they are saying is we know that in the long term, this thing will come to the national grid, but we look at the off-grid solution. So it simply means that if you engage some independent people to supply power for now, what they will do now is that in the short term, you just look at the environment you want to supply, you supply that off the grid. And with the focus on bringing everything back to the national grid in the long term. So I think that is workable. Other than that, everything that Kulata said, I seems to agree with almost everything. And to me personally, well, if I look at the document itself, I will rate the document very high, but the percentage of that document they can implement is what matters most. Do I have confidence? Do I have this confidence that if the guys that we be the driver, if it's what it used to be, then I think I have that confidence that he is going to drive it to at least some reasonable extent. So I will still score. I just to be very careful and to be cautiously optimistic, I will score the document B for now. So it's a good one.
All right, thank you, Ola. All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola, and thank you, everyone. Just to fulfill all righteousness, let's see if Patrick is still there. Patrick, we did try to come to you earlier, but I suspect you might not be there. Patrick, are you there? Yes, I didn't think so. The rate that the brandy was going down, it was inevitable that it would knock him out. I'm speaking from experience, so not that I've ever tasted alcohol in my life. So thank you, Patrick. Let's go on then to start to sweep it up. We kick it off with Solomon in Nigeria to land on Saki Fada. Solomon, Europe again. Solomon, solid boy.
Yeah. Thank you, Wama, for this show this evening. And I've not heard from Mr. Ajani Koko since yesterday.
It was in the earlier session. I think Ajani Koko is a businessman. Sometimes even he joins us from driving. So yeah.
Okay. I said today that the rational mind is not going to come here today because so that Tinubu will rest. The way he calls Tinubu, the man he might just fall ill. So let the man just rest. And it's good that he did not come he did not come in the studio this morning. This morning because he would have dragged that man to hell. So let's just allow the man rest. So thank you everybody for your contribution. Kaluta, I really appreciate you going through this thing and come here to share it with us for real. Like you just made me go through it and know things about it. The manifesto is a very good one, but talk is cheap. He's not just coming to tell us that he will do this, he will do that, and at the end of the day, nothing will happen. So let's just hope and pray for a better person the best that would help us live so that this country will leave this level it is now. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
All right. Thank you, Solomon. I suspect it might well be something personal. I think there's a story behind the resentment that Rational Mind has for Tinubu. It cannot just be, there must have been something that happened. Maybe one of these days he'll share it with us. But sleep well, Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. Yeah. All right. So thank you, Solomon. So let's go on then from Solomon to Ola Europe again.
Okay, thank you everyone. It has been a very productive evening, at least evening here. So yeah, I understand the fear. I understand what we are saying, that one thing is to roll out documents, another thing is to fulfill. But we can't keep dwelling on that. We just have to get some baseline. So as it is now, whether we like it or not, that is what we have to measure. So when they are there now, whosoever gets to that place it is our responsibility to hold those people to their promises. So we can't just on a wholesale and say, oh, they are not going to do that. No, yeah, they may not want to do that because we know normally human beings not sometimes, naturally, if you leave human being, they don't want to do the right thing if you allow human being. But there should be some kind of pressure that will force people to do the right thing. So that is where the citizen come in place. So yeah, they are bringing now, but don't let just say, oh, they won't do it. They will. No. Don't let us reduce ourselves to that. Let us analyze what they have and let us just pick those things. And when they get there, let us don't just go and sleep. Let us keep pushing them. So guys, don't compare Buhari to any of the three candidates. Buhari is just another person that have his own idea, so we can't use that one to measure whosoever that is going to get to that place. Other than that, let us keep contributing our quota. Thumb up, share the link to the platform to people, and let's even have a wider conversation. Thank you, everyone, wherever you are. See you later.
All right, brilliant to output. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go on to the progressives, who I suspect may not be with us anymore. Akim, are you still there?
I'm still here. I'll shock you one more.
Look at that. We keep you up every night. What's going on?
I'll shock you one more. Normally by this time I already fall asleep.
Yes,
you know what normally happen? I will wake up. I will be thinking, what's going on? Was I on one man show earlier on?
Yes. Why did they call me for closing remark? But there you are.
Yeah, so thank you very much, one man. I just want to say thank you to everybody that participated today, and those that normally with us and are not here today. I hope everyone is well and fine. I just want to say thanks to those on this comment section. Regarding our discussion today, it's been a wonderful one. I actually requested that we have this conversation, which is a good one. I think a lot of the time when we focus on the issues, you see the debate is more engaging, less personal, and this is the way, for me, I think this is the way forward. This is the right way to go about it. When we discuss ideas, there's no one have a monopoly of ideas, so sometimes when you see a superior argument or a superior idea, you just have to still take it sometimes. So I prefer it that way. I prefer to learn when I don't know, and to also give away whatever I have in me out there. And I hope this is the beginning of more to come. I understand that every now and then it's still going to get into personal issues or candidate issues. So I get that part of it. So I hope that one man, I just want to say thank you, and I want to say you're doing a great job. And Ovie as well for his own afternoon session. I want to say thank you to him as well. And good night, and have a lovely weekend, everybody. Thank you very much.
Oh, all right. Thank you, the progressives. So thank you, the progressives. Now a regular staple on the platform, and we're all the better for it. So thank you, the progressives. So we land on Sake Fathers. Sake Father, I cannot believe that we went through 6 hours without P to B. We didn't do P to B today, Sake Father. The final word.
Yeah, actually, I like today's presentation, especially because we focused more on the issues and we didn't dwell much on persons. The issue of P2B is a very sensitive space. Whenever it is brought up here, you will see a lot of a lot of different views. Some that are based on emotions, and some that are based on certain objective evidence. So today's topic was quite very good. The environment for discussion today was quite salubrious, and everybody contributed in a very intelligible manner. Kulata did justice to the sector by sector approach to the issues contained in the manifesto. Yeah, one thing I've noticed in our political space since 1999 to today, as far as my eyes can go, is that the dynamics is fast changing. And it is something to be quite very happy about. This time around, we can see that every party will not just be so quick to bring out manifesto. People are now meticulous, detailed in bringing out their manifesto, because criticisms like this on this platform will always come. So I think the political dynamics is changing for Nigeria, and it's a very good way to go. One man before today, we were saying that Atiku is the only one that has a very supersonic plan based on the manifesto he presented. But we can see that Tinubu's manifesto from the discussions here appears to be a kind of level up beyond what Atiku has presented. So all in all, the viewers on this platform, I encourage you to always like, share, and tell your friends about One Man Win to More. The guy is really doing a very nice job. It is not easy to be awake for 4 5 hours, engaging in some intellectual exercise. It is quite a very important session today, and I hope that the conversation will continue like this, in the next part of our conversations. One man, thank you, and tomorrow we will come again. Sorry, I took time. I'm just taking time because I'm the last person on the platform to talk.
That's
So
fine. That's what Ajale Koko does as well. Carry on.
yes. So thank you very much. You have been doing wonders. You have been doing wonders, and thank you, someone like this is the first day I was meeting another person. Is it Hesho?
Yeah, Echo. No, she comes every now and then. She comes
Okay,
every now and then.
this is the
Yeah.
first time I'm meeting her, and and when she came, the conversation actually changed to another.
She's quite a
another,
formidable woman. A formidable woman. Yeah.
another another level. Thank you very much. You tried, and God will continue keeping you. You don't know what you're doing for Nigeria. You are contributing your quota, at least for Nigeria. You are telling a lot of people are watching you. If you want to know what I'm saying, go back later period and see the number of views this platform has attracted. You'll be surprised to see 2,005, 3,000 views. So you are contributing your quota, to the conversation. Thank you for today. Tomorrow will come again. Let me leave you so that you go and sleep.
Oh, all right, thank you, Saki Fada. So that's Saki Fada. You identify him from the baritone texture of his voice. So that's Saki Fada stepping into the bridge for the mighty Ajanle Koko. So thank you, one and all, to the to the super chatters and the coffee buyers. I think we actually had some in the earlier session. Jafar as ever, of course, and then Sam O, and then Adeyinka Abiodun Adetunji, not for this evening session, but for the earlier session. So, so thank you to all of those. We do it all over again, the same process, but a different story. The panelists will be similar, but then of course, if you want to come and join in the panel, then it's really quite a simple process. I post a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. If you click on it, you appear on the studio or on the screen, just like everybody else. So there's no designated slot for anybody. It's first come, first serve. The first 9 people, because the screen only takes 10 people. So of course, I have to be there. And then the first 9 people to click on the hyperlink, they appear on the screen. It's nothing more complex than that. It's an open microphone session. And the open microphone is open to any member of the public that wants to come and engage in the conversation. So thank you for the conversation today. It's been long and involved and detailed, and the details wrapped around Tinubu's manifesto. I'm inviting you to give your scorecard on Tinubu's manifesto and share that with us in the comment section. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation with you in the comment section over here. I say, peace.